Turns 3 of a crest. Opens. Keep middle of a jump. 45 right. Extra long. Tightens 4. 30.
Well, it all comes down to this seminal moment after 6 races of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by Simracing.GP. And we've headed back to a familiar haunt. The Eifel region in Germany, as the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit will circumnavigate 6 hours of racing with plenty of GT3 machinery waiting in the wings to roar down every single corner of this just around about 5.1 kilometre circuit. 15 turns the GP circuit of the Nürburgring has been around since 1984. And you join myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and my colleague in crime for the next 6 or so hours, for not just the Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by SGP, but also the Sim Racing GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. Very good afternoon. It's good old Paul Glover. Paul, buddy, how are you doing?
Yeah, hello, Alex. Hello, everybody. Yeah, good to be here. I'm doing very well, thank you, on this Sunday, before the Monday when everybody has to start thinking about work once again. But excited to be here for the Nürburgring.
Yep, of course. And as they say, remember the 5th of November. Yes, it might be bonfire night. People might have been going to firework displays yesterday. I wasn't. I was working. That's the life I lead at this moment in time. But it is going to be the time when we crown our inaugural Motor Racing Endurance Championship powered by Sim Racing GP champions. And so far, we've been to Watkins Glen, Spa-Francorchamps, Bathurst, Valencia, and last time out at Monza. It's been 4 wins for Genesis Esports, the number 33. They look to sew up the title very, very quickly indeed. They are quite a considerable amount ahead, Paul, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They've just been another level, haven't they, Alex? And just so happens that we have Gareth joining us from the team this week for the podcast as well, so we could get a little bit more insight to how the team are run and understand how they perform so well, Alex. And they've been a strong contender. No one else has been able to really match their pace.
Yeah, indeed. And looking at the fact that we've got 30 GT3 cars, it's an even mix between Ferrari, Lamborghini, and McLaren. We've got a couple of Aston Martins, one sole Porsche, and one sole BMW. So a lot of people have gone for those cars that are mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, and considering based on the form, I mean, last time out when Genesis Esports won at Monza, they were not running in the traditional Lamborghini Huracan. No, they were running in the McLaren 720 Evo, and they've switched back to their weapon of choice, to quote Fatboy Slim here, Paul, for what is going to be the final hurrah. But they've also got another two academy teams with them this weekend.
Yeah, they have indeed, and you might want to take us through the current championship standings, Alex.
Well, Tarek Adam, Luke Addison, and Cody Sherritt have been pretty much unassailable over the past 5 rounds, and they have 1,117.5 points. Just probably the best part of over 170 ahead of Dmitry Subenko, Reno Kutz, Just Parek is there or thereabouts. Smoggy, Guillaume Hamling, Gabriel Guidarelli, they've got north of 500 points. So this is based on the champions will be the top 3 overall, and Tarek Adam, Luke Addison, and Cody Sherritt really have done a number on the rest of the opposition as we are into the final throes of time qualifying. 15 minutes and then it's 6 hours around this fantastic 3.2 mile circuit with 15 corners, which seem to have more name changes than I probably had roast dinners this year. But that's another story altogether. But Paul, it's been ultra competitive up and down the order. We've seen some great battling, especially with the likes of Velikov and Coutrale back at Spa-Francorchamps, where I'd been in the comms box in Karting Genk. I was in Charleroi, and it just got a bit gnarly when myself and Jonathan Earl were on comms. And I think for about 5 minutes, there was so much action between those two round the circuit that John didn't get a word in edgeways, bless him.
Yeah, it's unlike you to steal the limelight, Alex. But no, it all joking aside, there was some great battles. There's been some great battles throughout the season, hasn't there? And I think the quality of the racing's been impressive for me as well. And I think that's fundamentally really important, is that it's clean but fair. And the likes of Tariq Adam and the rest of his team, have always been generally out in front. I think it was either round 1 or round 2, where I think they got a penalty or two, and that kind of they had to make their way back. But generally, they've been a class above. But like you say, throughout the rest of the field, it's been competitive, but it's also been fair. I don't think the stewards have had to really step in and be brutal in any real decisions. Of course, people make mistakes, right? We're only human at the end of the day. I've started doing a bit more sim racing of late because I took a bit of a break, and I've realised how bad I am at the moment, and how easily distracted I am from a back marker or someone coming out of the pits and things like that. And when I make those mistakes, it makes me appreciate the quality that we have in this championship, and it's something that I'm trying to aim to be closer to their quality, shall I say? And I've got a long way to go. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, there has been a bit of breaking news actually earlier on this week. Pulse SimSport have now disbanded, which sees Miles Dixon join Onid Racing in the number 9 McLaren alongside Daniel Lindblom and Andy Thorpe. We are literally 30 seconds away from the end of time qualifying. And, well, would you believe it? No, it's not really a surprise. Tarek Adam in the number 33, South African-based Genesis Esports team are the fastest out there, 1 minute 52.785. Then it's the number 34, it's the Academy Blue car, driven by Christian Deploy, that rounds out the top 2. No surprise, it's actually quite a surprise because the 34 car is actually not the Lamborghini. They've decided to go with the Ferrari this time, but even so, that still looks like a very, very lovely livery on the 296 GT3. The checkered flag has come out, and, well, I did say that they brought the masses to Genesis Esports. They have done, because it's a 1, 2, 3. So it is the number 33 of Genesis Esports, who literally have one hand on the Moza Racing Endurance Championship title, ahead of the 34 Genesis Esports Academy Blue and the Academy Red cars. Just Parek for MITS Racing in the 777, who have switched again cars, because we saw them in the Ferrari in the first round of Watkins Glen. Then they went to the Merc. Then they've switched again now to the Lamborghini. Kimikli in the number 224 BMW M4. That's a good result for them. P5 had a Fusion Racing's Martin Hoyer in the 502 Lamborghini. The Baller Squad Racing crew in the number 109 McLaren have gone 7th ahead of Orin Meggins in the number 20, which is in Felix Racing, the Lamborghini. Manolo Garcia in the Hispano Racing team have rounded out the top 9 ahead of the 987. That's Breaking Point Racing with Martin Tomlinson in the 987 Ferrari. Then it's the number 296, that's Geeks Energy Sim Racing, and they've got Malta's very own Dean Vella behind the wheel. But as I say that, Manolo Garcia goes ahead of Orin Meggins on the final push lap.
Yes, it was just a couple of attempts up. Wasn't a lot in it. I was watching with my BDI. I could see that Foster, who's currently down in 17th as well, is about just over 2 attempts up. So I'm expecting them to maybe push up into 16th if they keep that. But actually they've lost the time, unfortunately for them, so they didn't progress. But yeah, and I can see that Pryor down in 23 is still on a lap at the moment. No, just got over the line. So that is it, Alex. That's your standings.
Yeah, I'm still seeing a couple of cars circulating, one of which is the 777 of Mitz Racing's Jos Paddock, which is coming to a halt through out of Yokohama and into the Mercedes arena. Same for the number 27 car. That's Wyvern Racing in one of 3 Aston Martin 2019 Vantage V8. So your grid is now pretty much set in stone, folks. So we're going to have Gareth Hawkins from Genesis Esports. Of course, Genesis Esports through Simracing.GP are currently running the inaugural Kaizen Championship, which is doing 12 rounds and is running, I think, right the way up towards Christmas. So, yeah, and Bloodwolf NL says, no Mercs, Sag. Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's the thing. But here is your starting grid for the 6th and final round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Simracing.GP. So it's going to be Genesis Esports on pole position. The Academy Blue car in the number 34 Ferrari will be alongside on the front row. Then it is Genesis Esports Academy Red in the number 35, lining up on the inside of the second row. Alongside them will be Mitz Racing in the 777 Lamborghini with Jos Paddock taking the wheel. Then we got Levin Ipek for Kimikli in the 224, starts 5th. A new change of livery for them. That looks pretty smart, actually. Nice little bit of cyan accent with a bit of satin black and some good old silver. Alongside them will be Martin Hoyer in the number 502 Lamborghini for Fusion Racing. The 109 of Baller Squad Racing is up next in their McLaren on the inside of row number 4 with Daniel Ibanez for Hispano Racing Team in the 178. Again, we can't mistake which number they are, Paul, can't we?
No, you can't miss that. But it's a great bit of detail into the livery.
Yeah, in Felix Racing in the number 20 have Orin Meggins starting from the inside of the 5th row with the 987 of John Betton rounding out the top 10 in what is the Breaking Point Racing Purple Ferrari. Next up, Dean Vella for Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the 296 Ferrari. Alongside him will be Onid Cam Sports' very own Ben Brown. Great result for them in qualifying. And we've got the 542, that's the Next Level Play Racing, with quite a few others alongside there. So we've got after Donski, I can't really pronounce that name at the moment, but I'll just call him Alexander for benefit's sake. Then it's the 216 of New Kids Turbo, the number 9 of Onid Racing, the team of Daniel Limblom, Andy Thorpe, and new addition Miles Dixon. 969 is Blue Team in the Aston Martin, the highest placed of the Gaydon representatives in 16th place. Then it's the 28, the final drive, Sim Racing's Adam Foster in the McLaren. Charlie Randall will start for SWS Motorsport in 18th position in the 111 Ferrari. The 169 McLaren, which is the longest team name ever in this championship. Cracked Racing, still epic placeholder name. Nicely done there, chaps. That's a way to make a spreadsheet wider than it should be. James Holder piloting that one, and then Kamto Chukwure in the number 14. That's Vitesse Racing, another one of the multiple McLarens on there. 9 on the grid for this round. And Nicola Monti in the 104 DSP Esport Racing Ferrari starts 21st. Alongside will be the 720 Lamborghini of, oh God, Hasta la Vista. Oh dearie me, really? You just had to go that bad on that one. They're in the 720 McLaren. The 27 of Matt Pryor from Wyvern Racing starts 23rd. The 43 of FTA Alcatraz Racing, the McLaren piloted by Ethan Gabbe, starts 24th. Jamie Hunt in the 401 Flying Hellfish Masters at Work Ferrari. That sounds like a film title there. The 666 of Mr. Racing, the only Porsche on the grid, has Dominic Salmon starting from 26. Max Scheiter in the number 546 Ferrari starts 27th, the 546 being Flying Hellfish 2. Raphael Hull in the 993 Ferrari, and it's Adam Vertuka in the 97 Lamborghini, and Michael Cook in the 446 Flat Out Racing. McLaren starts from last on the grid, but 6 hours, that's 360 minutes, Paul, ahead of us. I can't wait for this race to get underway. Hopefully, it should be a clean start.
Yeah, one of my favourite tracks as a sim racer. I go well around here generally. It's got some nice corners with camber in particular. Turn 7 before the Michael Schumacher S's, which could be a little bit tricky. You know, the Michael Schumacher S's are all about trying to carry your speed, but if you carry it too much, you can go either side and hit the gravel and lose a few kilometres an hour, and you might then be under pressure from the car behind. And then we got the infamous final chicane as well at Nürburgring. It's a tricky track to overtake on, though, Alex, unless you've got real pace over the car ahead, or maybe you've just pitted, you've got fresher tyres. So it'll be interesting to see how some of the teams handle this. And as we know, the infamous T1, Alex, people forgetting that it's downhill, you've got to brake a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And not just on lap 1, also lap 2 and 3. You know, the field will still be relatively close together unless there's absolute carnage, of course.
Yeah, well, the 15 rows of 30 cars in totality, over 15,000 horsepower, are about to get ready to go racing for one final time. Also the final stage of the professional trophy last year. The lights are on, the lights are green, we're underway. Good start by the pole sitters, no surprise there from Tarek Adams. Christian Deploy from the sister Academy blue car, and the Ferrari looks to go towards the outside, heading into Yokohama for the first time. Di Matos Preto in the sister car trying to go up the inside through Yokohama as they head through into the Mercedes arena. Jos Parek looking up the inside for P3 already, nearly gives a bit of a door check to the 35 as Di Matos Preto runs a little bit wide. Jos Parek trying to get the inside line, might set him up nicely for the outside of the next corner, going through into turn 4. But Christian Deploy has kept second position. Great start there by Jos Parek. Levin Ipek for Chemically has got Martin Hoyer around his outside of all the places, and Hoyer's got through. Hoyer's got 5th. That's a great start by the Fusion Racing car, the Lamborghini, starting down in 6th. Did a number on Ipek, didn't he?
He did, but he's under pressure. The side-by-side back behind us at the moment, the BMW, the Lamborghini, and the McLaren trying to take advantage of that as well, but slips back behind the BMW. So the Lamborghini at the moment just struggling to switch its tyres on, the 502, and but he's gapped down, and the BMW is coming under a little bit of pressure from 2 McLarens behind.
Yeah, Jones and Matteo right up the rear trumpets of Lawrence Ipek in the 228 BMW from Chemically. There's Martin Wenzel from New Kids Turbo just behind. Mr. Hearn in the 900. Well, it's showing D. Hearn in the car for the number 900, but we did see that Ben did actually qualify the car. That would have been Daniel Hearn. So, and good start by Adam Foster. Started down in 17th. He's now up to P13 as they come through the NGK chicane, well, the Vidal chicane now as it's known. This corner's had so many different names, Coca-Cola, Hyundai N. But after the opening lap, Tanak Adam nearly has a 7.5 of a second advantage. Hearn going side by side with Tomlinson down the start-finish stretch. Now this is for 10th position. Hearn could line it up on the inside of the 987, gets through. That's a neat move there from Daniel Hearn, and that puts Onid Camsport. I know Johnny Ashley's watching at the minute as well. Good afternoon, Johnny. But that was a great move there from Daniel Hearn, and that puts them into 10th place from what was originally around about, I think it was 11th position to start off with.
Yeah, solid start, and as you say, Parek also making a solid start, getting up to P3 currently with the I know it's only the first lap, but currently with the fastest at the moment. I was keeping an eye on car number 20. Something happened at the start. They kind of got a little bit disjointed from the rest of the field. I don't know if there was contact into T1, but they've already started making progress and already gained a couple of positions. So I don't know again if there's been some offs. I don't really think there's been too much of contacts. I haven't taken a look at the steward sheet yet, but I will do momentarily and keep us all up to date with what the stewards are looking at.
Yep, indeed. Good to see over 50 of you watching on the live Twitch feed so far here on SGP_racing. Please feel free to follow. Please also share as much as you can. We want to hear from you. And, and Adam straight away has gone, oh no, not you. The boss is here cheering on my boys and our new driver. That's a great acquisition. I've commentated many a time on Miles Dixon. He's been absolutely rapid for Pulse Sim Sport. So sad to hear of them disbanding after so long, but a big thank you to their contribution to the sim racing community. As Tarek Adam now starting to expand that lead. We're about to complete lap number 2, and he's just put in a 1:53.9 dead, and has expanded the gap over teammate Christian Deploy to just over a second. So Aaron Di Battista in the 296 Geeks Energy Sim Racing Ferrari has made up a position on the 178 of Domingo Mateo for Hispano Racing Team. As oh no, Tomlinson gets caught up. Oh, so we're going to have a look at the replay here. So he's got New Kids Turbo behind him in the 216. That's Martin Wenzel. Wenzel keeps out of harm's way. So this is coming out of the final corner, turn 15. So long run down here, down this start-finish straight. So what's going to happen here? He's going to probably get a little bit of overspeed coming into Yokohama at T1. And then, oh, well, you can see the launch. Adam Foster going up the inside of Ensel. And maybe Tomlinson was a little bit deep into the corner, but Adam Foster, I think, is definitely going to be looked at by race control on that one.
Yeah, he's capable for that one. I mean, that's slam dunk there for me. Completely didn't judge his braking correctly. And as I said at the start, it's so easily done sometimes, especially when you're still trying to find the grip and get into your rhythm. Rhythm's really, really important. As I've been finding out driving around Kota the last couple of weeks, as I've been doing a bit of league racing out there. So yeah, rhythm's really important, and and especially at Nürburgring as well. I think it's one of those tracks where you can. It's got a nice little midsection as you come out of the Mercedes arena part, and I think it just kind of nicely flows. It's sort of, and you could argue it's the same at every racetrack about trying to carry that momentum from corner to corner, but I particularly like the second sector at Nürburgring. As we can see, there's quite a gaggle of cars here with the 546 just at the back, kind of watching what's going on. There looked like there was a little bit of contact, and over to you, Alex.
Yeah, there were about 6 scrabbling through down Advan into the Vidal Chicana. There's the 546 of Max Scheiter in 24th position behind Wrench in the number 720. So this is going to be very, very crucial, folks. It's about getting through these first 10 to 15 minutes of this race, and after that you can start building rhythm. They're pushing about 250 kilometers an hour as one of the Ferraris goes for a bit of a send up the inside of one of the Lamborghinis. That's very, very close, which is the 720. Oh, Scheiter gets the crisscross going through into the Mercedes arena. Might get the run on possibly the 993. Who's nearly up the inside of one of the Aston Martins. I think it's La France in the 43. Through out of turn 4, Scheiter to the outside. Uses a little bit of runoff area curbing to his advantage and gets through on the Aston Martin. That is now being chased down. I think that's Megan to the back. Well, the Aston had a bit of a wobble there.
Yeah, I was saying about the 20 at the back. I just saw what happened. They clipped the 224 at the start, and then were facing the opposite way and had to wait for the rest of the field to get past them, so they could get going again. So kind of brought it on themselves at the beginning of the race.
Well, Danvel 37 has just said that was a big submarine, of course, talking about the yellow and orange one, piloted by Adam Foster, that now has got coming his way, folks. I think I've just seen on the race control document, there's a 15-second time penalty coming the number 28's way. Not at all surprised. I mean, it was a Danny Ricks, and it didn't quite pay off. So very shortly, alongside the 28 and 14th position, you're going to see plus 15 on the right-hand side of the timing tower.
Indeed, and you know, as soon as you've done that, you just got to refocus, kind of push it out of your mind. Easier said than done sometimes, because you're cursing yourself, you're a little bit angry. I definitely would be cursing myself and I'd be a little bit angry with myself. But then it's also trying to refocus and trying to deal with it as best you can. You know it's going to come, and as you say, the stewards will be applying a 15-second penalty, which will go on to the first pit stop of the race. So they'll be having to sit stationary for an extra 15 seconds.
Good to have Matt Holman with us. He's tuned in to support Mr. Daniel Lindblom, Mr. Lindblom, who's part of the number 9 squad. So they're currently running, and Daniel's in the car at the moment, in the McLaren, currently running P12 at the minute. There's Domingo Mateo for the Hispano Racing Team Endurance Squad, the 178. You can't miss that number even if you tried. I think they've taken a leaf out of the playbook of Valentino Rossi and gone literally 300% bigger on the side of that McLaren, but that really does help us out quite a bit. It's nice with regards to the liveries that IRL liveries are very, very standardised in the fact that you have to have the sponsors, you have to have the number, and then Valentino, I think, got special dispensation because he was running the Team WRT, who themselves have won now north of 55 endurance championships, including quite recently, like yesterday, the 8 Hours of Bahrain, the LMP2 title in the FIA World Endurance Championship. So congrats to Vincent Voss and the team. But yeah, Di Battista, I think, might have kicked up a little bit of dust in the braking zone there going into the chicane pool.
Yeah, very easily done here, isn't it? Because it's one of the traditional tracks where it doesn't have, you know, you just mentioned Bahrain, which has got loads of runoff, tarmac runoff, and Nürburgring either has grass or sand either side of the track. So if you're pushing the limits like he was there, trying to carry as much speed as possible, you'll soon find the end of the tarmac. But yeah, you know, relatively clean, I think I'd say, for the first few laps. Alex, I know we got one penalty for the 28, but generally I think there's a couple of warnings, and majority of them I think are just a bit of door rubbing. So good to see.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think when we were commentating on the professional trophy on this very particular circuit again last year, it's quite funny how we here at Simracing.GP, we actually gave you all out on social media the opportunity to vote, and you went, well, let's go Nerbs. You know, it's. But one of the exciting things I'm looking forward to is when the DLC drops, is that it's official. The Nordschleife is coming to ACC. Holy mother of God. And especially with the fact that next year for the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife is an official part of that calendar. So not at all surprised that Kuno Simulazione and 505 Games have decided, yep, well, if SRO are bringing it in IRL, we're going to bring it to the virtual world. And that's a great little addition to what is one of the best GT3 simulators out there, in my honest opinion.
Yeah, it's going to be a great representation. I mean, you look at the other tracks in this game, they're formidable, right? They're some of the best quality tracks out there that we get to race round, and you know they're going to take that same attention to detail to the Nordschleife. And it was Nürburgring tweeted it, then they deleted it, and you're like, is it happening? Is it not happening? But there's a trailer, so it's got to be happening. And of course, it officially got confirmed yesterday. So yeah, fantastic. Obviously, it's not going to be a track for sprint racing, is it? It's got to be full on endurance, because you know how long it takes to do a lap. And by the time you've done a sprint race, I can just see there's been contact at the back of the circuit. I can see there's a 720 with the yellow flag into the final corner. I think there was a contact between them. I think it might have been a Ferrari, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it was the 111. It was the 111. Charlie Randall in that car. As we're going to see a replay of a move here. Here's Daniel Hearn on the 178 of Domingo Mateo. That was a nice clean move. Matteo tries to get the cut back through Yokohama, heading into the Mercedes arena. Daniel gets very, very close, and there was a bit of a flash of the lights. I think you're definitely right with what you said about sprint racing and the Nordschleife and not going in hand, because Johnny Ashley's already put his 2 stents in on the Twitch. Hello, Johnny. N24 Yawn, bring me Red Bull Ring and new GT4s. Okay.
Well, they also race around the Hockenheim, don't they? The SRO.
SRO, yeah, they do. As part of the Fanatec
we haven't got that yet either. So I want. That's one of my favourites. I do like the tracks in Germany. It'd be nice to have that as well, wouldn't it? But maybe call me greedy. I don't know. But yeah.
Well, in Germany, the more the merrier. If you like schnitzel, you like beer, you're good. You're golden. You're fine.
Ticking all the stereotypes there as always. But
I can do that because I'm an 8th German by descent anyway.
I know you are. Yeah.
But this is a really good battle here between Levent Ipek from Kamikli and the Boulder Racing Squad's Chase Jones and the 109. So BMW versus McLaren heading into Yokohama, and they're not that far about 0.3 of a second. So really good to see other teams getting the opportunity to get involved with this final round of the championship. Of course, we do have those prizes available. Of course, during the SGP podcast powered by Moza Racing, there will be a prize up for grabs, which will be a Moza HGP shifter worth about 140 quid plus the VAT. We've got 2 random participation prizes worth about 100 quid plus the VAT of Moza HPB handbrakes. And of course, the top 3 drivers will receive a selection of new Moza Racing products yet to be publicly released, but there has been some news being dropped like bombshells by Moza Racing in the past few weeks, Paul.
Yeah, there's a sim racing at the moment just seems to be in a bit of a high with lots of great products being announced, and I'm always kind of watching afar at the moment, especially the Moza stuff kind of intrigues me a lot, and I'm thinking, what do I do with my next upgrade? You know, like getting itchy feet a little bit, because I'm still running a base now that's probably considered old hat. You know, it's not direct drive, but it's it's decent. Yeah, some great content coming out there, and I know a few people are really excited about handbrakes and shifters at the moment, especially from Moza. Being competitive pricing wise out there as well. So I'm looking to get some bits myself like that. I don't, because I want to get a lot of guys I know doing rally at the moment. I don't feel like my rig really allows it. So you've got a nice little handbrake and a decent shifter, it will kind of bring it alive a little bit. But as we look, there's a great battle from the Angela Scott making a move into the final corner there on the Aston Martin. Got a nice little trio here, and can the Aston Martin defend from the car behind? That's the question to T1.
That's the thing with these Ferraris; they seem to be pretty capable, and that's Matt Pryor having Max Scheiter up the inside, and the 546 gets through. So the Aston Martin, within a handful of corners, has dropped 2 positions. So out of 20th position, Pryor drops down to 22nd.
Yeah, I mean, I've been driving the Lambo recently, the Euro 2, and I've got to say it is a good car to drive. It likes a slide from time to time, as I found out the other night. It spun me round, unfortunately, but the Aston, I think, is kind of it's a steady platform, but it's probably lacking the pure speed compared to some of the newer cars. I know there is a new Aston on its way to the series at some point. Whether it makes it into the game or not, I'm not quite sure. But the Ferrari and the BMW particularly are quick down the straights. They seem to leave the Lamborghini in their wake. But around the rest of the circuit, the Lambo is definitely a beast of a car, shall we say?
Yeah, Martin Wenzel closing in on Daniel Lindblom. This is New Kids Turbo versus Onid Racing heading into the chicane. As Wenzel got it all a little bit wrong there. He lost a bit of momentum managed to carry it through out of the chicane and gapped Adam Foster in the number 28 final drive sim racing.
We've had a change at the top. Parrick's got into P2. I don't know if it was if it was from an error from deploy, but they've lost Adams off at 5.5 seconds up in the lead now. So we might want to just see how that position was gained, and whether there was a mistake or whether it was just a genuine overtake move on track.
Well, when we did see Christian deploy actually in the Academy car earlier on in the season, when Genesis Esports decided to join us for the full championship, they were running both the main car and also the Academy car, and they were running Lamborghinis. So whether this is a car that they've decided to test out, because Genesis Esports are expanding, you know, they're based out of South Africa. We've got Jordan Sherritt's younger brother Cody in the main team. Jordan himself a Ferrari esports driver in his own right and has done really, really good work. So Danvel37 saying, I need a shifter.
Oh yeah, they've gone, yeah, don't we all? They made a mistake coming out of the final chicane and went onto the grass. And that's what unfortunately has lost them the position, but you know, Parrick has therefore gained an advantage. I'm sure our race director Dan will come up with the goods, and we can show everybody else exactly what happened.
Well, we've got another couple of penalties. The first one goes to the 169, trying to pass on the inside of the 969 car, and that was actually caused them to lose control and then push his pass. So it's a push to pass. Race control have given them the 15-second time penalty. Also, car 111 has also got a penalty coming their way. So the 15-second time penalties are coming through rather thick and fast. That's for SWS Motorsport for avoidable contact, and that was why the 720 Lamborghini with David Wrench behind the wheel was found to be turned the wrong way. So 3 teams will have to spend an additional 15 seconds in the pit lane before they can have their mandatory stop carried out. And the other thing that we're going to mention quite early in the show, folks, Paul, what do we sometimes see when people get tired at the end of an endurance race? Stop-go 30s for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, and also track cuts as well, but which to be fair are quite hard to do round Nerves, except for this section we're watching here. I run wide just there on the exit a lot, and because there's tarmac there on the left-hand side, so you might as well try and use it. But unlike other tracks like Kota in particular, which I mentioned anyway, track cuts there are really easy to get. So here we go. Are we going to look at the change for... No. We're looking at a replay here of the 777.
That was probably that was probably after the drama that Christian deploys. So as you said, he went off at the Vidal chicane. Then that can cause a big old problem for the number 34.
Came a lawnmower. That's what he did.
Did have Valtteri Bottas, but it wasn't in Austria. It was in Germany. So this is the replay here. So they're coming through in towards what will be turn 7, and then this is going to be heading down.
Yeah, we're looking at we want to be looking at the Ferrari. Yeah, we want to be looking at the 34 because that was what the car that made the error, and the 777 gained a position because of that. So they've started to expand a little bit of a gap as paddock at the moment. So this is the sister Academy car, the number 35 with Daniel Di Matos Preto. That was the one that's currently in 4th position because Jos Paddock got past Di Matos Preto very, very early on. So this is the moment. Oh, right. He just bumps over. And that's not the first time we've seen that on a broadcast where someone has gone off in a Ferrari at the chicane, at the Nürburgring, and he just went straight on. I think he just caught the car out completely. That Ferrari can be quite unstable in that chicane because, you can muller the curves, but I've seen it on a couple of previous broadcasts where one Ferrari was exiting stage left quite significantly, but it hasn't stopped Christian deploy for catching Jos Paddock. Now heading into the Schumacher S's, that Ferrari has got a little bit more legs than the Lamborghini in front of him. So deploy has got the headlights on and is charging down
on Mitz Racing's Just Paddock for that second position once again. They're going to go through turn 11 now, and then through the very fast right-hand sweeper where they're going to be hitting north of 145 miles an hour in 6th gear. They're going to just literally a little bit of steering input in, keep it flat chat, and Deploy is still saying to Paddock, well, you might be going after our brothers in arms up front, but we're going to give you something to think about.
Yeah, it's still a decent battle for P2. It's quite clear that Deployed's got pace at the moment. I mean, I like I say, I'll be driving the Lambo a lot, and it might be down to my driving style, but I tend to find the Lambo starts to come good towards the end of the stint for me. And so you might find that we see a repeat of that here, but every driver is different. Everybody treats the tyres slightly differently. And drive, you know, I'm not going to pretend that I'm the fastest driver out there, of course. So, but it's good that these guys are keeping each other honest. It's Harrick now 6.5 seconds back from our leader Adam. So they're nicely sort of opening a gap. Where, you know, we've seen this before, haven't we? In the previous rounds where the 33 just sort of goes off into the distance, a bit Max Verstappen-like, but they've just got to keep it clean, right? They don't want to get any track violations or any stop-go 30s as being in the pit lane, because that can very quickly undo all of your hard work.
Yep, and Christian Deploy still not giving up as they go through into turn 8 at Dunlop. So they're going to be firing their way up through the Schumacher S's. And this is going to be very, very close indeed. They're going to be pulling about 190 kilometers an hour as they come over the crest, over the hill, and then into the next left-hander, down the gearbox, into turn 11. And Deploy is still doing a very, very good job to put Just Paddock on notice here, Paul. Yeah,
and I've seen a couple of times that we've got a battle here for P14, P15 as the a little bit of contact between the two of them, the two Ferraris, Ferrari versus Ferrari, and I think Tomlinson has lost out there, unfortunately. So he'll be hoping to stay into the slipstream of the car ahead in order to try and make the move back. It's gonna not really overtaking opportunity here, but you want to try and stay as close as possible. It is noticeable when you are closer to a car, car ahead, that you just don't quite have the same level of grip. But now we're coming into on the back straight, and as you say, you sort of turn the steering wheel ever so slightly as you head towards down the final chicane. He's going to have a little look. Is he going to go later on the brakes? He is, but he's not left a lot of room, and there's a contact side by side. He got the Ferrari behind as well. I think that's the cracked car, isn't it? With that livery, it might be one of the cracked cars. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, that's the Refreshers edition, I think, for crack racing. Bring you back childhood. I mean, Niccolo Monti was he did a really, really good overtake. We're going to have a look at it here from coming out of Advan, now heading into turn 14 at the chicane. Tomlinson goes to the inside, which he's very much able to do, but then it's just like, oh, well, there's...
Yeah, 2 doesn't go to 1, really, does it? It's a hard corner to make. It's a challenging corner to make a move on. And maybe the 104, it was all the writing was on the wall that was going to happen. But at the same time, no real harm there either. We want to see good racing, and I think that was fair. It was hard but fair. There was nothing unruly about that move in per se. It's never really going to go.
Oh, Daniel Hearn's around. Daniel Hearn was leading that train. He's just got a tag. Oh, dearie me. And Aaron De Battista was right behind him. So we're going to have a look here. It's the 178 that I think might have just given Daniel Hearn a little bit of a touch into the corner. And they're going to go run down this parabolic. De Battista is behind. I think that's the 178 of Domingo Mateo. And we see it on board from De Battista. A little bit of a shuffle behind. The 178 is definitely getting looked at for that one, I think. I think he might have... well, Johnny, just calm your comments. I know we know exactly what you just meant on there.
That is unfortunate. They were going well. The only guys there in the 900. Look, that's going to be frustrating. Fortunately, it's just a little tap. It shouldn't have too much damage on board. And it's kind of, like I said earlier on, it's about just trying to refocus. Vent and then refocus and get, because they've clearly got some pace in that car. They were in the top 10. They can get back there. They've still got 5.5 hours to go.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time. We have seen where Onid Camsport have really done some great racing. Now, this is going to be an interesting one between Onid Racing and New Kids Turbo. Now, that's coming out of the final corner. Aaron Di Battista was, I think, very lucky he didn't get caught up on that incident between Matteo and Hearn going through into turn number 8. So, I mean, Geeks Energy Esports, they've done a really good job so far. Great qualifying from Dean Vella, who I've known for many a year from my days of commentating on World Pro Racing. Adam Foster now closing in on Matteo into the same corner. Keeps it a little bit further back, so good strategy there from Adam Foster. Try and get the run out of the corner, go up through turns 9 and 10 at the Schumacher S's, and they've got what was it, Donsleek, isn't it, I think, behind?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got the first name right. It was, thank you very much to Paul to actually giving me the phonetic pronunciation of it, so thank you very much, buddy, on that one.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
He's one up me this time.
I try. So Tomlinson, for that move we saw in the chicane, just been handed a 15-second penalty from the stewards. So there you go. They disagree with my opinion, so there you go.
Well, that's why we're doing this, aren't we?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, it's, like I said, I'm not disagreeing. It's not a risky move because it is, but he was. I also felt like the 986 Martin couldn't go anywhere else. He was on the edge of the track, so it's not like he didn't make the apex. But I mean, I'll have to watch it back again, and make a decision, because that's what they do, right? They go on board, they go and have a look at different angles to understand. Yeah, the 987, unfortunately for them, for a 15-second penalty.
Yeah, big thank you to Mark and Gareth behind the scenes, who are doing live stewarding. They have done for pretty much every single event of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by Simracing.GP. We do have to say a big thank you and much love to Moza Racing for their support of this championship and also of the podcast as well. It's been really great having them on board. We are now half an hour of the way through the first hour of 6. God, again,
it's gone
Paul,
quick.
I think it has gone quick, but I think that's the good thing about the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, is that it's tight, it's challenging. There's lots of action up and down the order, as all that was a bit of a mistake from Donsleek there going through turn 8, and that has meant that Daniel Hearn is closing on him rapidly. He's been absolutely mustard as Daniel behind the wheel of the Onid Camsport 900 Lamborghini. He's closing in, heading into turn 11, and he was looking to stick his nose up the inside. Wasn't far enough along, but I think he's just saying to Donsleek, just keep your eyes in your rear view mirror because I'm right behind you.
Yeah, that's not really overtaking opportunity, is it? It's kind of like, this is the problem now, right? You're Dan, you're clearly faster the car ahead, and that's what I said right at the start. It is hard to overtake around here. You have to really make the move, be in a prime position to make an overtake, and he's got a good exit here. And talking about prime opportunities, T1 is one of the best opportunities to make a move, but as you can see, the Lambo hasn't quite got the straight line speed, which I touched on earlier on against some of the other cars. So under braking and in the twisty sections, I feel like the Lamborghini comes alive when I drive it, but down the straights is you kind of like feel like you're a little bit of a sitting duck in some cases. So he's just got to sit there, make a bit of a nuisance of himself, and hope the driver ahead gets a little bit distracted by him being in his rear view. Yeah,
it's always the way. I mean, when you've got a 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10 against a very highly torquey 4 litre twin turbo V8, and they're both mid-engine, both rear-wheel drive. I mean, when the amount of times when some of my friends who don't understand sim racing or motorsport, they go, yeah, well, the Lambo's an Audi underneath, isn't it? Yeah, in some respects. Oh, no! That's not what we wanted coming out of turn 8. That was Daniel Limblon and Aaron Di Battista from Geek Sim Energy coming together out of turn 8 at Dunlop. Oh my goodness me, the hits they keep on coming here, Paul.
Yes, indeed. That's not what we want to see at all. It's we're going to go to a replay. So McLaren versus Ferrari. The McLaren sticking on the outside, the Ferrari on the inside as they come, and as they come out of the corner, that was totally avoidable by the McLaren there. I don't really. That's look. I mean, to be fair though, the other day I went into T1 at Kota and I was able to get on the accelerator earlier than the car ahead, and being the chasing car, it's my fault at the end of the day. But it's also tricky to you don't always know what the other car is going to do, and I would have expected that car to be already accelerated because I was accelerating, right? But he had gone slightly deeper into the corner than I had, so different lines, and as we can see, the only car, Daniel Hearn, making the move into T1. Oh, there's contact. What the hell happened there?
I mean, that is... I'm just like looking at this and I'm going, okay, there are people here trying to get points. Understandable. There are people here who are trying to have a really, really good race. And I'll be honest...
Plenty of room. Why is he flashing? There was plenty of room.
I'll be honest with you. I think it was Donsleek that decided to try and turn into the Mercedes-AMG arena, and Daniel did the perfect move. He was like literally millimetre perfect. But here we have the battle for P5, and there's 3 contestants in this. You've got Martin Hoyer in the 502 for Fusion Racing, Kamikli's Levin Ipek, and then Chase Jones in the number 105, the 109 car. That's the Baller Squad racing car. Chase Jones has really been a bit of a revelation in this opening 35 minutes here, Paul.
Yeah, you can kind of when everything else is going off and there's action all around the track, you can kind of go a little bit unnoticed, can't you? And if you keep your nose clean as well and just keep it on the black stuff, you can make some good progress without really trying sometimes, because everyone else is battling away, and often when that's the case, sometimes mistakes can slip in. So making really solid progress.
Yeah, so coming up to the 35-minute mark completed. Levin Ipek trying to close in on Martin Hoyer, who's got better traction coming out of Yokohama and heading into the Mercedes-AMG arena. But Chase Jones looking to gain another position on the sole BMW that has been fighting for Munich's pride and honour at this circuit in the Eifel region of Germany. Chase Jones, will he get a good run? Coming out of turn 4. Yes, he looks to have got that, and the torque of that 4-litre twin-turbo V8 in that McLaren might really give the opportunity for Jones to send it up the inside of Ipek, but it might be towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, I think just the BMW's just got really good straight line speed, but then so the McLaren is also a very, very handy car. Not that I've driven it too much myself, and I haven't driven the BMW a great deal either, but McLaren, BMW. So, sorry, Lamborghini, BMW, McLaren, of course. The 109 there, Chase Jones, as you say, trying to put the BMW under pressure. The single BMW this round as well, Alex, I've noted. So, the only team to go with it. Teams can swap cars from round to round, but you get sort of extra points if you don't. So quite a nice little initiative for the championship to stick with what you know.
Yeah, Christian Deploy.
We're going to see an overtake here, or a mistake maybe.
Could be a mistake, because Christian Deploy has dropped behind the sister Academy car. So this is going to be going into the chicane. Is this going to be a repeat of earlier? Yes, it is. Exactly the same. Oh, that's twice now.
Yeah.
That is so. And then
that's a questionable re-entry for me as well. I don't know if the stewards will look a lot like that, to be honest. I don't think they're going to like that one. But it's against, it is against one of their own sister cars. So they might be having words with their academy team for that.
Yeah, it's sometimes when What is the cardinal sin in racing, folks? Don't take out your teammate.
Yes.
Or don't give your team manager a reason to have kittens and bite his or her fingernails down to the quick. That is very much the case. But folks, we're going to go to a brief ad break here at the final round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship. We'll be back after these messages. The action continues here for the sixth and final round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by Simracing.GP. You join myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Paul Glover. We're in for the long shift here at the Eifel region of Germany. And Paul, again, race controllers had a very, very busy time so far, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. I can see there some penalties incoming for car. Well, a penalty, sorry, incoming for car number 9 for 15 seconds. They for the spinning the 296. So I think that is that the Ferrari we saw spinning.
Yeah,
didn't we? Yeah, that is. Yeah, and there's also a warning going to be given out by the stewards to 224 for pushes the number 666 off track on entry. So any more of that, and the stewards will be slapping them with a penalty.
yeah. I mean, the next thing that we've got to talk about is obviously you can be behind the wheel for 65 minutes for that's your stint time as per the regulations of this championship. But we have seen it before, Paul, where between 3 drivers, you know, sometimes they'll double stack the drivers, so someone will go out and do 2 stints on the trot at the moment. As we can see, that is the current leaderboard. So it is the 33 of Genesis Esports that leads the way ahead of MITS Racing. Then it is Genesis Esports Academy Red ahead of Blue. Then we've got Martin Hoyer for Fusion Racing running at the top 5. Kamikli in the 224 as 6th with the 109 of Baller Squad Racing's Chase Jones doing very, very well in the McLaren ahead of Martin Wenzel from New Kids Turbo. The 178 of Hispano Racing Team's Domingo Mateo and Daniel Hearn from Only Cam Sport, now having recovered to round at the top 10. Adam Foster, Alexander Donsleek, Daniel Lindblom from Onid Racing, and then we've got the likes of Alan Di Battista for Geeks Energy, Martin Tomlinson for Breaking Point Racing rounding out the top 15. Top 20 completed by the 169 of Cracked Racing, the refresher edition McLaren, as I'm going to call it from now on. Antonio Crescenzo for the 969 Blue Team. Aston Martin are currently 17th ahead of Orin Meggins in the number 20 Lamborghini for Infelix Racing. And Angela Scott for the 993 Flying Hellfish Ferrari rounds out the top 20. But those penalties are mounting up because we are going to have 5 teams with a 15-second time penalty. Well, actually, the number 9, that has been converted into a warning, not a 15-second time penalty. So 4 teams already have copped a 15-second time penalty. So 224 gets a warning. That's Kamikli. And then the number 9 of Onid Racing also gets a warning. I think it was the slightest of touches. If it was like I don't think it was intentional from Daniel Lindblom there, if I'm completely honest, having looked back at the footage, Paul.
No, I don't think so. So either, and it, you know, like we all make mistakes. If one was applying the throttle early, the other, you know, because the car making the move had a tighter line, right? So if you're taking the ideal racing line, you're going to be able to get on the throttle sooner than the other car. And I guess you could argue that you should potentially compensate for that or think about it, but you know, we can only do so much, can't we? Sometimes our brains. So, like I say, I accelerated earlier than someone the other day in a race, and you know, and regrettably spun them round. But it also taught me a lesson to remember that sometimes when you're following another car or you're battling hard with another car, that coming, you know, I did another race on Friday evening on SGP, and I was battling with a car for quite a number of laps before I spun myself. But I was having to come off the throttle a little bit earlier and just brake that a little bit earlier because I'm in the slipstream of the other car. So you sort of have to make adjustments. The 446 has got a yellow flag, is also now moving slowly. I can see the race leader is on them as well. So they've just been lapped by the 33. They're still out there causing
that's the 446 of Flat Out Racing with Michael Cook behind the wheel. So
they just got it's like they've got moving now. Yeah, they are moving now. So
he's just lost it and tagged the front end of the McLaren into the barriers off of the left hand side of the entry into turn 7. That's not I mean, like, literally carried a little bit too much speed into there. And then all of a sudden, that was all she wrote. The car was off onto the grass, and then spun, and then bang, straight into the barriers. So there is going to be some repair time.
Yeah.
And in about 17 minutes, folks, we're going to get the first set of pit stops happening here on round 6 of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship here at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. So, I mean, that's something that can quite easily be done at turn 6. You just carry too much momentum through the corner. Because now we ride on board with Daniel Limblom from Onid Racing, closing in on Alexander Donsleek in the 542, which is Next Level Play Racing, one of 9 McLarens on this grid. And I thought someone was on the side of the road. Sorry, it was a Fanatec GT World Challenge board on the side of the track. I nearly had a fright there.
I'm just looking. I know, going back to the Onid 900 who got spun a couple of laps ago. They're still doing well. They're still up 3 places from their qualifying position. So if they're looking for a ray of sunshine, to kind of forget what's happened, then I think that's that. I can see that the 546 currently being driven by Max Schneider. Up 9 positions from the start, and then you've got in P20 the 993 of Angela Scott in the Ferrari, also up 8 positions. Or there's Holder's caused the yellow flag, the 169. The cracked car is off the track, I think, in the final chicane. Yep. I wonder if they've done the whole get a little bit greedy with the curb, as we've seen the
34,
Academy.
The 34 car from Genesis.
Here we go.
Academy.
Yeah,
right, through Advan now, and
there's a car. Well, there's a car behind them, so maybe there's contact, but we'll see.
The Lambo's gone for it. The Lambo's gone for it and turned him around. That's an investigation straight away. That's slam dunk investigation.
Slam dunk. Michael Jordan's got up to the hoop. Slam. That's a 15-second coming your way for that car. So Holder then. Now down in P23, unfortunately for them. But they've also got their own 15-second penalty that they have to serve in their first pit stop.
Yes, indeed. That was actually the number 20 of Infelix Racing that caused that incident. Orin Meggans will probably feel the wrath incoming. The fire and brimstone, that is, of race control.
Yeah, well, they're the car that spun right at the start of the race. So they've done well to get back up that far. I know, in sort of 45 minutes-ish of the race, because they went into the back of the 224 BMW of IPEC right at the start, and then were facing the wrong way. And they've done well to make their progress back, to be fair to them. But yeah, that move wasn't on. No way.
Yeah, no, that was definitely not cricket at all, and that's put James Holder in the Cracked Racing McLaren all the way down to 23rd position. He's behind Matt Pryor in the number 27 Wyvern Racing Aston Martin, and Chukwura in the number 14 Vitesse Racing McLaren just up ahead of them. So this is a squabble over 21st position. And James, just be a bit careful going through turn 12 there, but he's going to really start lining it up. Going through. Right, so we've got a pit stop. That's the 446 that's just gone in. Flat Out Racing's Michael Cook has gone into the pit lane after, I think that was the one that we saw a little bit earlier on, clash with the barriers.
The 666 has also been in. And I can also, we must have missed this, but the 720 of David Wrench was also in the pits 10 laps ago. So we've missed that one. So,
Well, you want to know what else I've spotted?
oh, go
There
on.
is rain threatening within the next 10 to 30 minutes, Paul Glover.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Yes. Yes.
Well, I mean, the thing is that...
James, be careful, Mr. Holder. Please, please, please. Look, that was putting his nose in maybe where it shouldn't be on the Aston. And the Aston, like I touched on, it's an old car now. It's not. It hasn't got the pace of the others out there. It's good to see the Aston because I'm a big fan of it. I've raced it for many laps, and it's if anybody that wants to get into ACC, it's a good solid car to start with.
Yeah.
Because it won't, it doesn't kill you as much as some of the others, in my opinion. So, but yeah, James has just got. Can I imagine he'll be frustrated by that contact, as anyone would, and he's getting ever so close. And you've got the McLaren, and the Aston's going to try and make a move on the McLaren, Alex.
Yeah.
Even if it's difficult, I think.
No!
No!
The Schumacher S. I'm sorry, that was not on, James Holder. I'm sorry.
What are you? No.
Paul, just reel it back in there. I just thought that was a send and a half. And there's the rain. Rain's come earlier than predicted. There we go, folks. And
Mr. Holder.
Right, okay, so this is coming out of turn 8. Gets a good run.
He does.
But should have waited. Maybe have lifted off the throttle at that point. And there's the contact. Right front to the left door.
He still had tarmac on the left as well. He still had tarmac to kind of be on the curb and give the Aston a bit more room. But again, that moves. I think that's probably down to the frustration of what happened to him previously. But it's so easy when you're commentating to say, "Oh, keep a cool head," but when you're the one that's just been tagged around and you've been spun, and I know what I'd be like. I'd be absolutely fuming, and that's why I keep saying. One of the things that I was saying to somebody the other day is that Ipek has a bit of a wobble with the changing conditions. Yeah,
that's not the first time he had a bit of a tank slapper coming out of turn 8. Right. Pit stop activity already starting. Nicolas Lafrance for the 43 FTA Alcatraz race. They're all going to start flooding in. So there's the 777.
I see what you did there. Flooding in, very good. Yes.
But some are chancing it around for another. Levent Ipek, if you end up spinning that car, you've only got yourself to blame on that one.
And it's going to get harder in 10 minutes as well, Alex.
Yeah. The thing is, as there comes one of the other McLarens into the pit lane. That's the 109, Chase Jones bringing it in from 7th. So this is now the battle for 5th place.
Well, the race leader stayed out. So has P2. Parek's got in. And so has Chase Jones.
Yeah. I think maybe if they've still got the heat in those tyres, they might chance it, but Levent Ipek has got to be very, very careful. Foster comes in. He's going to serve that 15-second time penalty before they can start working and change that car onto wet tyres.
169 is round. There's a yellow flag.
Oh no, that's James Holder again.
Holder. Yeah, unfortunately for them, their race is going from bad to worse at the moment. They.
Oh, that's heading to the chicane. I don't think this is going to be pretty. Oh no, this is going through that's actually turn 11, and he loses the back whilst applying the throttle. Oh, and he nearly comes into contact with the Ferrari that went up the inside of him. They're all starting to flood in. The 720 is now in the pit lane. Hasta la vista in the Lamborghini Huracan. And there is another one of the 8 Ferraris on the grid. They're going to start filtering in briefly, but also what they've got to work. Oh, Levent Ipek, you were so lucky at that point coming out of turn 11. Ran a little bit wide onto the wet curbing.
Lay off the curbs.
Yeah, those curbs are getting slick and not too compliant, let's say. But there's a lot of activity happening in the pit lane. So Just Parek pitting at just around the 50-minute mark. Oh, Levent Ipek, that's a cut track for him. And now the floodgates are opening. Looks like the race leaders are in. Everyone's starting to come in.
Race leader stayed out.
Tarek Adam?
Yeah, he's still out. Yeah, Preto is currently in P2, deploy in the pits at the moment. But Martin Hoyer has stayed out, Ipek stayed out, and so has Wenzel. And Dan Hearn, so he's now up into P7 in the 900 only car. I mean, the track is still damp at the moment, so it's not raining that heavy. So actually, they might be getting away with it, but you want to stay away from those curbs because that's going to punish you. And I think that's what happened, unfortunately, to Mr. Holder. Is that he came, he ran wide, touched the curb, and unfortunately they are going to be a little bit like ice in these tricky conditions. The rain is going to get harder in about 10 minutes, and then it's going to, be a little bit easier in about 30 minutes. So we've got a decent amount of rain. The thing is, for a lot of the teams, maybe they're trying to get closer to that pit window as well, because some of the cars came in with with 50 minutes of the race gone, 50 minutes. So maybe they're just thinking, you know what, we want to try and stay aligned to the 65 minutes as best that we can, which might be one of the thoughts around the strategies that we're seeing, Alex.
Well, what _ smell in Twitch has just said, Slicks is the way. Do you want to go and find out, buddy? So you won't have the vote of confidence from the likes of James Holder.
James Holder is living life on the edge, and I don't know if the stewards are listening to this, but his entry into the pits might be punishable. Unfortunately for him, they do watch these things. So whether they're actually watching the pit exit and the pit entry, I think he might have gone past a point where he should enter the pits. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if the stewards pick up on it.
Yeah, Real Tim Bob goes, yo, find rain, find Johnny. Well put. But the track temperature was around about 27 degrees when we started this race, nearly 55 minutes ago. And the leader now in the pit lane, Hoyer's in the pit lane. That means for the first time this season, Kamikli is leading. Yeah,
but Ipek's staying out as well. So and keeping around. So Kamikli are already struggling into T1 there, as we're looking at the race. What was the race leader is now into the pit. So this is either crazy or absolute genius from Ipek. I can't decide yet. We'll let you know at the end of the race what we think.
Yeah, well, Luke Addison now has taken over from Tarek Adam in the number 33 Genesis Esports, so that'll have a fresh set of wet boots on it. But also, folks, if you might remember back at Spa-Francorchamps, Luke Addison, as the track was evolving into a dry circuit at Spa, picked up both rear punctures, and that cost them the potential clean sweep of this championship for all 6 victories in this season. So they've got to be very, very careful, because look, the weather's going to change again in about half an hour's time here. We're going to have rain, and then it's going to go cloudy again. So what probably might be the best option is to get Luke to push as hard as he can. For
sorry to cut across you. The 969's currently got a yellow flag in the bottom hairpin. I don't know. They're now moving again. Sorry. Here we go. We've got a replay of that. They're going to lose it on their own. I think they are. They're going to, as they come out and touch the no. Oh, we're not. Oh, we're not there yet, are we? On the replay.
No.
Here we go.
Well, hairpin's coming up now.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I was like, oh. Okay, the 104.
That was Nicola Monti again.
Yeah.
Monti's been in 2 different incidents today.
Yes, already. Yeah. Oh well. Oh, there's a Ferrari becoming a lawnmower.
That was Breaking Point Racing not finding the breaking point on that one.
Carries on.
He did. He did the Bottas again.
Ipek's carrying on. What? Oh, there was contact between the 2 of them as well. Is that because the Ferrari's got wets on, do we think? Has got a bit more grip? The 987?
I'm going to have a look at the...
987. Yes, they've been in. So, Martin Tomlinson...
Well, obviously those tyres have not worked out.
Not really up to... Yeah. That would explain what was happening there. I'm really surprised that they're hanging it out. I can see the cracked car is off the track again in the final corner. I can just see the 446 was also caused a yellow flag. We've got a new driver in the cracked racing car as well, Pranav Kalevala. I'm not sure how you pronounce that one.
Oh,
I have to look
Pranav
that up.
Kalevala, yep.
Kalevala, yeah, in the car now as well for the cracked team. So they've had a change of driver.
Oh, done exactly the same as James Holder. Lost it out of turn 11, and the left rear clatters the barriers.
Oh, yeah, gonna have a. These tricky conditions are really going to test some of the driver limits. I love these conditions, Alex, when I'm driving. I love it. I'm all for it. I love these kind of like changeable conditions. I know that some people don't, but I live for them. I live for it. And Ben Brown now in the 900 owning car. Yeah.
And he's closing in on Andy Thorpe.
Yeah, P11 at the moment.
Johnny's about to have kittens right about now.
Yes. Let's keep it clean into T1.
Careful, Ben. Oh, snake under braking he did, but he's going to get the move up the inside.
Yes.
Nice exchange, boys. Well done. Well played.
Yeah. Brilliant move up into the top 10 now for them. Where were they when they got up to P8, didn't they? When they got spun around, didn't they?
Yeah, before Daniel Hearn got spun around, he was P8. They started, I think it was 11th or 13th.
They got decent pace. They got decent pace. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have a look at the lap times at the moment. So if we have a look at Luke Addison's so I'm going to have a look and see what he does when he comes around, and I'm going to compare to.
Oh, this is Tomlinson, the braking point.
So on the wet tyres, Addison's doing a 202. Last time around, Ipek did a 208.
Well, the thing is, Ipek is about 6 minutes away from hitting the max stint time of 65 minutes. So
yeah, they're losing time hand over fist. I get they probably they're looking at the stint timer, which I get to a degree, but you're losing so much time doing this that I think you're going to lose positions. You're not going to make any gains at this point.
I think probably what the strategy could be from Chemically. Oh, yellow flags are out again. Who is it for this?
The 9. Looks like it's the 9.
Andy Thorpe has got Geeks Energy right up the rear. This is coming through in toward. Now, what's going to happen with Andy on this particular occasion? Hits the curve. This is through the Schumacher S's. Look at the closing speed of the Ferrari, who looks to the outside. 2 wheels on the grass. Oh, tags into the back of Andy Thorpe there. That was not necessary, I think. The Ferrari could have held back a little bit, and Andy's gone for a little bit of a 270 there.
I don't think he kept the brakes on there either, because he rolled backwards across the track, so the stewards will not look kindly towards that either. You know, if you're in a spin like that, and to be again, like with my recent, because I've been out, not really been racing too much. It's kind of like I've been pretty bad at that as well. It's like applying the brake, but it's really important that as soon as you lose control, you apply the brake. So if you do go into a barrier or anything like that, you don't come straight back onto the track. Sometimes it's going to happen anyway, depending on the speed and the level of the impact. But at least you make. Is that the same Ferrari again?
That is the 104 again. Michel Kardasek.
Okay. They're getting a bit of reputation, the 104. I think the stewards might be having a word with that team if they're not careful.
Yeats Missile is what I'm going to nickname them now. But they have been. But there is the 777, just Paddock behind the wheel. I think Ipek really needs to come in now, because look at how wayward that car was going through Yokohama and into the Mercedes-AMG arena. Now, Roshi has been saying, really would love to see on board with Ipek. You know what? Let's see if we can get on board from the cockpit side of the 224, because this might be the last tour around this circuit whilst Levent Ipek is actually on dry tyres.
Addison's only 8.5 seconds back now.
Yeah, and there you go, Roshi, there you go. Sorted.
Yeah.
On board, and you're just going to see, look at the steering correction, having to deal with opposite lock coming out of corners whilst putting the traction down. Yeah. And he's just gone through turn 7. So is Luke Addison. That gap is probably going to be less than about 6 seconds, I think. But you can see here from the behind the visor here on Levent Ipek. Look at the amount of opposite lock coming out of turn 8, and he's still giving it the berries. He's having to slow it down quite significantly through into the Schumacher S's, and he's got
The
a pit
gap's now
this lap.
5.9. It's under 6 seconds now. He's lost 2.5 seconds since we've gone on board. It's just, I just don't understand. I just don't understand. I just understand why you haven't come in. Like, come in. Anyway.
I think there could be, as I was going to allude to earlier before we were talking about different subjects, I think the thing is that they're going to try and minimise the amount of time on the wet tyres and then come back out and change onto dries. Which
might be right.
Might actually help them in the meantime, but they've got a Ferrari right behind them, which is braking point. Please tell me he's going to go in. Well, that outside Levent Ipek, you just timed it about right to get into the pit lane, and now it's going to be the 33 of Genesis Esports with Luke Addison behind the wheel of the Lamborghini that now will retake the lead going on to lap 33.
Yeah, like I say, last time around they were doing 209s, 208s. They did manage a 206 at one point, but you've then got the likes of Luke Addison doing 202s, that much faster. It's just the advantage that you had has just been completely obliterated. Now that's not to say that they're not going to come out in a decent position when all of this shakes out, but the grid's all relatively close together as things stand as well at the moment. So we'll see. But you're right. You know, it might be they want to try and spend less time as possible on the. But then the weather's going to dictate when you come in anyway. Surely, right? So if because the track temperature has dropped, which you've rightly noted. So with the how quickly is it going to dry up? Is it going to go from wet to damp to dry? I don't know. I don't know if okay, so we're being told that they've stayed on dries.
That's the Jensen Button trick right there. If Ipek now is Ipek still behind the wheel? That is the key point here. If he is,
I think he might be. Yes.
Well, he's going to have to weather the storm because they are going to drop down the order. But you look at the flip side of that coin.
He's
in front of him as somebody's just spun in front of Ipek.
Oh no, Vulcan's in the car now. Sorry, look, it's just updated.
So Vulcan Isacek has just so maybe the fact that they've decided, okay, we're going to try and just tough it out. So which car was that just went spinning? I didn't quite make out the number. I couldn't see the side of it.
There isn't a number. It's one of the. Well, we know it's a McLaren.
Oh, it's Justin Novak in the number 14 that's gone around, right in front of Isacek for Kimikli on that one, and that was the Vitesse racing car that we saw earlier on being piloted by, I'm trying to remember the name now. It was Camto Chukwure, so they've got Robbie Rigby. That's a more traditional sounding name for our tone, our voices here. Isacek nearly gets bumped from behind courtesy of Garcia from the 178.
Yeah, he ran wide before that, which kind of unsettled him a little bit, so he had to come out of it, which put the McLaren right on the back of him. So I don't think there's really much the 178 could do there, to be honest with you.
Well, the thing is the track is still damp, so probably Kimikli have decided to chance it. They've rolled the dice, nearly got caught out. We've just seen Velez go into the pits, so Fusion have gone in. So Luis Velez behind the wheel of the 502 as replacing, I think in the 109, Chase Jones is now Nathan Smith-Adams, who's taken that car. But still, they've got Rainer Lauper from New Kids Turbo closing in on them as Volkan Isacek for Kimikli. I have to say, this is a brave 3,000 IQ strap that Kimikli is trying to pull it away.
Yeah, whether it's the strategy that's going to win them the event or gain positions, I'm not. I mean, Lauper's doing 203s at the moment, right? And last time around, Vulcan, I think probably because of the pit stop, did a 308. So we'll get a proper time at the end of this lap. But I just, the pace isn't going to be there on these tyres. But I think they're probably playing, to your point, playing the long game. Whether that turns out to be the IQ 3000 move, time will tell. We won't know yet.
Right, okay, Spyrite_TV. Can we win the Moza shifter? That will be up for grabs during the final edition of the Simracing.GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. So we'll have our guest, one of the main people behind Genesis Esports, Gareth Hawkins, joining Paul and myself. I think it will be around about sort of 5:35 p.m. UK time. So we're going to be covering quite a bit of the race up until that point, but we've also got Mr. Beakhouse closing in on Andy Thorpe, who's still trying to keep the McLaren from Onid Racing on the black stuff, despite the best efforts of everyone else trying to yeet it around, as we saw a little bit earlier on. That's the second time I've said yeet in this broadcast, and we haven't even hit an hour and a half yet.
Yeah, so I'm just looking. I like to go up the leaderboard every so often to have a look, and the 546, which is currently being driven by Yeo in P14's up 13 positions, and Scott, who remains at the 993, is also up 13 positions. So they're coming in 14th, 15th, but we see Ben Brown there making a move on the 224. Solid, back up into P8 where they were before they got spun. That's a decent comeback. Now can they catch up with the McLaren of Lauper ahead?
Who's about 4.2 seconds up the road, but that depends on how significant the performance is of that 900 owner Cam Sport Lamborghini. Chronicle is saying, my teammate is struggling right now. I can confirm, following on from the comment from Real Tim Bob saying lots of corrections from everyone. Bet they will be shattered after this stint. Looks like hard work. You're 100% correct that it is going to be hard work on that front. So Spyrite TV, as I said earlier on, you can win the Moza shifter. You've got to wait for the Simracing.GP podcast episode 6, where we'll give you the opportunity to be a winner of the shifter, which will be worth about 140 quid plus the VAT.
Indeed. So you've got to enter the competition to be with a chance to win. And as we currently look at the 28 Team FD SR Moza Challenge. Nice little simple black and orange or livery there as we're chasing down Mr. Thorpe in the number 9. And still the track conditions is damp. So here we got Emery Mayer there making a move. They've lost 2 positions according to what I've got in front of me overall for the race. But
yeah, they started on the outside of the front row. For those wondering how you can win the shifter, just before the podcast starts, you'll be asked to enter the hashtag MREC once we open up the opportunity for a random viewer to win the HGP shifter, which seems to be very much a firm favourite because we've already had 5 winners of that so far this season, Paul.
Yeah, it's some great prizes are been up for grabs, and a little bit jealous of the winners, to be honest with you. But yeah, of all the things that I'm after, like I said, I'd like a shifter or a handbrake. So if Moza want to send me some gear, I'd take it out of their palms. but yeah, no, it's great prizes up, and like I say, like you said, during the podcast, people can enter and be within a chance to win some fantastic prizes. Right, the 542's in the pits. 542's just entered the pits.
Oh, okay, that's a bit well, because the track is still damp at the moment. The track temperature has dropped ever so slightly. Oh, careful. Christian Venter and Henry Mayer getting very close in towards Advan. That's at turn 13. They're going to be north of 180 kilometres an hour into the braking zone for the chicane. Henry's got to back out of this, not try and make a mistake and then cause a problem. We did see earlier on that Christian Deploy was having dramas going through that chicane. The car exited stage left twice. Oh, he gets so close to the back bumper coming out of the final corner. But Mayer on Venter, it very much is game on between the 2 teammates of the 2 academy cars. They've got to be very, very careful heading down here into Yokohama here, Paul. Yeah,
Lambo takes inside line, just sort of cover off that opportunity for the Ferrari to make an attack. And now you're kind of like, there's not really an opportunity unless somebody outbrakes themselves, as the Lambo has a little bit of a wobble applying the power. You want to kind of shift down to second or first here, kind of hug the inside and then try and make the right hander as short as possible. use some of the exit, but like I say, if you run a little bit too wide, you can get a track cut at that point there, which I've done many times myself. Now into the left-hander and then straight into the right, probably third gear at this point, and then down now the hill towards their hairpin, putting each other under great pressure, but not taking any risks, which is what I like to see. Oh, the Lambo's gone deep, and that leaves the door open for the Ferrari on the inside, but the Lambo's got excellent traction coming out of there, unless Henry backed off and thought, you know what, it's not worth trying to go side by side up into the Schumacher S's.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you've got a 3-litre twin-turbo V6 versus a 5.2-litre naturally aspirated V10. So, in wet conditions...
666 has just had a yellow flag. The Porsche currently being driven by Pichak. It's underway now, but they just had a moment somewhere out on track. I think it's through the Schumacher S's. I think they had a moment.
Oh, dear me. Oh! And that's another brightly coloured car. You can't exactly miss that, can you?
No, you can't indeed. No.
Yeah, it's the only one of the it's the only one of the boxer engine cars that we've actually got on the grid. So one BMW, one Porsche, 3 Aston Martins, and everything else is either McLaren, Lamborghini or Ferrari. But still, this battle between Venter and Maya, this might be a good idea just to call a little bit of strategy. I'm sure that Gareth is going to just say to the teams, just calm down.
Yeah, what is it? I mean, it's a good thing we could discuss with him during the podcast, isn't it? Around about, you know, are there team orders? What do you tell the team? It'd be like trying to talk to Christian Horner and about Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez. So, I mean, obviously it's virtual, it's same, but it's also different, right? We're not talking potentially writing off £30 million or maybe even more of equipment if the two come together. I was just about to draw our attention. Yes.
Oh my goodness, hold the phone here. This is the Flying Hellfish 993 Ferrari trying to go up against the number 28 Final Drive Sim Racing McLaren. Now, they have had a really good resurgence of Flying Fish.
Oh, there's the P14s off the track into the final corner. I think they had a moment in the chicane. Now they're side by side, I think, with the number 20 Lamborghini. They're just slightly ahead of these two out on track. So they're battling as they go down to T1 as we look. Here we go, side by side. Slightly behind them, aren't they? Even So,
Angela Scott's made that move. Yeo gets.
Oh, there's gonna be contact, isn't there? Yeah, there is. I saw that coming a mile off. Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. Onid gets everywhere. Angela is an Onid admin, says Johnny Ashley. God, you've got people everywhere, Johnny. It's never safe in the sim race.
He's got his fingers in many pies, I think.
I was not trying to say that. I'm glad you did.
Yeah, look, so the 20's on the inside there. And it kind of doesn't really leave them. Should they have left them room? I don't really know how. Should they have left them room there? What's your thoughts?
Well, I think if the car is actually in front,
as the 20 gets a 15-second penalty, but I think that's for another bit of contact.
That was for rear-ending into the 993 a little bit earlier on, and that was funny.
No, the 169. That was the 169. Looks like there's a 15-second penalty. Or 20 tries to pass very late inside the 169 and they collide, resulting in 169 spinning.
And the 169 also gets a penalty now.
Yes, for tagging the 27.
Yeah.
And I can see that the 104 is about to get which we saw, didn't we? The 104, the Ferrari. They get a 15-second penalty for tagging the 969. The 178 is about to get a penalty for hitting the Onid 900 car, but they protested that, so that decision will wait. And it looks like 20 is also protesting a penalty for hitting the 993. They've been busy today. And then the 969. Oh, yeah, it's the Onid car there, just riding the curb a little bit. And then the 969 has also got a 15-second penalty incoming as well for hitting the 104. There we go. Brought you up to date.
Yeah, so Big thanks to Gareth and Mark, and also to Dan behind the scenes. Angela's still on the warpath. She's going side by side with Andy Thorpe through into the Mercedes arena. This is the battle for P11. They've got Isocek just in front.
Angela's got the inside line. That's going to be an advantage, though, isn't it? And then there's the 224. Look at that. Brilliant move.
This could be top 10. Now, where did Flying Hellfish actually start the 993 car?
I will have a little look for you, sir. Oh, there's yellow flags behind. There's yellow flags behind. Sorry, the 28 and the 29, so that's Thorpe. Thorpe has been off, and so has the 28 McLaren going slowly at the moment. So we might get a replay of what's happened here. We are. Is this it? Yeah, they're behind, aren't they? So they've had contact. So 28 got into the 9.
Oh no, he lost it.
Oh, he lost.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, and Andy tried to accelerate out of the corner and lost the back end. And Beak House was into the side of him, so got collected as a direct relation. Johnny Ashley says we are inevitable now, and then Real Tim Bob's has gone just like the Borg. It's either the Borg or maybe Johnny Ashley is actually Agent Smith from the Matrix.
Oh, we got a slow-moving McLaren.
That's the on the again. Justin Novak from Vitesse Racing again.
Yeah, I did see a yellow flag come up on the on my live timing ever so briefly. Right, so the 224 now find themselves down in P11. They're doing anywhere from a 208, they've done a couple of 206s, they've done 207 and they're a 209. So as where the likes of, if we have a look at Angela Scott, she's been doing 203s, 202s. I mean, you're losing a lot of time.
Yeah, that's 5 seconds. If you're doing 208s, Isocek has just done a 207.1. The best lap from 54.9.
Yeah.
So we're not really at that crossover point because the rain is still falling. Due to go in about 10 minutes. The track is
still damp though, isn't it? Which is surprising with the amount of rain there has been.
I think, it's that strategy, isn't it, Paul? It's like I was saying earlier, that when Isocek went down, our broadcast director, big shout out to Daniel Hyde at Kadam Computers for broadcasting all the way through the season. He said they've gone on slicks, which, first of all, I think gave us both alarm bells.
Yes.
And then I looked at it and I thought, well, hang on a second. If there's only going to be rain for half an hour, Isocek's been in that car now for. He's only been in there for about 20. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the moment. Has only been in the car for 16 minutes. So Levin Ipek was out in the car for nearly 63 minutes out of 65. So if they pull this strategy off, as soon as the track starts going from damp to greasy, then to dry, then to optimum, you can bet your bottom dollar that everyone else is going to have to pit, whereas Kamikli will be surging their way through the field.
True, there is that. There is the thinking ahead, but then I guess it's kind of getting that balance right, isn't it? Of because you're not on the right tyre. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's contact between P15 and P14, I think, round the back of the circuit. The 446 you can see has caused the yellow flag. I just so happen to have it on my other screen, so we'll get a replay of that. I didn't really see what happened. That's
Pranav Kalevala, and that is a Lamborghini. Don't tell me that's the 20 again. And this is going in. That is the 20. Through into turn 11. They're going to be wheel to wheel coming into turn 12.
The 446 comes across them. Yeah.
That's the second time that car's been into the barriers at the same point on the circuit.
Oh, is it? We got Yan Yeo there in the 546.
That's one of the three. So we've got Flying Hellfish, Flying Hellfish 2, and the movie edition, Flying Hellfish, Masters at Work. Now, where is the 401 at the minute? Currently with Jamie Hunt behind the wheel, they're 22nd overall.
Yeah.
But yeah, Flying Hellfish seem to have done a really good job, obviously, with Angela Scott and also now Yan Yeo in the 546. So, Kamikli, I think, are just trying to tough this out because once that rain stops, the track will come to them. So yellow flags out again. Oh no! Don't tell me the two academy cars from Genesis Esports have come together.
The 446 is the one. The car currently showing a yellow flag, but they're moving again. Have they had a coming together? No, I don't think they have. I think maybe they took avoiding action, but here we are with the replay.
Yep, so this is heading into turn one. Oh, Henry Mayer just locks up, goes deep into the Yokohama and nearly hits the back of Christian Venter on that particular occasion. So very, very close indeed. I think Henry was having a bit of a Code Brown moment when he realised, hang on, this car ain't slowing down. Ah, right, left.
Where, yeah, the underwear might be slightly brown after that. And yeah, I was hoping, I thought Ben Brown was catching Vela in P8. They were up to P8 again, weren't they, at one point? So maybe something happened there. They now find themselves back down in P9. Yeah, I wonder we've missed something that's happened there to the Oni car. But
I'm gonna have a look at. I'm gonna have a look at the sector times actually. Well,
There's
Dean
nothing-
Vella last time was actually a second quicker than Ben Brown, so he's half a second quicker in the first sector. So I think it might be based on pace.
Angela Scott's quicker than Ben Brown currently as well, but there is quite a gap of around about 15 seconds as the 104 is into the pits.
Drive-through.
With a drive-through.
Track limits. First one of the day, folks.
No, there was one. There was one earlier on that did pop up, and I forgot to comment on. It was way down the order, so I think that's the second for the race today.
Right. Okay. I've just seen. Yeah. So 178. They've had their number 14 have put in their fourth protest of the day.
Yeah. For an awful rejoin apparently at 105.13. I might go and take a look and see how bad that that is, because you've got the timestamp there in the old.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's.
Yeah, this is something that we can see, folks. So we're getting real-time updates from Mark and Gareth at Race Control. So if the awful rejoin is not a successful protest, it's the first 60-second penalty given, and 20 has also got a total combined of 30 seconds so far. So for the incident with 169 of cracked racing, and then the second incident of hitting the 993 of flying hellfish with Angela Scott behind the wheel. Now that looks to me like the rain has stopped here, Paul Glover. I think
you might be right, sir.
224. If that starts to get greasy, dry, then optimum over the next half hour. That could evolve very, very quickly, depending on how fast the wet weather tyres disperse the surface water on the circuit out of the way. This could really come into play for Acecek and the team at Kamikli.
Yes, I've got their live timing up on my screen, so I'll keep an eye on those for us and just see if they start finding a bit of time against everybody else. But I'll keep an eye on the. But yeah, I think kudos to Angela Scott at the moment. I think showing incredible driving skill, credible pace. Yeah. And I think if you're the only car, I think you're going to have to be a little bit worried. I know that they're 14 seconds and a bit back at the moment, but that 993 has currently got some decent pace with Angela at the wheel. So yeah, Ben's kind of off the pace a little bit, except for Garcia, who's currently in P6. He's also in the 203. Yeah, and we've had it confirmed by Dan in our ears that it's not raining, but we'd already pointed that out. So, but thank you anyway, Dan, the broadcaster. And I can see the 14 is really struggling out there. He's off the track again at the moment. So having a few. Sorry, I think I'm in a replay. Sorry, scrap that. I'm just sort of going through it. It's had a few moments off the track in the few minutes I've been watching the car. So yeah, we'll see what the stewards think about that protest very, very shortly. But 60 seconds, that's quite some penalty.
That's effectively the equivalent of a pit stop and a little bit more. So this is a replay we're going to now. This is the 969 Aston Martin from blue team. They've got one of the flying. That's the 20. That was the. I think that was the 401 of the Flying Hellfish Masters at work. Now they're coming over in towards the chicane. The Aston just goes straight on onto the gravel.
Yes. Well, it's not that chicane no longer exists, but they're in the pits now as well. So there you go. So what do you do? Do you go with? I guess you're going to put the dries on now, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, looking at the lap times, Isocheck's just done a 2-minute 4.3, same as quite a few others. I mean,
Yeah,
they're doing
but
anywhere between,
Addison did it still doing 202s at the moment. So
yeah. I think we're at that crossover point now, Paul. We're like 6 seconds of what we were seeing from the the fastest laps a little bit earlier on.
yeah.
So now it's at that crossover point where the tyres are going to start warming up on that 224 BMW, and that's going to be an absolute weapon in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it will start coming to them. I can see there's a bit of a battle. So Isaac at the moment is under pressure from Andy Thorpe in the number 9 owned racing car. So that gap, and they've got, is it Beekhuis behind? In the 20, Beekhouse, sorry. Yeah.
That's right.
In the 28, so just watching from afar, but yeah, the 224 will be hoping that the track's drying quickly, so they can really make use of their compound of tyre.
Yeah, I think it's now that you're now going to see that Isocheck is starting to pull away ever so slightly from Andy Thorpe going into turn number 11. So this is probably where the opportunity for Isocheck and Kamikli really to start moving forward. Of course, the Spartan Racing Team 15-second time penalty to serve on their next pit stop. So
I'm just looking at the 224's lap times, right? Invalid laps. Lap 29, lap 30, lap 31, lap 32, lap 33.
Spot the trend here, folks.
But the lap 33, they really struggled. They did a 3-minute. Sorry, that was because they went in the pits at that point. But to be fair to them, since they changed the tyres, they've only invalidated 2 laps. But we don't know how many of those come with a track cut. That's the thing. We don't have that information. And the track cuts in the wet can be a little bit tricky as well. The game does allow it to a point. But you also don't want to, it's a lot easier to run wide as well because they are trickier conditions.
It always is the way. We know for a fact that even if you have wet tyres on, there are going to be points when the car is going to be completely, I think in the words of, what was it, Romain Grosjean in Formula 1, undrivable.
Oh, Vulcan did a 202 last time round.
He's catching them. Those tyres are starting to switch on.
Yeah, but Addison did a 201. So still not quite on the race pace of the leader, but he's started now to make the most of that compound of the dry tyres being on that car.
Yeah, I think now this is where it's really going to come to their benefit, and
as everyone else pits off the wets, perhaps, right?
Yes. Once that happens,
that looked close. That looked close with the 111, didn't it?
It did indeed, very, very close.
But that could have been the camera angle as well. So sometimes it's a little bit misleading.
You needing the virtual defibrillator by your right-hand side in the commentary box where you are.
Yeah. I took a deep intake. Right, so Garcia's in the 178. They got a 15-second penalty to serve for this as well, so they're going to drop down the order a little bit. Maybe come out around about 11th or 12th. We shall see if that comes true. We don't know if they've got any damage or if they're going to repair the suspension or the bodywork of the car. Yeah.
Getting into the back of the 987 with Martin Tomlinson, who still is behind the wheel of the Breaking Point Racing 987 that on quite a few occasions today has already missed the apex several times. Oh, sorry, did I say that out loud? But it's just pointing out facts there, folks.
Yep. Yeah, it's what we're here for, right? We're all about pointing out the obvious, aren't we?
Yeah, with our broadcast director whispering sweet nothings into our ears when required.
He's been a bit quiet. He's been a bit quiet today, I've noticed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, he knows that he's working with 2 pros apparently. I don't know about myself, but yeah, I think it's the thing is now Luke Addison's last lap time on lap 46 was a 2-minute 2.032. Isacek was only 9/10 behind. Expect that to be a pendulum swing. Garcia has now served the 15-second stop and hold penalty.
Out in P15.
Yeah. And that's going to... So, what is it? I think it's normally 30 to 35 seconds we normally see as a pit stop when you've got to put fuel in, when you've got to put a full set of tyres on. So, I hope that lightning for Luke Addison does not strike twice. I mentioned about Spa earlier on, where he had 2 rear punctures in the latter stages of the race at Spa. And please, folks, you've got a little bit longer to wait, about an hour and 20 minutes or so, before we open up the floodgates for the shifter from Moza as part of the random stream viewer prize. So hold your horses, wait a minute, as Volkan Isacek up the inside of Angela Thorpe. That is a move now for 11th position. So the tyres are really... Now, looking at the...
Is that not happy to 10th for Volkan?
No, because Yo was actually up to 10th. So
right, okay.
Oh, it is up to 10th now. So this is where the game changes in another dimension, folks. The reason being is the track has gone greasy. I think that chemically have toughed it out, and they've done exactly the right thing. They braved it out for 30 minutes. They've kept Isacek behind the wheel. They said, just keep pushing. The track will come to you. The weather's going to change. And they've done the old Jensen Button trick, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, and I'm going to eat my words, aren't I? So, yeah, it's, you know, I'm going to have to turn off my microphone and never commentate again. But
you're fine,
yeah,
mate. You're fine. Don't worry.
It looks like it's paying dividends. So, you know, what do I know? Yeah. Going back to the pit stops, so around about 60 seconds. The standard pit stops around about 60 seconds. With a 15-second penalty, you're looking at around about 18 seconds.
Right. Sorry,
yeah,
Paul.
80 seconds. Apologies.
Yep. Vitesse Racing, you've had your 60-second protest denied, I'm afraid. So their next pit stop will be 60 seconds plus 60 another seconds. 60. So 2 minutes. Well, the 163 Refresher Crack Racing car has not had a good time either.
169. Yeah.
That's out of turn 4.
We saw a car doing exactly the same thing a few laps ago, didn't we? But made contact with another car. So easily done there, especially in these tricky conditions. Their wiper's still going. I don't know if it... Oh, as Volkan's off the track there as we look and rejoin in P9. So now he's going to come under pressure.
Andy Thorpe to the outside, through into the chicane. Isacek's going to keep it pinned on the racing line. Andy Thorpe's got no other option. He nearly gets a bit of a tank slapper. He's got Beakhouse from Final Drive Sim Racing right up his rear wing.
446 has lost it into the pits.
Oh no!
And he's now spun around again and again. And he's now on the racing line in the final corner. But luckily, no one's come. No, he's spun around again and he's on the race. And here comes the 20. Oh my God! Oh, stay still, do not move. They're trying to get into the pits.
Oh, well played by Adam Craven there in the 446. Well played.
Right, stay. Well, they're coming in. The cracked cars coming into the pits. They cut across them. Oh my God! That was close to being absolute carnage.
I'm sorry, Adam Craven. I've got to say, was that your Gymkhana attempt? Because that was not...
Oh, look, it spins around, look, and then goes again. I just so happened spotted it in the corner, but then when one of the crack cars comes into the pits, they go back across the Piaggio. So the stewards
here it goes. Sorry, Paul. Floodgates are opening. Addison and Parek in the pit lane. Beakhouse in the pits. Kalevala in the pits. This is where... the 3000 IQ strap from Kamikli might have worked to their better, but there's the other 2 Academy cars from Genesis Esports. So Venter and Maya in the pit lane. Isacek making his way out of what will be turn 7, heading down the Parabolica. We've got the 502 here. This is Fusion Racing of Luis Velez, and is going to go through. That is of the Schumacher S's onto the gravel, onto the curbing. Now heading into turn 11, what's going to happen here? Because they are all the way down in 15th. Make that 16th. Oh, he's got off at the same point as the 446 did earlier. And hard into the barriers goes the Lambo. Oh, that was such a shame because they were up to P5 at one point. And look, the front end's mangled.
Yeah, unbelievably bad impact there. That was quite a ferocious one. Yeah, that will carry a little bit of damage to the aero. The 34 is in the pits as well. The 35 is in the pits too. So, how are the 224 doing? So they're up into P9 at the moment. The cars ahead are starting to pits. The 109's in the pits. The 296 is in the pits as well. So Ben Brown and Lalpa still to pit. So that's the 216 and the 900. They're sticking out for the moment.
Right, 224 coming through into turn.
In the pit. No, sorry.
That's Andy
sorry.
Thorpe.
Andy Thorpe, sorry.
Tarek Adam making his way out of the Schumacher S's. Volkan Isacek for Kamikli now coming through into the Mercedes arena as Smith Adams has got to stop go 30. That's for speeding in the pit lane. Oh dearie me, the tables have turned for the 109 of Baller Squad Racing, who had Chase Jones starting and did an absolutely brilliant job. And that just goes to show. Unfortunately now, Tyler Wegner is going to have to serve that within 3 laps. That is going to dump them out of the top 10. So Isacek at the moment is about 33 seconds behind Dean Vella from what we see on our screens from Geeks Energy Sim Racing. That's Smith Adam. Tyler Wegner has dropped down to
6
7.
has got a drive through as well. They're in plumb last. That's the car that we saw having the fun with the pit entry at the end of lap 41. But they've also got a drive through, I'm guessing, for track limits.
Oh, and that was more than once, wasn't it? Track's now greasy. Okay, Isacek has just done, get this folks, 2:06 on the last lap. The BMW is now flying. Daniel Simmons trying to get through on Dililo in the 969. Blue team Aston Martin for position. Has got, I think, is that the race leader that's possibly gone part? No, not the race leader. That's going to be the other Lamborghini, possibly the 35 with Christian Venter behind the wheel. One of the Academy cars from Genesis Esports. So, folks, we are an hour and 40 minutes in. No one could have predicted that Kamikli would have chanced it and gone and rolled the dice, and they made it through all those damp conditions for what was the best part of, 45 minutes, I think there, Paul?
Yeah, about that. Yeah, as we're looking at a replay now of the Aston. They got a little bit of a wobble on as they come into the right-hander. And is there contact from the cars behind? Is that the 900 only car behind as well? Yeah, pulls over.
That might have been Mitz Racing judging. No, that's Mitz Racing, the 777. They had the number 002 in the windscreen. So Wegner has pitted for Baller Squad Racing in the 109. So,
Ben Brown's up into P4 currently without taking their second pit stop. And the 224 finds them up into P7 currently. So Laupa also stays out in the 216. They find themselves on the bottom step of the podium as things stand. But they are 26 seconds back from Coots, who's in P2 currently. And they're only 6 seconds back from the race leader. That's not that big a gap, really, is it? When we're considering that we've had over, nearly, we're headed towards the end of the second hour. So they're keeping them honest.
Yeah, very, very honest indeed. Reno Coots now behind the wheel of the 777 Lamborghini for Mitz Racing. Winners at round 2 at Spa-Francorchamps. And at that point, they were driving something very, very different. They were driving the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo from 2020. So they're only 5.8 seconds behind Tarek Adam in the number 33 Genesis Esports. It's been the battle between Mitz Racing and Genesis Esports all the way through the season. But yeah, I think now's the case of Tarek Adam just hoping that the track's going to come to him and then he can really open the taps on that Lamborghini and pull away from Reno Coots. 1 minute 57.7 was the last lap from Tarek Adam. Reno Coots 1 minute 58.5. Volkan Isacek did a 1:58.8. and is closing the gap to the number 35 car. That's the Genesis Esports Academy red car of Nicholas Manuel. So Isocek is on a bit of a charge here. They've weathered the storm. The track's coming to them, and they've been on slicks for the entirety of the race so far.
Yeah, and now they're coming good, aren't they? At the moment, we're still not quite near the times that the cars were setting before the rain started. So the track conditions do remain greasy. I can see there's also a battle hotting up for P13 at the moment between Nestorov and Andy Thorpe. As we just switch to that battle now, as they come into the final corner. And these guys are keeping themselves very, very honest, and they've got the lapped Aston Martin behind them, because the next car in P15 is Wegner in the 109 McLaren, and keeping each other very, very honest in these tricky conditions. Into T1, runs a little bit deep, does the 42, and that gives Mr. Thorpe a little bit of, sorry, the 542, that gives Andy Thorpe a little bit of breathing space. And he can focus on looking ahead rather than his rearview mirror.
Yeah, I have to echo what Danvel37 has said in chat on Twitch. So unfortunate things have happened to the 502 of Fusion Racing. Adam Kochanowski behind the wheel of that car. They are now currently circulating in 17th position. So let's see. They've still got 4¼ hours still to go, Danvel37. There is Kochanowski trying to close in on a few cars in front, which includes another Lamborghini. But up until this point, we're an hour and 43.5 minutes in. And the leaders have lapped up to Flying Hellfish in the 993, who have now got Alessia Ardito behind the wheel. Have to give a shout out to Angela Scott for that mammoth second stint behind the wheel. She took the start and was in the car for the best part of over an hour and a half. So credit to Angela for doing a great job for that. Henry Meyer now closing in. Now this is who is this? This is Camsport. Camsport, they've overtaken them. So because the 34 is already pitted for dries, Ben Brown, I would imagine, is still going to be on those wet tyres. He's been in the car for 48 minutes. He needs to pit.
He does. Yeah, I think that again. They're reversing the strategy that the 224 has taken on, but I think it's not going to go a positive way for them. So personally, but doing a sterling job nevertheless, right? Last lap did a 203, so not exactly slow, but when you've got the race leaders doing 156s, and then you've got cars behind doing 159s, 158s, 157s. Yeah, it's a questionable decision to stay out. So let's see if they decide to come in at the end of this lap. But what I would point out, obviously, the 34 does have a 15-second penalty, so maybe didn't think about putting up too much of a fight. But unfortunately for Ben, he's going to continue to come under pressure, especially from even cars he's lapped, which I think is what's happening right now.
Yeah, Hasta La Vista and the 720 Lamborghini are right up the rear bumper. There's the 502 from Fusion Racing with Adam Kochanowski behind the wheel. Danvel saying, currently currently Adam was distracted a bit and hit the wall. He's driving with 25 seconds of damage on the front end. So I'm just going to have a look on the live timing to see when Adam actually pitted.
Tariq Adam?
No, as in Adam Kochanowski. So
Adam Kochanowski. 502, they pitted 6 laps ago.
Yeah, so 11 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So, and it was because of the fact that Luis Velez was the one that ended up in the wall, and then they decided, well, we'll bring the car in, put it onto slicks, put Adam Kochanowski behind the wheel and see how things transpire. But there's the number 27 of Wyvern Racing. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that surname, but it's still got Johnny, your bad boy, as the third driver. That is definitely not a real name. We know that for a fact.
No, Lorp has just dropped down to P4, so Maya up into P3. So again, they haven't pitted yet, just like the 900 Onid car. So still running on wets currently.
Yeah, it's a lot still to happen in the next 4 hours and 13 minutes. We have got just over an hour to go until the 6th edition of the Simracing.GP podcast powered by Moza Racing.
Or does he get a flag? The 546 and the 20. I don't know if there's been contact between the two of them. I don't know if they're out on the same bit of tarmac. Might have been coincident, but the 546 is, I think, getting underway again now. Where's the 20? No, it looks like they're on different parts of the circuit. So here we are looking at the 546 coming in out of T1 into the left-hander. What do they do? They run a little bit. Oh, the back end just comes around and says, hello.
Remember me, I'm at the back end.
Yeah, also look like they didn't hold their brakes. The car started to roll backwards there. So, again, if you're going to get into a spin, let's remember to hold our brakes. Ben Brown is finally into the pits to put some slicks on. Or some dry tyres even.
Yep.
It's not F1, is it? It's, not like...
No.
It's not soft, medium and hard. Yeah.
Yeah. or inters or extreme wets.
Yes. Yeah. Well, keeps the cost down, doesn't it? Keeps the cost down.
I'll be completely honest with you. Seeing that shot at Interlagos of the start-finish straight at Interlagos when they just finished qualifying, and they red flagged the final.
Oh, that rain was unbelievable.
Well, one of my friends, Carlos Costa, is a journalist for Motorsport.com, and I've worked with him on the Brazilian Stock Car Pro Series this year.
Yeah.
On Motorsport.tv. And I messaged him and I said, "Did you get safely back to your hotel?" He said, "Yes, but wet cat was an understatement for the weather conditions."
Oh, there was the clips on social media where the wind was so ferocious that it ripped the canopy off some of the stands out there. It was unbelievable, unbelievable weather. I think rain was predicted at points for Friday, but not to that level. Fortunately,
no.
The weather yesterday was a bit more the norm. So, but yeah, and obviously the race is taking the actual real race is taking place today, as they had the sprint race yesterday.
Right,
and,
battle for 8th coming on your screens now, folks. Ibanez versus Ardito. This is for 8th position on the road. So this is Flying Fish in the 993 versus the 178 of Hispano Racing Team. There is a current protest going on at the moment for the 296 of Geeks Energy Sim Racing, who Race Control consider have driven into the back of the number 9 of Onid Racing. So that is their 4th protest of the race meeting so far, but that is currently being further investigated by Race Control. So they will make their due diligence and due decision on that one in I would say very short.
And we've got a replay here with the Genesis
Turbo.
Yeah, Genesis car, the Lambo, making a move. What happens to they don't touch the rear end, do they? No. Are they going to go around on themselves? They're going to run right? No, it's uneventful.
I think that's are they right?
Oh, it was an overtake.
It was an overtake, and Rain Lauper has been. That car's still on.
Oh, that's Lauper. Oh, right. Sorry, I completely didn't even clock that.
Yeah, Oh, mistake there. Oh, that is the. I think that's the 34 that's just made an absolute howler of a mistake. Rain Lauper goes wide going into turn number 11, and is still on wet weather tyres. They're burning up. If he's got a puncture. That's a
Lambo, so that's not the 34 Ferrari. That's
no, that's the 35. Sorry.
That's all right. It's okay. I just made a mistake and didn't realise it was a battle. I think they were trying to avoid the other Lambo in front of them. Yeah.
I think that was 720 in front of them. The Hasta La Vista. Yeah, Rain Lauper after 53 minutes pulls the 216 New Kid Turbo McLaren into the pit lane.
The rain enters the pits.
Oh, and hopefully doesn't get a stop go 30.
Fingers crossed. So Nicholas Manuel then in the 35, giving himself a bit of a heart attack.
Yeah, he was trying to get past David Wrench in the 720.
Yeah,
which
I think just overspeed and Had to sort of try and just sort of get out of it, and yeah, could have got a hell of a lot worse, to be honest with you, couldn't it? So
yeah,
did well,
very
all things regarded, so considered even.
Well, I mean, at the moment, I have to give a shout out to Gareth and Mark between them. They've gone through 43 different incidents that they've had to look at so far in this race. As all, David Wrench gets a tank slapper coming out of turn 7. And that is Kochanowski from Fusion Racing getting through. And that's Manuel round the outside into turn 8. Just the pure speed of that 35 Lamborghini. Nearly hits the... goes on to the runoff area out of turn 8 and into the Schumacher S's, neatly slides up the inside, and through he goes.
Yeah. So the track is now coming back to the drivers. It's now on optimum, and we're now going to start to see what kind of lap times these cars can really do. It's going to remain cloudy for the next 30 minutes. Whether there's more rain to come, we don't know at this time, but the track temperature's dropped a couple of more degrees as we head into the evening now. So we're around about just before 6:30 server time, Alex. So that's gonna continue to drop. So if it does rain again, now that means that it's not going to clear up as quickly, and it might even get to a wet track rather than remaining damp.
Yeah, I think you could be right on that one, Paul, because we know for a fact that in colder conditions, track evolution is very much hindered over the course of an evolution stage. But this is Alberto Beggiato along with Jan Yeo for the 546. That's Flying Hellfish 2, looking up the inside into the hairpin. Yeo keeps out of the way. Beggiato sent that like he meant it and got through. Yeo clips the curbs on the outskirts of turn number 8. Well, was very, very lucky. Now, let's have a look at the of that 546. Now, they Yeo actually pitted in when everything went through to dry. So there is Volkan Isacek. Great stint from this driver.
He's P4. I mean, that's decent.
Yeah, from what was about 12th, 13th position when they were hemorrhaging time. But, you know, to see the absolute gumption from the 224 to just go on that strategy. The thing is, it's the 169 of Daniel Simmons and the refresher edition Crack Racing McLaren behind him. There's Graham Morris, who's now P10 catching Onid Cam Sports. Matt Goodyear Scott, who's now finally behind the wheel for his first stint for Onid Cam Sport. Yeah, good to see Scott back in the Goodyear Scott back in the car. Had some solid races. I'm just having a little look on the. Is that the? Yeah, so the 169 that's currently driven by Daniel Simmons is the same car that was being driven by James Holder, that we saw involved in a couple of incidents of their making and also getting tapped around themselves. But I mean, great driving by the 993. They're up 20 positions up into P8. Well, that just goes to show that wet weather conditions and the combined efforts of Alessio Arradito and Angela Scott have just been exemplary. There's Henry unbelievable. Mayer. You know what? For me, that has got to be. I think there's two teams that have really caught my eye this time. Kimikli with the Jensen Button approach for stuffing it out of the rain. But yeah, 993, Flying Hellfish, making up 20 positions. And folks, we are less than 5 minutes away from a third of the way through this 6-hour Enduro here at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. In about an hour's time, we're going to go to an ad break, and then we'll bring in our guest this evening for the 6th edition of the Simracing.GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. From Genesis Esports himself, Gareth Hawkins will join myself and Paul, but Paul will take the lead on that one, my friend. As we always have an optimum strategy, don't we, when we do these? Yes. When we end up doing the whole broadcast. Yeah, got to mix it up a little bit. And right, okay, so just looking at how things are kind of working out, I think that Vulcan's got to be conscious about the 35 behind. Has got a bit more pace at the moment. The gap's around about 4 seconds back, but Vulcan's not, you know, it's kind of toing and throwing
a little bit, and there you can see there's the current positions for everybody at the moment, with your race leader, the car number 33, currently driven by Tariq Adam, leading the way, as we've seen before, Alex, with their compatriots in the 777, currently in P2. But the 224, like I say, has got to be a little bit conscious around what's coming up behind them, and just sort of be consistent in those times, and they might better open it up. They're doing 155s low, and actually Nicolas Manuel is only doing high 155, so there's not a lot in it. But Coots is now 9 seconds back from the race leader, so that's opened up a little bit. When we last paid attention to that was around about 6 seconds, so that's opened up a tad. But I can see that Andy Thorpe is still under pressure from another car. He's now under pressure from Rain Lauper in the number 9 that we not long ago saw pit for fresh tyres. So yeah, some great battles continuing out there, and some great strategies sort of paying off even. And we've still just got over 4 hours racing to go. And as you mentioned, Alex, in between that we've got Gareth, our guest, to talk all things esports, and we're gonna learn a little bit more about their teams and what's been going on for them this year.
Yeah, I'm really interested to talk about how they got involved with Simracing.GP to help host their Kaizen Championship, which is someone's gone straight off at turn 1. That was the 111 Ferrari of SWS Motorsport, who have got behind the wheel Matthew Randall. So I think his underwear might need checking after that one.
Yes. But yeah, they've got the battle of Thorpe and Lauper behind. So I wonder if they were just getting out of the way because they're being blue flagged. And you do see some people who are not necessarily used to the blue flag scenario sort of make drastic moves. And I wonder if that was one of those. They were just trying to get out of the way so they're not going to affect that battle, which is nice, but is not needed at the same time as Ray Lauper then bearing down on Andy Thorpe. He's currently got more pace. He's their best lap of their session so far. So they're looking speedy. They did a 155.1, and last time around Andy Thorpe did a 156.2. So they've got around about second pace. But as we know, Alex, and we say it time and time again, one thing to catch a car, another thing entirely to make a pass.
Yeah, and normally with endurance racing, it's all about the optimum strategy that you're going to employ over the course of a 6-hour race. It's never going to be easy. You've got to fight tooth and nail through it. And you know what? Every single driver and every single team, we've got a total of 89 drivers with these 30 cars. I mean, we're due to have the 97 starting a little bit earlier, but unfortunately they didn't even make it. So we've still got 29 teams in total. Everyone still at the minute is pretty much running, apart from the 14. That's the Vitesse Racing of McLaren. Robbie Rigby was the last driver behind the wheel of that one. Also the 446 of Flat Out Racing, last driver behind the wheel after lap 41. That was Adam Craven, as Andy Thorpe has got Rain Lauper, who's on fresh slicks up the inside through into turn 1 into the Mercedes AMG Arena. So very, very close. This is the battle for 11th position. So Rain Lauper managing to do a monster stint of about 53 minutes on wet weather tyres, and I think was the last driver to stay out on the wets to go back onto slicks, as now we are into our number 3 of the 6th and final round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Simracing.GP. Andy Thorpe has got to watch it because Rain Lauper from New Kids Turbo is swarming all over the back of him. Oh, moment there for Alessio Ardito, trying to go toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel with Daniel Ibanez for the 178 Hispano Racing team. Ardito nearly got caught out, nearly ended up in the back end of the 178, but Rain Lauper looking through into the Michael Schumacher S's on Andy Thorpe, uses the curbing. Thorpe runs a little bit wide. They're wheel-to-wheel coming out of the Schumacher S's, and Rain Lauper gets through for 11th position. Absolutely textbook, aggressive, controlled, feisty overtaking by the 216 of Rain Lauper getting through on Andy Thorpe. Great exchange between the pair. They gave each other racing room. One of the other things that I've just noticed that the headlights and the fog lights are starting to shine on the front of these cars because we are on 6:36 p.m. server time here at the virtual recreation at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. 3.199 miles, 5.148 kilometres, 16 corners in all as Graham Morris tries to close on in through into T1 on Matt Goodyear-Scott from Onid Camsport in the number 900 Lamborghini. So we will be waiting in the not too distant future because obviously now with the wets going to dries, apart from if your name's Volkan Isacek, who's just done a 1 minute 56.170. And oh dearie me, it's Mr. Racing, the Porsche. Paul, you've just informed me, has come back with a drive-through penalty. That for track limits?
I'd imagine so. Yeah. I don't see anything on the steward sheet. So, yeah, that's got to hurt a little bit. So for them. But yeah, Alberto then. Still applying some pressure to the 546. And as we continue, got a car just ahead of them as well. That looks like it's a Lamborghini. Trying to get into the slipstream there, but Andy, oh no, the 987 there, Alberto even. About to say Andy Thorpe, it's not the number 9, it's the same colour, but it's not them at all. It's sort of breaks a little bit deeper. Sometimes you have those heart in. Oh, they got a bit of a wiggle on as they go through the Schumacher S's. So they managed to collect the car nicely and keep going. That would have been a heart in mouth moment for them as we now look at Graham Morris. On the back of the 900 Onid car, currently driven by Matt Goodyear-Scott. And after double stinting from Ben Brown, double stinted. No, he didn't actually, that's an absolute lie. He only did one stint. And to be right on board with Graham. To left hand, you want to cut out onto the right there. Probably use a bit more, you can use a bit more of the track there, and then you ride the curve, and then it's so easy to unsettle the car. As you see, you had to correct there as well. Often the case trying to apply the pressure there, especially if you unsettle the car riding the inside curve. But this battle carries on then. Albert, they both passed the Lamborghini then, so that's now in the distance. And Alberto for BPR, the 987. Continuing to apply pressure to the 546. We've seen some good performance here today. The stewards have been kept relatively busy. I wouldn't say extremely. Again, Alberto gets a bit of a wobble on. That rear end sort of complaining a little bit as he applies the pressure. So this time, this is where we saw into the hairpin where it's not quite here. As the car runs wide, is that the 666 Porsche? Yes, which I think distracts everybody just a little bit. But there, no harm done. And this time, Alberto makes the Schumacher S's without any incident. Does it nicely. We've just been told in chat Reno's lost 5 seconds. So, okay. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that. So Reno Coots then in the 777 Lamborghini. I'll have a look at some. Last time around he did a 154.4. I don't see anything extremely concerning. I don't know when that message was posted. I'm not always looking at chat, but he's looking okay. He's doing 154s. He's only a little bit down on the pace of the race leader, who's doing a 154.1. Coots last time around did a 154.4. Maya, on the other hand, is in the 155s 4, but then Vulcan behind is not able to match that. and neither can Nicholas Manuel match what Vulcan is currently doing. So, but Manuel, Vela, and Ibanez are all in the 155, 56s. Vulcan in the 224 is down in the pits from P5. So, yeah, they're now going to do a driver swap perhaps, or maybe double stint. Their first driver of the car did do a double stint. I like a double stint personally. I find that, you know, I'm good with the flow. And we'll see where Vulcan Isacek comes out if he remains in the car in the 224. Race leader is on lap 65. They completed 64 laps. Coming up on a little bit of traffic. I can see they've just gone through turn 3. As things stand, here we are. And we've got Gareth from Genesis Esports joining us for the podcast. Gareth Hawkins will be joining us in just under an hour's time now. We'll be joining myself and Alex to talk all good things esports. And hello to everybody who's watching today as we ride on board with Tariq Adam. Let's see if the steward's looking at anything at the moment. No, there's not been any further instance for a little bit. I don't know if Alex mentioned this because I stepped away from the microphone for a couple of minutes, but the 296, their protest was rejected, so they have been given a 15-second penalty. That's Vela, who's currently in the car, which is now in P5 because the 224 of Isacek pitted. They're out. They're back out on track now, so they find themselves down in P8. Yeah, as we the 993 because of that. Sorry, a car is now in. There's a yellow flag for the 546. They're turned around, facing the other way. They think that's coming out of the Mercedes section. You know, the bit where I say where you can run a little bit wide. I think they've had an incident there all by themselves. I think. I don't know if there was contact with another car. No, it doesn't look to be. But here we go. There might have been, because he got the 987 on the inside. Oh, yep. 2 into 1's not going to work. So we'll wait to see what the stewards decide for that one. It hasn't been, I don't think it's been detected by the... I don't think it's been detected. Not on the sheet. That's unfortunate for them. We're now riding on board. We're looking at Graham Morris then for Team FD-SR Moza Challenge. It's quite a mouthful, that one. Currently up into P10.
It is quite a mouthful, isn't it?
It is, yeah, because you're going to like... I have to really focus on the FD-SR bit. I have to really... Do you know what I mean? You have to slow it down and just so you get it right.
I'm just so glad you know what I'm like with my spreadsheets. I was just like thinking, I'm not going to look at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. I'd rather have it on one of my other screens where I go, right, okay, that's the team name. So Final Drive Sim Racing, there you go, folks. But yeah, I think, yeah, that was a bit... again, that was Breaking Point getting themselves into a little bit of strife there, and I think that was a bit too late of a dive, to be honest with you, on that one, if I'm completely honest. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think it's been picked up by the sheet. So for them, but a bit unnecessary. But then again, you could also argue maybe they could have left a little bit of room, you know, like. Well, I think the thing is, looking at it from my perspective, was you can see that 546 of Janiero from Flying Hellfish 2 had the right of way, So he was turning in, and I think the 987 of Beggiato just launched it. So it was a move that wasn't really going to happen anyway, because the door was already being closed. So yeah, people still use the old Ayrton Senna quote, don't go for a gap, you're not a racing guy. But don't go for a gap if it doesn't exist. And that's exactly what I think transpired on that occasion. Whether Beggiato just caught himself out, it can happen. It can happen. You come through as running aboard with Graham Morris from Final Drive Sim Racing. You can see how tight he was to the apex on turn 3 to get the nice momentum carry. Let the car drift out a little bit wide. Yeah, and thanks for mentioning about the Geeks Energy Sim Racing incident now having their protest denied. As we like to say here in the podcast.
Yeah, I stepped away for camera. I didn't know if you'd mentioned it.
No, because there was an absolute hoo-ha. I think one of which was involving, who was it? It was Alessio Ardito and Daniel Ibanez earlier on, and that was for the battle for 6th position. Well, it was about P8 at the time, and Ardito went for it into turn 11. It didn't quite work. So, and then we also had some great battling between Rain Lauper and Andy Thorpe, and Rain just brought it big time. Came flying into, I think it was out of the Schumacher S's. They gave each other enough racing room coming out of turn 8, so up the hill, and Lauper was all over Andy Thorpe like a rash, and just brought it around the outside of turn 10 at the Schumacher S's, which is something you don't really see happen that often, but yeah, it was a great move by Rain Lauper. It was one of the moves of the day so far here at the Nürburgring for round 6.
Yeah. Okay, so Graham Morris having a solid drive in P10, isn't he? Couple of penalties to be served in the next round of pit stops. One of the gaps are kind of sort of opening up a little bit in some of the parts of the order, aren't there? But there are still some a number like P13, P14 are relatively close together. 15th, 16th, 7th and 8th, 19th and 20th. So some little battles out and about. The gap between P1 and P2 now up to just over 11 seconds.
Well, I'm not at all surprised with the fact that I think with what Roshi's saying about Reno Coots, if they've had to compromise on the dynamic weather that was going to hit the circuit, you make that compromise, you're going to lose yourself a little bit of time. And it was nearly 2 seconds. It was actually about 1.8 seconds between Tarek Adam, who did a 54.2, and Coots did a high 56.0. So I think Genesis Esports came into this and went, you know what, we're going to go all guns blazing. We've got 3 cars. We know that 1 car will win this, but we've got to make best our intention. And then by having the 2 Academy cars bolstering as part of the 30-car grid, it was not actually a bad decision at all, because it's meant that Tarek Adam, Cody Sherratt, and Luke Addison will be able to concentrate on what they need to do. What they want to do, they want to close out this championship with a race win.
Yeah. So, everyone like P4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, doing 11, doing similar pace, even down to 12, similar pace, like all around in the 155s, 156s. It's 1 lap, one's quicker, 1 lap, next one's slower. You know, it's kind of like to-ing and throwing a little bit, but Alessio Ardito is right on the back of Daniel Ibanez now. So that's a battle for P6. Here we go. Look at that. It's like magic, isn't it? I mentioned it, and bang, there it is off on the screen. Love it.
Wallop straight in.
So yeah, these guys have completed 67 laps of the race so far. Yeah, I think Alessio again was last time round was a second faster than the car ahead. So
interestingly enough, Next Level Play Racing with
yes,
Sergei Nestorov has just pitted from
Ooh.
around about 14th on the road. So that's going to drop them probably towards the bottom part of the top 20, I would think. The last time they pitted, well, Sergei Nesterov was right on the cusp. He was
Alberto's 90 seconds back, so I don't know
well,
whether they'll get past them in the pit stop.
Well, Nesterov's nearly done a full stint anyway, so it was about time that they were going to pit as we ride on board with Alessio Ardito trying to close in on Daniel Ibanez, and was a second quicker on the previous lap. So, but Ibanez has just started to respond. 155, a low 55.9 for Ibanez, high 55.8 for Ardito. But look how close he got in the braking zone to Yokohama there.
Oh.
That was very, very close indeed. I mean, the gap between them was about 0.7 of a second, and the way that Ardito braked into that corner, it looked like it was more like 0.3.
Yeah. So that's, at one point he was like 0.1 second back, and that gap's opened up ever so slightly. But if Ibanez makes a mistake, then he'll be saying goodbye to P6. But as I've said time and time again, and we say this a lot, is it's one thing catching up to the car, but then even in these types of cars, I do notice that when you're behind another car, he goes a little bit deep there. It's so easy to get distracted or miss your braking point, or because your view's slightly obstructed, isn't it? Because you've got another car ahead of you, especially if you're right at the backside of that other car as well. So, but both showing solid pace. The car behind them is doing 154s.
Yeah, that was a personal best actually for Atakan Asar in the Kamikli BMW. 1 minute, that's a high 154.5.
Yeah.
And that is 1.3 seconds behind Ardito, who now finds himself 1.1 seconds behind Ibanez. The gap is closing between 7th and 8th. It's around about 13 seconds, give or take, depending on how much time Alessio Ardito has lost on that last lap. Oh, well, he did a 156.5. So now it's down to Akar, who's coming out of the final corner. I'm going to keep an eye on his lap time at the minute, because he's just about to cross the stripe now, and did a 154.7. So Ardito on that previous tour has lost out big time. That's got that gap down to about 11.1 seconds after that single lap.
Yeah. So those fresh tyres really started to pay dividends now, aren't they?
Yeah.
So 7 laps old, those tyres. Really showing some beautiful pace. And as everyone else, it might even be to the point because he got around about 40 minutes ish. He might get onto the back of them sooner than that. But what you really want is you time it perfectly to the point where as you get onto the back of the cars ahead, they've all got a pit because their stint timers coming to an end. So I don't think they're quite onto that level. I'm afraid.
I'm seeing a few cars getting to now 50 minutes behind the wheel. The number 20 of Infelix Racing's Guido Riphagen has been in the Lamborghini for 51 minutes. Alberto Beggiato in the 987 Breaking Point Racing car has been in for close to 50 minutes. 45 minutes for Jan Yeo in the Flying Hellfish 2, 546. Ardito has been in for 46 minutes. Ibanez 48.5.
Okay.
So we are
might work out brilliantly actually then, because
for Kamikli, Akar only pitted. Well, Akar got behind the wheel about 13 minutes ago, so we could see a bit of a crossover point. Now, we look at it from this perspective, folks, that the 224 Atakan Asar behind the wheel is in 8th place, is a lap and 33 seconds behind the overall race leader of Tarek Adam. So depending on how long it takes for the pit stops to facilitate, so that's not just pit lane entry, getting on your marks, car goes in the air. Are you going to put tyres in? Are you going to put fuel in? You're going to put fuel in. Are you going to put tyres? Depends on how they've degraded, because the track is still optimum, but the temperature has dropped now to 20 degrees Celsius. Air temperature now down to 19 degrees as we're getting closer and closer to 7 p.m. server time here at the Nürburgring, and even with close to 3 hours and 40 minutes to go, Paul, I definitely know for a fact that we're going to be finishing in the night time. And that's going to be even more difficult for us, let alone the drivers, to work out which car's which. Especially when you get those dark, those dark skies up ahead, and you don't know what that could bring in the final 3 hours of the season as to how weather is going to change, because it's still cloudy for the next 30 minutes. It's been like that for the last hour. So could there be another spanner in the works?
Rain in the darkness? That'd be lovely.
Possibly. It can happen. It can happen.
Yeah.
I remember the CrowdStrike 24 hours at Spa. I had to walk back from the Fanatec Arena at the bottom paddock of Spa-Francorchamps back to my car at the top of the hill, and I was a drowned rat by the time I got in my car. And that was a 7-minute walk. So in the darkness, in the rain, could be an interesting way in terms of dynamic weather to close out the season.
Yeah. That's tricky because, as we know, it's a little bit harder to find your braking point at night time as well, because you've been racing the track when the sun's been up, and also, especially when you start a new stint, the car is full of fuel again. You have to learn, especially if you're doing back-to-back stints. You have to learn the braking points again, because as the car gets less fuel on board, you can brake that a little bit later. But at the same time, in the dark is a thing entirely different. It's another level, because you're kind of relying on memory, and that's why you do laps after laps after laps, is to try and remember, you get used to where your braking points are, where you turn in, etc. Practice makes perfect, they say.
True, and then you got fail to prepare and prepare to fail.
Indeed.
So that could be it's always dependent, even on sim racing, folks. When it's dynamic weather that's brought into play, you never can tell what's going to happen, because there could be a curveball at any point in the race. Tarek Adam makes his way out of the chicane and through into turn number 16. Just over half an hour away for getting things going with our final edition of the Simracing.GP podcast powered by Moza Racing and Genesis Esports. Very own Gareth Hawkins will be joining Paul and myself for a nice little bit of a chat. And whilst we're talking, and you'll see myself, Paul and Gareth on camera, you'll also see in the background the race continuing on, as we will be talking esports and everything Genesis when it comes to their Kaizen Championship, the Academy, and also the fact that Genesis Esports have also been involved as assisting some of the South African contingent over in SRO Esports, both in the virtual world and also in IRL. So Sergei Nesterov makes a nice little move there through turn 3 on Guido Riphagen in the number 20 car from Felix Racing. So Nesterov makes up another position up to 17th place. But Paul, I mean, can't believe it, mate. We're nearly 2.5 hours of the way through the race, and we've still got another half of the race to go until we hit half time.
Yes, every time it just goes unbelievably quick. It's just always surprises me, because there's action always up and down, especially to your point earlier on around this track. I think it in some regards kind of reminds me of Interlagos, because it's not the longest track in the world, is it?
Yeah.
And so when you've got this many cars, you're always coming up against another one and another one, as DJ Khaled would sing. So
Oh yeah.
Whether it be a car that you're battling for position, or whether it be a back marker, there's not much of a gap out there. If you look at the track map, there is not much of a gap.
That was not So someone just behind Reno Coots just went straight on at the chicane. It's the Alex Goldschmidt superfan Johnny Ashley back again in chat saying, and your other famous saying, Alex? Yes, it's the 7 Ps. I'll give you the 5. I'll give you the 5p edition, which is poor planning promotes poor performance, and there's another p in front of the first 2 words that start at the beginning and then are after promotes. And you know exactly what I'm talking about, Paul.
I do.
I'm not going to say that one on air.
Is Johnny got to the point where he's stalking you in real life as well, or we're not to that point yet?
Johnny, I haven't bottled it. I'm not a commentator that swears on air. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, we don't.
Unless it's completely justified. Well, I will say that Johnny did drop the F-bomb on my Commentator's Corner podcast.
Right. Okay. Well, that doesn't shock me.
Well, no. I mean, the thing is, he's not the only one that's put FFS in the chat. Let's be honest with you. And it was more than a big F. Well, Johnny, I mean, mate, your episode went down like a storm on Commentator's Corner, mate. So I have to say, big shout out to him for doing it. And of course, I've got one upcoming with you know what? Oh,
666 has got a yellow flag. The Porsche again. Yes.
Porsche, the 99, the number of the devil's Porsche. Yeah. This is out of turn number 12, and then
they've had a few adventures.
Yep. Went left, and then it's just this is going to be hot. This is going to be nasty. If it hits the barriers.
Oh no!
And that was one of the Genesis cars. I think that was the Academy car. Nicholas Mansell, unsighted, and Sonny Pitchak pitched it into a spin. And just got absolutely T-boned.
Oh my god.
I have no words. I really have no words about that.
Oh, and they weren't holding their brakes. They were applying the throttle. I don't really know why they went left. It's like they fell asleep at the wheel. And they
I mean, sometimes when you accelerate, when you accelerate out of a corner,
yeah,
you get that snap-on oversteer. So it might have just been that the Porsche was wiggling from side to side. I mean, the thing is that the thing was, as soon as that car came to a stop, the brakes should have been held. 100% agree.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think, unfortunately, that not to take anything or not to blame the Genesis Esports car, but they didn't react to the Porsche going off. They kept it planted. So maybe they should have taken a bit more caution on their approach, because they saw the car flying off the track and they kept their foot in. So you could argue maybe a bit more caution, but that's not to say that the 666. I'm not saying they're to blame, but they kind of like they could have taken a different approach, which might have avoided the collision. Is what I'm trying to say.
I think it's probably going to be, if I'm looking at it from a neutral point of view, because of when the 666 went off, and Hoyer 969 says no amount of caution would save this.
I mean, everyone's entitled to an opinion, but I disagree, because I was wondering how far behind, and I had a look, and they could see the Porsche in their vision all the way. So it wasn't like they were blindsided by a car coming around a corner, and it was just like, oh my god, that's a surprise. It was, they could see the car flying off the track, and in that instance, I personally would have taken more caution. Now, I might have still hit that car, but we'll never know, right? But
no,
I think they just kept the throttle planted in. That's not to say that the 666 also did not apply their brakes. They may still come back across the track, mind you, because they did hit that barrier at quite some speed. But they need to learn to hold their brakes.
I think it's one of one and 500 of the other. I think if I'm going to be completely honest with you, if I was a race director, I would class that as a racing incident, because No caution. If let's look at it from this perspective, Sonny Pitchak should have held the brakes, 100%.
Yes.
But the second thing is the caution taken by the 35. If the caution was not taken, then they're both as much to blame for what their respective actions were. So that's how I'm looking at it. That both parties.
We'll ask Gareth what he thinks, won't we, when we do the podcast?
Well, he probably. I think at the end of the day, as I said, it's 1 of one, 500 of the other. So
Yes.
I was a race director. Okay, you look at it from both angles. Okay, well they should have held their brakes. They should have maybe throttled up a little bit.
Yeah.
So you look at it that both parties had a part to play in that from a neutral perspective.
Yeah, because
that's how I would.
The reason I took a look at it and I was interested is because I wondered whether the game is showing any yellow flags, and under yellow flags, you are supposed to, lift off the throttle. Those are racing regs, right? That's standard. Doesn't matter what series you race in, real or virtual. But the amount of times you don't see people who obey those yellow flags, and then cry that they've crashed into another car, right? Well, you didn't lift off, you didn't approach with caution. In this particular case, because they were so close to the car, they had visible. There were no yellow flags that I could see. That the game can sometimes be a little bit slow to get the yellow flags out. So, but yeah, I mean it's hard. That's hard to take. But they'll put the car in, get repaired, and then try and get their heads down and carry on.
Yeah, I mean Johnny Ashley. You know what? This is one of the things that I like about sim racing, is that Paul and I have just had a very, very good constructive discussion about that, and it's sort of like Johnny saying there's no way that he saw that coming despite the yellow flags, impossible to react. Okay, that's Johnny's opinion. Hoyer 969, let's not forget the Porsche's 7 laps down. So the thing is, everyone has an opinion and everyone is entitled to it, because we can agree to disagree and do it in an amicable way. So we can leave that point at that's it. Water under the bridge. The accident's happened now, as we now are going to see Rain Lauper closing in on 9th position. He's got Final Drive Sim Racing's Graham Morris, and then only Cam Sports Matt Goodyear-Scott. So this is the battle, folks, over 8th place. There has just been a yellow flag out briefly. Not too sure who that was for.
I don't know. This could be for P6, because Daniel Ibanez is not that far ahead either, is he?
No,
really?
Is a car. Yeah. Right, hang on a second.
Well, I mean, 14 seconds up the road, but that's not a lot, really, in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, true. Very, very true. Ibanez has got Kemiklis Atakan Asar closing in. The BMW gets very late on the brakes into turn number 1 here at Yokohama. Bit of a bump over the curbs into T1 by the Hispano Racing Team Endurance 178. But you can see that Akar's got that BMW very nicely lined up. He's going a bit deeper on the brakes. He's using the 178 McLaren as a yardstick, and that's quite crucial, folks. When you're trying to tee up a move, it's more a case of you're not thinking about the next corner. You're planning maybe for at least 3 to 5 corners in advance, or maybe onto what might transpire in the next lap, because when you're closing that gap, you're looking at where the car in front might be a little bit stronger, might be a little bit weaker than the car that you're currently piloting.
Yeah, indeed. And it's understanding those strengths and weaknesses, isn't it? To make the most of it. Like I said at the start, I find that the Lambo Evo 2 is not as strong as the Ferrari or the BMW down the straights, but it's clearly got some overall pace as we look on the rear wing of Daniel and the HRT Endurance, currently in P6 in the 178 in one of our favourite liveries, would you say, Alex?
I would have to say, in terms of number recognition, it is the best by far.
Yeah.
Every Asar's going for it into the chicane. He's got the outside line. Ibanez decides to back out of it, let the BMW go through. Good awareness there by Daniel Ibanez. That's the change for 6th position.
Oh, and they go in the pits. The car they
Yeah.
just overtaken enter the pits. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That car was... Oh, Ibanez was 40 seconds away from breaking the stint timer for 65 minutes on that occasion.
Oh, rain, making it rain on Morris. Look at that on the inside there. Takes advantage, I think, because I think Morris was a little bit held up by the back markers and has taken real advantage of that. And Graham Morris then loses a position, but because there's cars currently in the pits, they're now in P7 and P8. And
yeah,
that's
which
Goodyear
includes...
Scott. Yeah.
Yes, so Matt Goodyear Scott at the front of this train. There's Graham Morris in the 28 final drive sim racing car. Then you got Rain Lauper from New Kids Turbo, and then Matt Goodyear Scott from Oni Camsport. So they aren't going to... They will, as a result of what's just happened, mean that Ardito and Ibanez will drop behind them. And Johnny Ashley's looking forward to seeing when Miles Dixon gets behind the wheel of the number 9 Onid Racing purple McLaren, which currently is sitting in 12th at this moment in time. So we're just going to see what transpires. Well, Miles is behind the wheel of the car now, so they have pitted. There's the adjustment. So this is the battle for P6. Oh, touch on the back of Matt Goodyear Scott by Ray through turn 8.
Not again.
That's the second time.
Again.
The second time that Onid Camsport have been hit up the back end by another car through the same corner. It happened to Daniel Hearn earlier on in the race, and now it's happened again. I cannot believe that.
How's your luck?
Oh, he just caught. It was the slightest of touches on the left rear of the 900 Lamborghini, and Goodyear Scott is around.
Oh, guys, I got a feel for them. Yeah, that you'd be cursing, wouldn't you? You'd just be.
Well, my ears are burning blue at the moment, thanks to Johnny Ashley, because I know there's quite a few explosives that have probably gone off at his house. Well, I mean, the thing is, folks, is that you've got characters within sim racing, and Johnny is one of them. He wears his heart on his sleeve, but he's a great guy. He's a salt of the earth, and he calls a spade a spade. He tells you how he sees it, and I would rather have somebody like that talk to me about certain situations than someone that might go around the houses, you know?
Yeah, indeed. I completely know what you mean. Yeah. We didn't have characters. Life would be boring in general, right? And but yeah, man, I feel for that car. I mean, that's just yeah. And the thing is, like, don't get me wrong, like like, not being funny, but the only cars in the previous rounds, I've loved the spin on their own. But I'm and I'll quite happily take the mickey, like I always do. But I've genuinely been impressed by the pace of that car, and I feel for them, because that's just a bit of bad luck. Twice in one race,
and at the same corner.
At exactly the same corner. Yeah, and it might be like I touched on earlier on with that car, the car following the McLaren was just able to put down the power earlier than the Lambo, and unfortunately that's just caught out Rain. Yeah, that's going to be a 15-second penalty for them, but that's no consolation to the Onid guys, because they lost P8 earlier on. They worked themselves back up, only to be turned around again. Fortunately for them, Wegner, who's currently in P9, has just entered the pits. I think they lost P7, so they're still in P8. I mean, look, all things considered, that could have been a lot worse. I think, again, it's just trying to find that little bit of ray of sunshine, and they should be really proud of the performance they put in today. I mean, I love taking the mickey out of them, but, like, any opportunity I could get. So for me to say this really hurts, but no, I'm only joking. But, like, they've done a sterling job, and they just got to keep their head down and keep going, because I think there's some other positions on offer, especially when you take in consideration that a 15-second penalty is going to come in for the 216. So look, and P5's not that far ahead either, even though maybe their pace is a little bit above about what the 900 is doing at the moment. But anything can happen. Anything can go wrong with back marker. Just get your head down and keep going. Keep going, team.
100%. I think it's more the case of that, that incident will have irked. Well, we know it's irked Johnny, 100% because he's mentioned it in chat. But we both know how capable Matt Goodger-Scott is. He is able to put that incident behind him. He'll be, be boiling like a kettle whilst he wait for a cup of tea or coffee. But he will get his head down. That's exactly what he needs to do. And Graham Morris is now making his way out of pit lane. Matt's making his way into turn 8 as he's closing in on one of the Flying Hellfish cars in front of him. I think that might be the 546 of Marshall. But it's more the case that we know for a fact, like one of the races where owner Camsport had to retire the car, and Matt was the man that was just absolutely doing a number on everybody, and he just, he's just got through past that Ferrari, flashed the light, said, right, I'm quicker than you, I need to get past, and the Ferrari obliged. The thing is that with Matt, sometimes pictures or videos paint 1,000 words. He's right back on pace at the moment. He's just on a 157.6.
Yeah.
He's now coming into the final chicane at the Vidal chicane, and then heading through Hyundai N curve at turn 16. So now I'm going to be interested to see what his pace is on this lap. So could he be, if he's quicker, we know he's got the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, he was doing 156s before, wasn't he? So
yeah,
156.7. There you go. He's back on. Look, he's relatively back on where he was before he got turned around. So yeah. Right.
I mean, the thing is that Rain Lab has been in the car for 50 minutes. Matt's got about another 10 minutes, I would say, in the car. So give or take, that's going to be 5 laps, if that. And yeah, it's more a case of just maximising the opportunity that he's got. Luke Addison now back behind the wheel of the number 33 car. Jus Parek has retaken the wheel of the 777. Now for the 35, Daniel De Matos Preto has got back behind the wheel after that drama for the 35, which had Nicolas Manuel behind the wheel. So all 3 of their drivers have taken a stint behind the wheel. Of course, Cody Scherer yet to take a stint. I would think that they normally stick Cody in for the last bit of the race, so he will end up doing, you look at it from this perspective, Tarek Adam has done 1 hour 56 minutes in the car. Luke has done 41, plus an additional 3 in this opening stint. And it's, well, that's something I didn't know. It's the Cam Sports Swans song. We want to go out with a bang. That was a bang. That was Johnny Ashley, and said, "Last Cam Sport race, and we've got a target on the back of the car." Laugh out loud emoji.
Does feel like it, doesn't it? Yeah. Look, he's, as we said, he's back up to pace. Unfortunately, I think Ray Lauper's just got a little bit more pace at the moment. Last time round he was a second faster, so he's now catching up to the 34 Ferrari. Currently driven by Giovanni. That's 2.5 seconds back. So I think a battle there, but we know there's going to be an incoming 15-second penalty from the stewards, because no one else could be at fault but Rain Lauper, and he like when I do things like that, I feel guilty, right? I don't know if other drivers feel the same than like I do. I mean, I don't put myself in the esports realm. I'm far from it. I'm way off the pace. But when I just even it. I get angry at myself if I make a mistake that affects me, but if I make a mistake that affects somebody else, I'm even more annoyed at myself. But if someone makes a mistake on me, I'm really angry. But yeah, it's that's unfortunate. But the guys should still be proud of what they're doing this race. They've been doing brilliantly and coming up into P6 as some of the teams have gone in to do their next pit stop. So. It'd still be a solid result, I think, for the team if they could if everyone else could just stop hitting them, they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think it's as Ben said. Johnny said that you and him should team up. team angry.
Team angry. Yeah.
No. You know what I'd call it? Team F-bomb, because one of you would be definitely dropping him like the kitchen, like the clangers, and that would be Johnny. That'd be true, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. It would. Miles Dixon down in P12 just did a 154.4.
Oh, that's what I like to see. New recruit owned, former Pulse Sim Sport guy,
Yeah.
and he's absolutely ripping at the moment. He's not that far away from probably the best lap time so far. Folks, we are not that far away from getting things away from the race coverage, which you'll be able to see in the background, but we are probably about 9 minutes away from getting things going for the final edition of the Simracing.GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing. Our special guest from Genesis Esports, Gareth Hawkins, will be joining Paul and myself. So you'll be able to see all the racing happening whilst we're talking about esports and Genesis and everything else like that, which I'm really looking forward to. It's really going to be interesting to sort of find out about the way that the team came to be, and obviously, yeah. And Rochi's saying, when's the next endurance championship? Well, you'll have to watch this space on Simracing.GP's website and also on social media, because I think I've noticed now that not only are we on Twitter, we're also on Instagram as well, aren't we?
Yes. Are we?
I think so.
Think so.
I'll have a check. I'll have a check on me dog and bone.
I think we are. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, not long to the podcast now. It'll be good. It'll be good to learn a bit more about the team and how, and like you say, how they came about, what their plans are, and a little bit more detail around the characters, I guess, as well, and also get the thoughts on that horrendous bit of contact with the torch as well. So
so you can actually.
But if you're listening, Gareth, no swearing, okay? All right, brilliant. Yeah.
He'll be fine. But yeah, you can find us on Instagram at Simracing.GP. Currently, we've got 756 followers on Instagram, so thank you everyone that has done so far, which does actually do me nature of it. Otherwise, I don't think Dan Terry would ever forgive me. But yeah, it's been an absolutely brilliant race so far, folks. So we are going to be keeping it pinned through the podcast and also right the way up to the checkered flag around about 3 hours and 10 minutes time. Moments for you at the moment, Paul. I think there's been quite a few. Obviously, I think for me, Kamikli, just doing the old John and Jensen button trick and just toughing it out, and they've really got themselves into a great position. They're currently P3 and we're nearly halfway through the race. That's incredible.
Yeah, they've done splendid. I think the 993 for me, not that we've seen. They've done we saw a couple of decent moves earlier on in the race from Angela Scott. We saw an overtake or two. But I've just been putting in some consistent lap times and quite rightly being rewarded with that, with some positions gained and keeping your nose clean, right? And that's the thing about endurance racing. If you can stay out of trouble, even if you're not one of the fastest cars, you stay out of trouble. Don't get drive-throughs. Don't get a stop-go 30. Don't get a drive-through for track cuts as well. And then don't hit anybody or kill anybody out on track. Then you're gonna move up the order as people serve their penalties. So so from that point of view, they should be really pleased with that. There's still just over 3 hours to go, and they've got to repeat that for the rest. But if they've got that far up the order already, where can they get to? I guess they're in the top 10 now. They're in P9. Garcia is currently no, 993 suddenly get a flag briefly, but it's gone as I was bigging them up. So fortunately they're still moving, so that's good. But Garcia is 7.5 seconds up the road, so not out of reach. And last time around they were ever so slightly faster. I mean, it's minimal, so if they can keep doing that and keep chipping away, that gap will continue to come down. The 996, the 666, even the Porsche again.
Well, that was with Alessio Ardito, who's currently 9th at the moment.
Yes,
so, yeah,
that's done. That was why they had to get a flag. So yes, which I briefly saw. So yeah. I mean, look. I mean, making a move around there it's bold anyway, but I don't think the 66 is necessarily making it easy for everybody, shall we say?
I think it's dearie
no.
me, Fusion Racing has just gone into the back of them. The thing is, and I'll be completely honest with you, maybe the 666 have bitten off a bit more than they can chew in this race. You know, you've got big teams in here, you've got very experienced drivers on ACC, and the 502 was closing up on them quickly. And again, Adam Kochanowski is the one that ends up having the dramas for that team. They were running P5 they were at the sharp end of the field. I mean,
yeah, they started P6, didn't they?
Yeah, they were P5, P6.
They've been in the pits 4 times. Yeah.
Oh, moment there for Manolo Garcia. That was coming out of the Schumacher S's because we were looking backwards from the rear wing, and I did see the back end have a little bit of a wobble there whilst trying to close in on Aaron De Batista for Geeks Energy Sim Racing in the 296, which is the battle for P7. So, the 666 is... right, Matt Kudjascott's just pitted. Matt Kudjascott, after 64 minutes in the car, has brought the car in. So that'll be the end of his... actually, funnily enough, that is the first full, complete stint within 65 minutes. Because we had Daniel Hearn at 55, then Ben Brown 51 minutes. And so Matt Kudjascott has managed to get the 900 owner Camsport car to pretty much a full stint at the minute. So that's good work there by Mac, despite obviously the dramas that we saw in turn 8 a few moments ago. But yeah, I think it's just now a case of who's going in the car next and who will be the person that's going to start pushing the only Camsport car forward and hopefully get it back up the top 10 a bit further and see if they can get a top 5 to round off the season here at Moza Racing Endurance Championship.
Miles Dixon has been constantly in the 154s for the last 5 laps. He's now on his so following his pit stop, he did a 155, 154, then he did a 156, and then since then he's been in the 154s again. So showing some real genuine pace at the moment in P12. If you're in P11, I'll be bricking it a little bit right now.
Then you'd have to check your underwear as well, wouldn't you?
I would, yeah. So as I get older, Alex, I have to check mine very regularly.
You could say that as well. Never gets easier as you get older, folks. Believe you me. The tiredness is a little bit.
You never. Is that you know, like, is that wind or is it something else? Sometimes as you get older, you're like,
oh dearie, don't go down that road. Don't go down that road on here. No, we'll do that bit off air. No, but I think the tiredness seems. You find it more difficult to go to sleep.
Yeah.
You find yourself more tired when you wake up.
Yeah.
You need about 50 million coffees to wake yourself up in the morning. And
James Holder with a drive-through in the 169.
Track limits.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
And he's also just done the fastest lap of their race so far, 155.9. Manolo Garcia gets past the 666 of Evan Burke. So it really is coming down towards... how quickly, well, the next question that we need to have answered here, Paul, is how quick before the nighttime sets in. But on that bombshell, folks, we're going to go to a brief ad break, and very, very shortly we'll be starting our final podcast of this season. It's the 6th edition of the Sim Racing podcast, a Simracing.GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing. We'll be back right after these messages.
T.
Hello and welcome back. It's now time for the Simracing.GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. If you've not been following the racing today, my name is Paul Glover. I'm joined by Alex Goldschmidt and also our guest this week from Genesis Esports is Gareth Hawkins. Gareth, welcome to the podcast.
Good evening. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here.
Good to have you. And whilst we've got the Moza Endurance Championship going on behind us, we might as well touch on that. How do you feel like the race is going for your teams so far?
Well, I suppose it's been an interesting one, that's for sure. Tariq and the lads obviously doing what they do best and staying out front. And the academy guys obviously getting some good practice in. Trying to avoid cars and sometimes not too successful, but otherwise it's going pretty well. Pretty chuffed that they're still within the top 5. So they must just keep at it. There's still another 3 hours to go, so plenty of time to catch up and do what they need to do.
Yeah. So Gareth, let's start off with what's your role at Genesis Esports and how did you get involved?
Yeah, so it's an interesting story, actually. This actually all started off with starting off a cybersecurity business, which is Genesis Risk. So what we decided to do is, instead of reaching out to a third party and outsource the marketing aspect of what we need to do, we decided to try and do a different type of initiative and leverage the esports world. Which there's actually 2 factors to that. So the first initiative we did was actually Genesis Sim to Real, which was a simulated series over an 8-week or an 8-race period. The winner of that then got a seat in a real car for a season, which was 7 races over the duration of this year. And the winner of that series was Tariq Adam. And that's when we got to know each other a bit better and started discussing, how do we take this further? How do we really leverage, the esports world and create something special and give guys the opportunity to come in and develop their skills? And that's kind of how the Genesis Esports team was born. So it was Tariq, Luke, and Cody, which is the core team. And then post that, we looked at starting to develop some academy teams so that the guys can go through the ranks and kind of progress with some of the top drivers in the world. I mean, over the course of the year, the drivers also competed in SRO, the Mobileye SRO Championships, or something along those lines. But so they actually competed in all of the different regions. So Cody competed in SRO Americas, where he ended up winning the silver division, because being the first year, all of them were in silver, not in pro.
Mm-hmm.
So Cody won silver for Americas, and then Luke and Tariq entered in Asia. So they were a little bit too late to get into the EMEA grid, but the intention is, of course, to get spread across all of the regions next year. And that's, of course, where the academy guys come into play, because we'd ideally like to have all of the drivers at the highest level. And so far, it's worked out quite well. And having tournaments like these and championships, I mean, really helps the team develop, driving against some of the best in not just the region, but across the world. And, and everything. And I heard you mentioning earlier about the Kaizen Championship. And Kaizen is actually a Japanese principle of continuous improvement. So that's the whole principle, is to just come in and continue to improve, whether it be 1% every day, it's still an improvement, right? So, and this is where we are. And now the guys are on track doing their thing.
So you mentioned esports, and when we think about esports, we don't just necessarily think sim racing, but is it just sim racing that you focus on in general, or do you have other esports teams that are out there as well as part of the team?
Well, the intention is to grow into the other areas, to do first-person shooter, the likes of Counter-Strike, strategy. So ideally, we'd like to have various disciplines, so the racing, strategy, and first-person shooter, whether that strategy be Dota or whatever the case is. But there was a big focus this year on getting the racing up and going, get established, get a framework that we can then obviously expand on. And well, the racing's been keeping us busy, so we just haven't had the time to expand that. And I mean, the successes that we've had in the racing, it's this is why we've kind of remained focused on just maturing this as much as possible.
So what year did you start? Was it pre or after COVID?
Well, that's actually interesting. I mean, I knew absolutely nothing about racing prior to sim racing, and it happened during COVID. In fact, it was the kids had what was it, Gran Turismo on the PlayStation, and then I went and got a virtual VR headset. And I tried that, and I thought this is just useless. VR headset with a controller. We need to get a wheel. So we got a wheel, and a friend of mine said, "No, but I really need to try Assetto Corsa." So I did, and the wheel just never went back to the PlayStation, and that's kind of how I started sim racing. Enjoyed it thoroughly, but nowhere close to where these guys are. I mean, the amount of time that you need to put into it, because that's what it's about, right? It's seat time. You need to put the effort in, put the practice in. But I enjoy an enduro now and again. I thoroughly enjoy it. But yeah, so it's been fun, and it's pretty much been since the COVID era or period.
Yeah. So would you agree that since COVID that sim racing has kind of been on an upward trajectory? I think a lot of people expected it to dip afterwards when real life motorsport, shall we say, kind of got back to the normality. But I believe it's continued to keep that momentum.
No, absolutely, and I think it's actually contributed more to real life motorsport than anyone could have anticipated. I suppose there's lots of talk around the difference between Verstappen's driving and Hamilton's driving, and the former sits in a rig more often than not. And I think just that kind of exposure and the renewed interest in real life motorsport, I think, has contributed towards the sim racing, kind of explosion. I mean, like I said, I wasn't too involved with real racing prior to this, but during the journey of doing the sim to real, we obviously built some relationships with some racing teams and racing management kind of agencies. And here in South Africa, we've definitely seen an uptake from the manufacturers. So whether it be Toyota, BMW, VW, they all now kind of trying to bring the two worlds together as to how do we bring the sim racing aspect into the real world. And the whole point is, I mean, it's a lot easier to go out and smash a virtual car and hit the reset button and go back to pits than trying to practice your craft in a real car. I mean, that costs a couple of bucks to go and repair. So
yeah, more than a couple, I think. And but it's not even when you damage it, is it? It's getting your license, it's getting the the parts, the fuel, the scrutineering costs. I think that's where the virtual wins over real racing, right? Is that I can suddenly boot up Assetto Corsa Competizione and suddenly I'm in Suzuka from the comfort of my rig, right?
Absolutely, and in any supercar, GT3 car you can think of. So you can hop into a Porsche, you can hop into a Lambo, jump back to pits and decide, no, let me try the Ferrari out. And you'll never be able to get that kind of experience in real world. Well, definitely not at the same cost. I mean, there is obviously still differences between sitting in the simulator as opposed to a real car, and it's getting closer and closer with getting motion rigs and that type of thing. But I mean, you'll never get the full immersion. Well, I suppose I can never say never, right? But yeah, it's there's obviously still a gap between them. But I think and something that I've seen, even in real life, I mean, I once or twice in the wet, I've landed up catching my own car, and I think to myself, there's no ways I would have caught that car if I didn't have the sim racing experience. So it's amazing at how you can feel the movement of the car just through the steering wheel, So I think from that perspective, it kind of sharpens the driver's senses in the visual and just feeling the car through the wheel. And I mean, we saw the same with Tariq. I mean, during the real racing season that he did, the first race. So how it worked was it was actually a vehicle sponsored by Toyota. There were 12 cars on the grid. The 6 of them were the Yaris GRs, and the other 6 was the 86s. And so the GRs would also the Yarises would be in front of the grid, and off they would go. And then they would start the 86s at the back. And his first race day, the leader of the 86 pack landed up overtaking him before the end of the race. It was an 8-lap race or something along those lines. Whereas the second race day, he was at the back of the pack, but he didn't get overtaken by the 86. And by the third race day, he was fighting in the middle of the pack. And as the season progressed, so he just got better and better as he got a feel for a real car. But the reaction time that he had and some of the catches that he had in the real car is all attributed to the experience that he's gained in the sim world. So it's been interesting. It's been interesting.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that the lines are getting blurred between real and sim. I don't think we'll ever get to that point unless you could spend $50,000, $100,000, pounds, euros, whatever your currency is, because you could never really recreate what the feeling in the seat. But there is something to be said about learning to catch by feeling something through the wheel. Yeah, I think, and it's really good that he was able to make progression as the races went on. Have you had a go at any real life racing or anything, or had a go in the car while he was taking part? Have you?
Well, no, I didn't want to tease myself, to be honest. I knew if I had to get in the car, I'd really want to have a stab at it. So I think the initial thought process was, well, either I get in a car or we rather invest in this type of series or initiative where we create something that's sustainable and then we can continue season after season. At some point, I do want to get into a car. In fact, I'd love to do a 24-hour enduro, whether that be the Dubai 24-hour, which happens every January. But that's kind of the intention, is to also kind of afford the guys the opportunity to get into a real car and possibly one day the whole team get into a car together and do an enduro. How far that is off, who knows? It's like I said, we're just taking it one step at a time. And this is why we've been focusing on the racing, because there's just so much more to explore in this space that it's for us it's been an interesting journey and one that we're really keen on taking to the next level.
So for you personally, you touched on that you had Gran Turismo, you got a VR headset, and then you tried Assetto Corsa. Have you never been a sim racer up until more recently then? You never played like the Jeff Grammond games of the past? No?
Never. So a couple of the guys that's in the team, they've got a long-standing history in doing sim racing, to way back to some of the early sims. I think so. Formula One, F1, when it came out, still bashing away on the keyboard. I did a bit of that at a stage, but nowhere close to at a competitive level. I think it was just me and my mate, and I didn't like him having better times than me, so I'd put in some times, and so we would kind of try and beat each other. But outside of that, this is the first time I've really gotten into sim racing, and the production quality and the telemetry that you can get out of the likes of Assetto Corsa is amazing. I mean, it's my son the one day walked in. And I was actually watching a real GT3 race, and he said, "Oh, what race is your team racing in now?" I said, "No, dude, this is a real race." And he had to go up to the TV and go. He couldn't tell the difference between a real race and the virtual. So yeah, no, I think it's a great time to get into it, and I'd believe if we see the Unreal 5 engine coming out, it's going to be even more difficult to try and distinguish between the two, and we're just seeing huge strides in technology. So whether that be on the hardware side or whether that be on the graphics side, and the systems themselves, it's like you said, right? It will be difficult to completely replicate it, but man, we're getting close.
Yeah, we are definitely
getting close.
And then from Alex's point of view and my point of view, when it comes to commentary, we have live timing available to us. We know there is some information we don't get told, isn't there, Alex? Like in Assetto Corsa Competizione, we don't know how many track cuts a team has got and things like that. But we are able to tell you how long a pit stop's been for and what the average lap time looks like and so forth, and be able to kind of relay that information to the viewer. For your teams, this Moza Endurance Championship is in Assetto Corsa Competizione. What other well, I was going to use the word games, but sims are you competing in? Are you doing them all across the board?
No, so at the moment it's purely ACC.
Okay.
I do believe that there was some rumors going around. I don't know what the final verdict would be as to whether SRO would possibly move to iRacing. But ultimately, that's where we're focusing is just the highest level of racing that is available. At the moment, that's probably sitting within the SRO space. So who knows in the future? But at the moment, it's purely ACC that we focus on.
And what about you personally? Is it all about Assetto Corsa 1? Is it Assetto Corsa Competizione, or have you got a favourite?
Well, definitely Competizione. I think Assetto Corsa is great. The mods that you can run in there. I've also tried a Formula One car on there once or twice, and damn, those things are difficult to try and keep on track. But yeah, so it's definitely Assetto Corsa Competizione all the way. And like I said, even the production quality as well is phenomenal. As opposed to others, they're definitely a step ahead there.
And what are your thoughts about the Nordschleife finally coming as well?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. The team's been talking about it, and they're quite keen. Luke was saying last night when he was having a bit of a break and doing a bit of a first-person shooter just to unwind a bit. We were chatting, and I think he mentioned something like he's done in excess of 3,000 laps on that track in other sims. But yeah, I'm quite keen. I mean, it's great to see new tracks come in. The fact that the tracks are laser scanned also is just again takes it to the next level. And I was reading one of the posts of someone that was actually testing the track out in some of the leaks that we've had now recently, where he was even mentioning a particular tree that has formed an umbrella kind of shape over a certain part of the track. So when it's wet, that part of the track is dry, and it's replicated in the sim, and that really makes a difference, right? So it gives the guys an opportunity to really get to know that track inside out, because it is down to the millimeter of detail.
So I guess what a question for me, and I think I might know what the answer might be here, because but what's your favourite track in ACC?
Sure. Okay. Well, it's Carlami. It has to be.
Yeah, that's why I knew it.
You cannot ask someone from South Africa that question and get any other answer.
Yeah, I know, but it is a great track, though, isn't it? Yeah,
it is. It is. And I think
that sausage curve on the second to last corner. That's the only.
The cheetah. Yeah, that's a problem. It really is. So it's it's definitely one of my favorites. Nürburgring is right up there. Spa I quite enjoy just because of the history of the track, and I mean it's I suppose the more difficult tracks, the more time you spend in it and the better you get at it, obviously the more you'll end up enjoying it. But the other one would be so it's Carlami, Nürburgring. Barcelona I struggle with. I think that's one of my tougher tracks.
What about Kota? What about Kota?
Oh, I've hardly done any sea time in Kota, I must admit. So life unfortunately got a little bit busy when that DLC came out. So I tend to avoid it. Let's put it that way. But yeah, it's there's some tracks that I just know I need to spend a hell of a lot more time in before I even think of jumping into an official race. I'll just do some single player. It's all good.
So that's always the best way there, Gareth. But question for me, of course, getting someone like the younger brother of current Ferrari esports driver, Jordan Sherritt, Cody, on the squad at Genesis Esports was a bit of a masterstroke, and him being part of the core team. There's a lot of people that really do enjoy sim racing in South Africa. But then you also look at the talent in IRL, such as the famed Van der Linde brothers. Of course, Sheldon winning the DTM title last year. We've got the likes of Dave Perel. Of course, for me being a bit of an F1 historian, Jody Scheckter winning the 1979 F1 World Championship for Ferrari. How much is the popularity of sim racing going in South Africa? Is it really, really on a rise, and is it really, really sort of getting people involved, especially with you guys at Genesis not only having one car in this championship, but today we've got three because we've got the likes of Christian Deploy and Christian Venter and everybody else. How's it all going over there in South Africa with regards to the rise of sim racing? It must be on an uphill curve, I'm sure.
No, absolutely. And barring you giving your age away there a bit, but just getting back to Jordan. So it's actually funny how it worked out, because I was actually in discussions with Jordan first, beginning of last year, discussing this exact same kind of concept, and how do we do a development program and bring various drivers in. And when the Genesis Sim to Real tournament started, in fact, it was a couple of days before, it was him that let Tariq know that this thing is happening. And that's why Tariq jumped in, and then he ended up winning it. And so, yeah, it's actually quite interesting how that came full circle. But it's definitely on the rise, and we see it in all the communities. I mean, we've got a couple of communities within SA where there's continual, weekly races that happen, and various championships, and it's growing, and to the point where we've even got representation in terms of the South African MSA, so the Motorsport Association, where there's a sim racing working group, which we're also involved with in some shape or form. So there's a keen interest. There's a lot of focus on it. There's an appetite to mature it, and also to take it to the next level, and to bring it closer to the real thing. So it's definitely on the rise. We're seeing even from the you'll see a lot of the manufacturers, the sim racing or the hardware manufacturers, such as Moza, really kind of stepping it up in SA, and contributing a lot towards these types of initiatives. So it's definitely not slowing down. It's accelerating, and we're just very happy to be a part of it, and be at the foundation of it. And this is why we thought, let's try and put the team together. Let's put some structure together, and let's really give the opportunity for individuals to join the fold, and take it to the international stage. Because, well, I won't talk about the cricket today. If anyone was watching, I ended up switching that off early. So,
No, my
but
dad. If you were having a chat with my dad, he'd probably wax lyrical about whatever was going on with the cricket. He normally does it with me, but I go, well, hang on, motorsport's my bag, so you better leave me alone.
yeah, well, I kind of gave up on cricket a long time ago, but my son's gotten quite heavy into it again. So yeah, I decided, well, seeing as that he's now really throwing everything at it, I'll also join the fold. But yeah, the cricket team, it seems like they're going for all the records in this World Cup, including the lowest score today. But yeah, no. So it's the sim racing. I mean, it's the interesting thing is, if you look at some of the stats, you've got all the new generation, or I don't know if that's the right word, but the generation that's coming into the workforce today. Um, I think the stats were something ridiculous, like 60% of them prefer watching virtual sports than real sports. And we'll continue seeing that. Obviously, real sports will never lose its place, but virtual sports is really up there, in terms of competitiveness, in terms of broadcasting quality, in terms of global interest. So, and the nice thing is, because of the fact that it's all connected in the cyber valley, if you like, or cyber village, you can quite easily hop in and race against someone in Germany, any time of the evening, or day, anyone across the globe, right? I mean, this is what really makes it special. You don't have to cart your cars all over the world. I mean, during the COVID period, again, during the GT World Challenge kind of series, when it came down to Kyalami, I think all the vehicles had arrived, I think, late November. Then we had another lockdown for various reasons. And here we go. Now, all the teams are stuck with their vehicles in logistical nightmares. And it's obviously a difficult thing to try and manage. Where the virtual sport, it's okay. Well, let's just go, right? We'll reschedule for tomorrow. Everyone pop in and off we go. So it's the flexibility is, I think, what also really adds to the value.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to actually come on to now the Kaizen methodology, obviously with regards to it being a Japanese term, and of course manufacturers like Toyota, who just picked up another FIA World Endurance Crown in Bahrain this past weekend. What was the impetus for deciding to bring a championship onto the roster for Genesis? Because of course you've got the esports club, which it's part of. Was it just sort of like saying, well, look, here we are, we're a competitive race team, we've raced in SRO esports, and we want to be part of this ever-growing community, not just in South Africa but globally?
No, absolutely, and I think it's also creating different clubs within a region. If we want to go and compete against any of the other teams or clubs within SA, we want to have a home ground where we can say, this is if we want to invite teams, or if we want to challenge teams and go onto their platforms. There's some other clubs here within SA that's also moved on to SGP. And platforms like this just affords us the opportunity to have a platform where the team can run these types of championships in the way that they obviously want to. And we kind of figured, well, why not? We have the right number of drivers that are able to compete in it, and let's add a bit of a prize pool and see what kind of talent we can get in there. And we're quite humbled to have the likes of Boothby, Whitehead that actually joined the Kaizen Championship, and there's quite a couple of drivers, from various countries, whether it be Sweden, Germany, the UK, and that's what I love about it, right? And that one we actually put together fairly quickly. It was in a space of about 3 weeks that we said, we're keen on doing it. And part of it was also to align with the LFM series. So this is why it is a 12-week series. So and it's Wednesday nights. LFM is on the Thursday night. So we figured, well, why not kind of follow the same tracks so that we prepare the guys for the Thursday night races. Because in the Thursday night, or the LFM Pro Series, the Case King Pro Series, you've got a lot of drivers that actually also compete in SRO. So so the whole point of the Kaizen is to let the guys improve and continue to improve in preparation for some of the much bigger events. And talking about that, we have load shedding. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced load shedding.
Yes. Yeah, I am aware of that.
That was an unexpected one.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I've heard that.
I should be able to solve this because my lights just went off, but I'll do a bit of a hack.
I've heard about this. Yes.
Yeah, because funnily enough, I happen to know the broadcaster for the Kaizen Championship anyway. A fellow countryman of yours, Mr. Costello, and he has about 3 different 12-volt batteries in his room just to get around it. Because for what, as you've now seen firsthand, folks, what load shedding in South Africa looks like when you're at home and you're on a podcast talk. So, but I think that's part and parcel of life over there in SA, Gareth. I would imagine this is part of what you guys go through on a daily basis.
Yeah, it is, and luckily I have got at least the key infrastructure like the router on backup power, so that's not too much of an issue. But clearly these lights aren't linked up to that. So and the schedule tends to change. You can never really keep up with when it's happening or not happening. They'll go from stage 1 to stage 2, 3, and off you go. But yeah, luckily I made sure that the key infrastructure, you can't go without internet. That's a problem.
No, what can you do about YouTube, hey, and Netflix, and everything else that we can get on the wonderful internet now? So, what I want to understand is a bit more about the structure. You talk about the drivers, but is there anything behind the scenes that we don't necessarily see? I mean, myself and Alex commentated on the endurance championship for the Simracing Expo last year, and they had on-site teams and with their cockpits, and some of the teams would have team managers with them, looking at the data and trying to find where they could gain an advantage on their competitors. Is that something that you have as part of the structure for your esports team?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and there's actually more to it than that. Just within the context of the group. So, as I mentioned, we actually have a cybersecurity business, Genesis Risk, and both Genesis Risk and the Genesis Esports team. It kind of forms part of the Genesis group. So, actually, the Genesis Esports team sits squarely within Genesis Extreme, and Genesis Extreme is our digital marketing kind of arm within the group. So there's a couple of role players in that. So and the guys that are on track at the moment. So for instance, Christian Deploy, he does our graphics. So he's our graphic designer. Giovanni Porzio, he's our video editor. Daniel DeMartos Preto, he's coming in and looking at some of our digital marketing strategies, because that's his forte is digital marketing. Tariq is busy studying his information systems degree, so I'm kind of trying to hurry him up along so that he can get that done, because he'll be joining the group as soon as he's done with that. Luke is coming into the fold, more into the Genesis Risk side in terms of the solutions and technologies that we provide to customers. So from that side, there's a whole lot of things happening on the back end, but within the team itself, I mean, Cody, he generally sits and does a lot of the analytics for us with various races and setups and all the rest of it. In fact, all of them also do setups, right? So Luke he does training and his own setups. The guys also do setups for the likes of Coach Dave. They do setups for Go. So it's a whole mix and match of different initiatives or areas that the guys actually get involved in within sim racing. But yeah, from the analytics side, I mean, the guys are really good at understanding the dynamics of the car, the behavior of the car, and the various cars. Obviously, testing them and creating setups and providing coaching, and it's just expanding. And the guys are getting, just by spending time with each other, the guys within the academy team are obviously picking up on that knowledge, and they're able to also start sharing and contributing in some shape or form. I mean, even now recently, we're looking at some load cell pedals, and I kind of shipped them off to Christian Venter, who's also busy racing, and I mean, he was able to kind of give us a really good breakdown of the pros and cons and where the stuff can get tweaked. And so the guys contribute in all various areas towards everything that we're doing. And that's what keeps it exciting, right? So if your moonlighting job drives, or if you're passionate about it, then and contributes towards your day job, then at some point it's not actually work anymore. Then you just always living your passion.
Yeah, I get that degree. I work in IT myself, and this kind of, it's more of a passion than a job. So I get to do the day job, and then I come on here and Alex is a full-time commentator as well. I'm more of a part-time commentator / broadcaster, and it's nice to be able to turn that into something you enjoy doing, and the passion comes across. So what happens after a race then, from an esports point of view? Do you always have a meeting following an event, whether it's gone well, whether it's gone bad? Do they dissect every little bit of detail and try and see where they could squeeze every millimeter of performance out of the car, and understand, okay, this worked well, but we could have done better here?
No, absolutely. Well, I suppose it also depends on how well the race went.
Yes.
So sometimes you're really not in the mood to sit and dissect something that just went horribly wrong. But in general, absolutely. I mean, the guys will spend time with each other and look at what could they have done better. And I'm sure, I mean, part of it earlier, there was obviously the incident that Nicholas had, Manuel, with that Porsche. And I think that's part of it, and that's something that I've seen is that's what kind of distinguishes the good drivers from the champions. If you look at the likes of Tariq, Luke, and Cody, what sets them apart is the ability to just keep their nose out of trouble. And that means being super aware of what's happening, making that split-second decision, and ensuring that they just keep the car on track and keeping the kind of pace that they can extract from that car. So, I mean, that's where they keep, obviously coaching the guys on, or they continue coaching the guys on. Is how do you best manage your time on the track, and manage other cars, because at some point, especially in enduros, you're going to be going through a lot of back markers, you're going to be going through a lot of traffic, and the important thing is maintaining that pace while working your way through that traffic. So it's extremely important to make sure that you do it safely, and without the right kind of coaching or experience, you'll end up in a world of trouble and a world of hurt, and with these fine margins between all the drivers that's on track. I mean, an incident can end up pushing you out of top 10 quite easily.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, I mean, Gareth, there's a lot of infrastructure, like you say, with regards to the digital marketing side and the cybersecurity. Of course, cybersecurity is a big topic that everyone seems to be talking about, with the amount of virtual private networks and other sort of methods and stuff like that. How analytical is the team when, like, say, as Paul was just saying about the debrief post a race? How in depth can the conversations be between the drivers when they go like, yeah, well, this has been happening. Yeah, not quite happy with this. Of course, earlier on in the season, we saw Luke having a double puncture at Spa when the track had evolved to the point where the car, the circuit was completely bone dry, and then we find out that they miss out on the win. Are they? There's always constructive criticism or feedback rather than people getting at loggerheads and going, yeah, well, you know what, you mucked this up because you did this wrong. It's always about complementing each other, isn't it, as part of a team? And that's the Kaizen way.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. And like I said, the guys, they also do, particularly Luke, I mean, it's part of what they do is provide training. So not necessarily just to the esports team, but it's actually part of what they do is offer training to anyone who's looking for training. So the most important thing is also understanding the drivers and their driving styles, and I think that's Tariq being the team principal. That's something that he's got to always trying to have a look at, is how do we match up the various drivers for the various events. And it comes down to car choices. It comes down to the setups of the cars, and the guys really getting comfortable with those setups, because you've got 3 guys in a car, so all of them have to be comfortable with the setup. There's some stuff that you can do dynamically, so while on the track you can change your traction control, your engine mapping, and those types of things, but there's some fundamental stuff that on the car that you obviously can't change unless you go back to pits. So all of them need to feel comfortable with that setup. And they spend a lot of time putting those setups together, and the setups are a bit different for each driver, and literally just it comes down to their driving styles, and understanding the other drivers and what suits them. So from that perspective, and in fact, the setups that are shared, that is the strategy, right? Is that setup for that race and for that car and for that series. So whether it be a wet race, recently and even during this week and this Wednesday's Kaizen Championship, it was a wet race, and Tariq really nailed it. Right, he was right out front, and he kind of just it was miles ahead. And then come the Thursday night LFM race, it was dry. So now the guys had to very quickly try and adapt to a dry race where they were doing wet race and wet setups basically the entire week. So it's and I think that's also what really makes it interesting is, and as you mentioned earlier, around the having that real time telemetry and being able to share that with the viewers, and being able to communicate it to the drivers, and discussing things around what each other team's pit stop strategies were or are, when they've pitted, what is the average kind of lap time of the current driver in the car. And that's what I really enjoy about endurance racing, is the fact that you can, the amount of telemetry that you have available to you, and each driver that gets in the car, he's obviously got a different pace that he's able to maintain. And with the other teams, you're literally sitting and hoping that a slower driver is going to get in the car for the next stint, and as soon as you see someone that's had previous stints that have been right up there in terms of maintaining pace, then you've got to sharpen your pencil a bit. But yeah, that type of telemetry is gold, and I think the technicality in the setups is what really makes it interesting, because you might have two drivers or two teams in the same car, but the setups of those cars are probably vastly different, and suited for those drivers.
All right, that's really really interesting. It's good to get the insight into to how this all works. I mean, when we got told that you were our guest this week, Gareth, I believe the words from Luke, who's currently in the car, was something along the lines of, "You are the king of Genesis Esports and the brains behind the operation." How much of that is true?
Well, I don't know. I'd say I might be the purse string, but I think the brains behind the operation is actually Tariq.
Right.
I think he's really put in a lot of effort to bring a lot of the stuff that we're seeing today together, including the Kaizen Championship, and over the time that he's been racing. So, and going back, I mean, it's between Tariq, Luke, and obviously Cody being Jordan's brother. I mean, they share a household, but Jordan kind of took the Luke and Tariq under his wing some time ago, and they spent a hell of a lot of time perfecting the craft. So everything that we currently see, and what we've the progress that we've made. I mean, that really goes down to Tariq and the team. I mean, each one of them have played a vital role. So between Luke, Cody, even the likes of Gio, Christian, Daniel, the other Christian. So it's the guys have really pulled together, and it's not a one-man job. And I think that's true for any success. Is it's never one individual. One person might land up being the spokesperson, and the face of the story, but it's truly a team effort. There's no ways we would have been able to achieve this if we didn't have the team that's out there now doing what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's not about individuals. There's no I in team, as the going says.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, with everything that's gone on and so far, what is the plan with the future? You want to get your kids involved and get them sim racing as part of the team, or are you keeping them far away from it, or what's next? What's the vision?
Well, I'm trying my best to get the kids into a rig, but they haven't really bitten as much as I'd hoped. We even went and got a go-kart. That's at least the starting point. In fact, that's also where Cody started his trade. In fact, I think Jordan as well. But I mean, Cody's got a long-standing history, and he's got a couple of championships under the belt in a go-kart. And even part of the Sim to Real, we were looking at doing an initiative where we do a simulated series in kart racing, and then also give the kids an opportunity. I think ultimately what we'd like to do is provide an opportunity in any, from karting through to GT3 and everything in between, to actually go through a simulated series and then get into a real thing. But the next port of call is, we're kind of looking at opening well, I wouldn't say a full-on arena or experience center, but just get a couple of rigs up where school kids can come in and start getting into it and get familiar with it and get comfortable with sim racing, because the barrier to entry is a little bit higher than what your normal console would be. Consoles in general aren't exactly the cheapest item out there. And if you start adding the wheel to that, and you add a rig to that, the barrier to entry is obviously very different for each individual, depending on what level they want to go to and what kind of caliber of gear they'd want to invest in. But I think ultimately it's just giving anyone an opportunity to be able to get into a sim rig in some shape or form and give it a crack. And in fact, I was telling my son earlier, just before I hopped onto the podcast, I said, if we land up getting a couple of rigs going down here in George in the Western Cape, which is where I am at the moment, he's got to get some of his friends from school into there and start racing each other. He must drag them in and get them involved. So we'll see where that goes, but there's definitely an appetite, and like I said, there's a huge uptake in sim racing, and if we can get the younger generation and the kids into it, then all the better. We might have some safer drivers on the road too.
Yeah, I guess is it unusual? Is yours an unusual blueprint where you've combined the esports team with a company? Or would you like to see others take a similar approach to what you've done, rather than just get sponsored by these teams?
No, well, absolutely, and I think if you look at the Kaizen Championship, the two main kind of vendors that we support and we supply their products of is Sentinel One. And Sentinel One is already quite heavily invested in Formula One within the Aston team. And then you've also got Immersive Labs. So you might not have seen it, but if you look at the McLaren car on the front wing, you'll see Immersive written on the front. And Immersive Labs is they focus on cybersecurity awareness and training, which again and it's a gamified platform, which is quite unique in comparison to anything else that's available on the market. So it's getting these cybersecurity vendors also more invested into the sim racing world, as opposed to just the real racing. And there's been some good conversations there, and we'll probably progress with those, as the quarters and the year goes on. Come 2024, I was about to say 2014, but we're way past that. Come 2024. But yeah, so I mean, it's and even corporates. There's once this starts developing and gaining more interest, we might be in a scenario where we've got a corporate league and corporate championships. In fact, there is already. If you look at locally, we've got MTN that's also quite heavily invested in F1 schools and that type of thing, including some of the initiatives within ACC. So the more these, and it's a great platform just to get exposure. One, and secondly, to contribute back to the community. So it's not just the good old KFC, kind of cricket leagues that I used to be involved in. I don't know if that was a global thing, but when I grew up, KFC used to sponsor the mini cricket, and Baker's Biscuits used to also be involved, Baker's mini cricket. But we'll probably see more and more of that happening within the esports space, because it's almost every household now has got a some kind of a computer in it, and kids have got access to games that they can go and compete in. So I mean, Fortnite obviously being one of those that also took off quite well in terms of global tournaments and championships. So yeah, it's across the board. It's not also just restricted to the racing.
No, you're right. I mean, I don't have any kids, but my nieces absolutely love Roblox. They're absolutely obsessed with it, and they go online and they compete with other kids across. But they also compete with themselves. They'll sit there in a room playing Roblox together. Like it
Yeah.
brings them all together. And I mean, we've talked about this time and time again on previous podcasts. I sometimes feel like sim racing. Sometimes there's a bit of a snobbery towards consoles. But I think a lot of people forget that's how a lot of people get started, and and that's how you got started in this whole thing. And without you getting Gran Turismo, there might never been a Genesis esports team.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, talking about Roblox, I was quite surprised. I took the kids out last night to go and watch a movie. I mean, I never used to enjoy Roblox. They always wanted me to come and join them, and I never saw the point of it. And also, they didn't have invert mouse back then. I'm unfortunately one of those. I learned how to use a mouse playing Descent many moons ago, which means I landed up with an invert mouse, and Roblox didn't have it. So I was like, no ways, that's just confusing me too much. But the interesting thing is, there was actually a local bank, Netbank, was advertising a game or a platform that they're going to create it in Roblox, which teaches the kids how to manage a job and finances. And I was actually quite surprised. I mean, and this I only saw yesterday, and they're advertising it in the movie house, which was quite strange. But it just shows how much we've evolved with these various platforms. I mean, Minecraft also being one of those that, you know, it's there's such a learning curve there in terms of development skills, even like programming skills, being able to do, you know, making certain objects switch in certain ways or behave in certain ways. It's just phenomenal how through that mechanism that the kids are actually learning real world applications of programming within a game, so to speak. So no, it's phenomenal what contribution technology has actually had on the educational side of things for kids. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, you're right. It gives them a great platform, doesn't it, to learn those skills and potentially earn a living from those skills that they learn, right? You know, as during their youth, and potentially turning it into a career, especially as systems and everything else that we do, we come so reliant on technology and it's all online. And I guess that's why you have a company that does cyber security, right? It doesn't go like a week that we don't find out there's been some hack somewhere and data's been exploited, and you know, and suddenly you can go on to have I been pawned, and you'll find that your email address has been, you know, is on there and so forth. So yeah, very, very true. Stepping away from your esports team and just kind of taking a wider view at sim racing and esports, is there anything that sim racing doesn't do now that you would like to see in 4 to 5 years time?
Sure, that's an interesting question. Well, I think it's just a case of trying to bring it as close to real world scenarios as possible. So I suppose the trajectory that we're on just needs to continue. I wouldn't necessarily say that there's anything in particular that we'd want to see that we're not seeing. You know, because that the maturity within this space is phenomenal. So I would just say that we're quite excited to see what is going to come out. I think and also in the space of AI, that's obviously a huge topic, and I think I just saw something now recently that is now the word of the year, according to, I think it was Oxford, the Oxford Dictionary, because that's the most used word or phrase over the last year. So I suppose adopting a lot more AI, because if you think of the current AI capabilities within the game, it's very static, I suppose. So if we could get a lot more realistic kind of competitive single player driving, I think that'll be an interesting evolution.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I mean, it's I suppose it's just continue as usual, business as usual. Just making sure that we continue working towards bringing the two worlds together to a point that we wouldn't be able to distinguish between virtual and real.
Interesting. You just made me think of a question. There was some YouTubers, I think, in the last couple of weeks have put out some videos about pedals and about the manipulation you could do on the throttle and the brake, and kind of question, is that a bit of an unfair advantage, especially when you come to esports? What's your view on things like that?
Well, I suppose when you get to the highest level, I mean, if you look at Formula One, there's a cap on the amount of spend that you can have. So at some point, there'll need to be some sort of consistency across all of the hardware that's being used and the systems that are being used. In these types of tournaments, I mean, each individual is obviously left to his own devices, figuratively and literally, in terms of the hardware that they use. So whether it's an unfair advantage, who knows? Obviously, if you look at the entry level type of pedals that you get as opposed to load cell pedals, there's a big difference in terms of the feel and the accuracy in terms of the braking and coming into the braking zone. But is it a benefit? I've actually seen some of the guys at the top level in SRO racing with their G29s, which is a really the most entry level kind of force feedback wheel that you can get from Logitech. And you've got others that are running the Simu Cubes and the Fanatec's and the like and the Mozas, which obviously are premium brands. And there's pros and cons. Just listening to some of the guys speaking, I think the higher level gear, gives you much more granular feeling on what's happening. But on the other hand, sometimes some of that feeling actually lands up causing more of an issue for some of the drivers than not having that feeling. I've heard some commentary on some of the streamers around the G29 type of class wheel that if you're hitting certain curbs, it's not going to react the same way that some of the higher end wheels will. So you benefit from not having to fight against that, and you're actually unaware that you've actually gone through something that otherwise might have caused issues. So there's pros and cons, I suppose, but when you get to the highest level, there obviously needs to be some kind of consistency in the hardware that's being used, just to even the playing field, I suppose. But I've even seen some interesting stuff around active pedals now recently.
Yes.
And how beneficial is that? Who knows? It gives you a more realistic feeling again, having that vibration on the feet. But maybe you can just shove a bass speaker next to it and set it up a bit. Who knows? That'll also give you a bit of a feeling. But yeah, so I mean, it's you obviously want to have consistency in the hardware.
Yeah, I think on the force feedback piece, for me personally, I was doing a Zuka wet race and my force feedback stopped working, and I set the fastest lap of the race and got P1. Like sometimes not having that fighting against the wheel, as you say, can sometimes up your level of performance. So yeah, is it an advantage? That's a really good question to ask. Okay, Gareth, it's been absolutely wonderful talking to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Our hour is up. Thank you for giving up some of your day to speak with us today. Hopefully your lights come back on soon. If people want to follow you, they can find you on Twitter, Genesis_esports. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the esports team. Or else they can just go to genesisextreme.com. One word, and all the details are there to follow the team, to join the community. On the risk side, it's pretty straightforward, genesisrisk.com. They can just go and follow the team and all the various things that we're doing in both the security side and the esports side.
Well, yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much, Gareth. It's been an absolute pleasure learning more about the team and kind of ethos behind it and everything that goes on behind the scenes. But yeah, thank you very much. And for those of you watching the stream, that was Gareth Hawkins from Genesis Esports telling us all about the setup there. And we'll be right back with the race at the Moza Endurance Championship right after these adverts. See you then.
Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Well, the night time has definitely set in here at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit for the 6th and final round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by Simracing.GP. A big thank you to Gareth Hawkins from Genesis Esports joining Paul and myself for the edition of the Simracing.GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. A great guest there, Paul, but we have some racing to concentrate on. Now, there was a lot of action happening.
There was.
In the background, wasn't there?
I was pulling faces. I don't know if you saw when he was talking. I was
I
looking.
thought you were gurning at some points.
Yes. I couldn't help but react to some of the things that I was seeing, and I think I saw the BMW, the 224, have contact again.
Yeah.
So, I'm just having a quick look at the steward sheet. I can see that 34 has been given a 15-second penalty for rear-ending 35, and 296 has been given a 15-second penalty for driving into the back of number 9. I don't think the sheet is updating correctly anymore, so I think
the sheet that we can actually see.
Yes.
So we might have to switch to another one just to be on the safe side, to be honest.
Well, no, I'm wondering whether sometimes the game's output just stops working and doesn't report on contacts, and I think it might be happening at the moment. So if there is contact, the teams have to report it, I believe now. So I might get told that I'm wrong, but
we'll wait
see.
to hear from whatever happens. We'll keep an eye on what is going on the screens that we're watching over the next. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this. We're 1 minute and 30 away from the final third of this race. Big thank you to everyone that was typing in a hashtag MREC, which included Genesis Esports Tarek Adam. He decided to cheekily throw one in there. Of course, Simracing.GP will be in touch with the random stream winner in due course. So,
indeed,
don't fret. So Roshi, I know you've already put in for MREC earlier on, so you've already entered. But the more that you have entered over the course of that podcast, so I think effectively entries have now closed for that, haven't they, Paul?
They have indeed. Now that the podcast is over, and as Mr. Hamlin says in chat, great guest. He thoroughly enjoyed talking to Gav. It's really nice. We could just ask a question, and somebody just keeps talking and just answering it in such a clear and precise way. Thoroughly enjoyed that. I love the insight. And for those of you that have just joined us and perhaps missed the podcast, it'll be in all the usual places: Spotify, iTunes, etc. And anywhere else.
Well, even uploaded to our YouTube channel, which will be every single one of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship rounds powered by Simracing.GP, plus every single one of the episodes for the Simracing.GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. Sometimes it can be a bit of a tongue twister saying that when you say one right after the other.
Yes, it can. It can. Alex, I have a question for you.
Go on.
Where's the rain?
Well, it's still cloudy.
It is still cloudy. Are we going to get rain in the last 2 hours, Alex? What do you think?
Well, you know what? We're going to put that to the chat. Chat, what do you think? Is it going to rain before the end of the race? Let's see. Is my honest opinion. I think the thing is that it was really interesting to hear about Gareth's finding out about a VR headset with Gran Turismo on a controller, and then keeps the steering wheel on the sim rig.
Yes.
And it's great to see that there are so many different well-woven tapestries on how people have got involved in sim racing. I've got involved in sim racing through IRL, so I've made the transition the other way around. So I've gone from real-life karting and motorsport to sim racing about 3.5 years ago. Whereas people like, say, Luke Crane, Lewis McGlade, George Morgan, they've gone the other way.
Yes.
Which is a very, very big example of that. Roshi's already saying rain gets scented, ? Let's go. That was the next thing that Roshi put into the chat. But the server time now, 8:35 p.m. Tarek Adam leading the way for Genesis Esports. And now he is 24 seconds ahead of Reno Coots. So the battle between MITS Racing and also Genesis Esports that has been rolling on all the way through the season is
Yes.
now coming down to the wire, and it is Lambo versus Lambo.
Yes, it is. I mean, there is a 23-second gap between the two, but we're now in that tricky period that we were talking about now, aren't we? You know, where the sun has gone.
Yep.
It's a little bit harder for us to work out which car's which, and the drivers have got to kind of relearn the track, but in the night time. And for those of them that have done their stints in the day and then they jump in the car, maybe do the last hour perhaps, or the last couple of hours, have got to relearn the track ever so slightly, because things look a little bit different than what they did when they were last in the car. But you know, I'm not expecting that to really trouble the two cars in the lead, shall I say. But yeah, Nerbs is a great track. Fantastic atmosphere. We've seen some great racing today. We've also seen some not so great racing as well. But there's still battles up and down the field, aren't there, Alex? You can see a few still kind of sharing the same bit of tarmac.
Yeah, there has been. I think the way I'm going to put it is a little bit of stumbling and clumsiness. It's probably the way that I would like to put it. I mean, this. Out of all the tracks, okay, the shortest one that we've had on the calendar was round 4 at Valencia. This is the second. This is the second longest track after it. So effectively, 2.5 miles at Valencia, 3.2 miles here at the Nürburgring. Then it was nearly 3.5 miles at Watkins Glen. Then Monza. Then it was Mount Panorama. Spa-Francorchamps, no surprise, wins the longest circuit of the season award, as it always has done. But I think I'm really pleased to see that, you know, teams like Genesis Esports have come out of a community over in South Africa whereby they've got potential, and I think when you look at it, one of the things I was wanting to ask Gareth anyway, but we had to run to time. There is still plenty of racing still to cover. I'm wondering what's next for not just the driver aspect, because obviously Tarek is the team principal. You've got Luke, who's very analytical. Cody's very good with regards to like the setups and analytics and that kind of thing. But look at it from this perspective, folks. There are not just drivers in sim racing. You've got people who may not be active drivers when it comes to being a team principal, a race engineer. So I'm wondering if that could open up a little bit of a window for the South African sim racing community, whereby it's not just the drivers, but it's also people that may get an interest of saying, well, yeah, I enjoy sim racing. I'm not that good at it, but maybe I could be a commentator. Maybe I could be a race engineer for the team. And of course, I have to give a shout out to the commentary duo for the Kaizen Championship as well, one of which quite a few people in the sim racing space will know, David Christie. But they've also brought on a new South African talent. I can't remember his name, but I actually had a watch of the Kaizen Championship stream a couple of weeks back. Very, very good. Really enjoyed it. Great coverage. And it's great to see that Gareth and the team at Genesis are doing such a great job in just helping to push South African sim racing, along with the likes of Coach Dave Academy and SimGrid and many other people, including David Perel, is the fact of showcasing that I know a lot of talent in IRL. Cristiano Morgado, who's from South Africa, actually has Portuguese heritage, is the most successful Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champion, and he's won 5 of them out of the 23. So it's quite good to see that when you got like Jody Scheckter, when Gareth said, yeah, you gave your age away there. Yes, folks, I am in my mid-40s. Let's just put that to bed, shall we, straight away. But it's like with the Van der Linde brothers. Tasmin Pepper was running in W Series a couple of years ago because she qualified for it. a good friend of mine, Dion Van Moltke, who used to run alongside Felipe Albuquerque over in IMSA a few years ago, and they won the Daytona 24 Hours in an Audi R8 GTD car. There is so much talent in South Africa that I think it's only right that they're in major mainstream sports where it's sort of like football, rugby, cricket. That they do make and they're really good at motorsport. They have this sort of like, we're going to give it everything attitude. And that's what I love about the South African mentality. I mean, a little bit of history. I do have a slight connection to South Africa. My dad actually grew up in Joburg for about 4 or 5 years in his childhood before coming back to the United Kingdom. So, but I've got great friends from over there, and I'm looking forward to catching up with the guys and girls from SA when they head to Bahrain for the grand finals in about 4 weeks. So less than 4 weeks from now, I'll be flying over to Bahrain because I'll be working over there, and I'll be catching up with a few of the team over there. So it's really good to see that the South African sim racing community. Have to give a shout out to ITB Racing's boss, Alaric Enslin, if anyone might remember that name. Quite a few of the drivers, including Luke Whitehead, George Boothby, will know exactly who that man is. And I first came across him on, funny enough, Simracing when I was commentating for them a little while ago.
Golden Muscat's just moved up into P6, making a move on Hull in the 993. Ferrari took the position in T1. Nicely done, as we're looking at Max Scheiter. Is that right?
Max Scheiter.
Scheiter?
Yeah, Scheiter. Yeah, because it's quite. It's the funny thing is, folks, with pronouncing surnames. Adam Ely, you have the one to blame for this because he called me Mr. Pronunciation in the professional trophy last year, didn't he? When I was leaving after 4 hours on the bounce, and then it was the. Even I've had troubles with surnames, folks.
Yeah, we all do. I'm constantly having trouble with surnames, but yeah, I try my best. There's some close battles out there. We've got this one here for P18, and there's also a close battle at the moment for P9 as well, out on track, which funny enough, we just switched to. So there we go. And look how much brighter the lights are. The lights in the front McLaren, they've got them on full beam. So, but look how much brighter the lights are on the 28.
Yeah. It's going to be very, very close. Beak House closing in on Lindblom. That is Final Drive Sim Racing versus Onid Racing for P9. So we've got 50 minutes to go until the turn of the hour, and then we'll be going into the final, not only the final 60 minutes of this race, but also the final 60 minutes of this 6-round championship. It's quite fitting though, Paul. Like, what was it? 11 months ago. Where were we? Nürburgring. What were we commentating on? GT3? Nürburgring.
Yeah. It's funny how it's come round, isn't it?
I know. It's like it's like the never-ending story. Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, Alex, you'll be back with Paul commentating for 6 hours on the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit on GT3 ACC. Happy days.
See you in November next year. What's happened to the Onid Camsport car? Because they find themselves down in 12th now. I know that before we went to the podcast, they unfortunately got spun for the second time. But has something happened while we were talking with Gareth? Because they're down in 12th, so that's a number of places that they only pitted 7 laps ago. Everyone else pitted around about 15 to 20 laps ago. So.
Well, Matt Goodyear-Scott has done 2 full stints for the team, so I think it's going to be Daniel in the car now for, he's been in the car for 12 minutes, so 6 laps. Excuse me. So that will mean that Mr. Ben Brown will be, I would say, bringing it home. So I would say around about the turn of the hour, that's when you're going to see a lot of activity. You will see a little bit before that, probably with about an hour and a quarter still to go. On the clock, but I think, Matt's always been the person that Onid Camsport over the course of this season have really, really been able to depend upon, saying, right, okay, you're effectively the person that does the mid part of the race, and he will bang in the laps like nobody's business. course, we've seen both him and Daniel Hearn come under strife at the same corner earlier on. I hate to keep on repeating that, but it is just so unfortunate for them. Johnny's already gone. Probably punted again.
Well, I've had a look at their lap times, and I don't see a particular lap that was extremely long when Matt was in the car. So I do wonder if it's more about the pace and just the fact that they've not pitted around the same time as the rest.
Yeah.
And that's allowed everybody else to get ahead of them.
And if they've had to double stint tyres.
Yeah.
That's another thing where the pace could have just been dropped off.
His pace was decent, you know.
Yeah, but I think
156s, 157s. There's not like a 2-minute 30 in there or anything like that, like without a pit stop being involved. So there's nothing that says to me that something untoward has taken place.
No, I think it's just like over the course of an endurance race, it's more of the 10th here, the 10th there, 10th here. It sort of just gathers up over the course of an endurance race, because if you're doing the middle part of the race, what's also quite interesting. I'm looking at Genesis Esports, the current race leaders, who are folks on the verge of taking this by a country mile this season. So Tarek is in. Tarek's been in the car. This is his third time in the car. So Tarek did the first stint 53.4 minutes, 53 minutes 40 seconds. Luke Addison 41 minutes. Tarek then did another 63 minutes, as that is now a change for 9th. Beakhouse through on Mr. Lindblom from Onid Racing, through out of Advan and heading into the chicane. That was a good move there from the 28s. I think Adam Foster didn't really have a good start because he got smacked with penalties. Right, there is a poll on the Twitch chat at the moment, and it's 50-50 at the moment, saying, will it rain in the last 2 hours? 50 at the minute have said yes, 50% have said yes, 50% have said no. I think we need to cast our votes on this one as well, don't we, Paul?
Yeah. I'm going to go with.
Oh well, the poll ended. It was quite short, so only 2 people voted. And how many have we got watching at the minute, I wonder? 40 of you.
Well, the poll was up for 10 minutes, so because I put it up. So yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn you! I didn't get a chance to cast my vote.
Yeah.
I'm going to go no. I'm going to go no.
Yeah, I'm going to go no as well. So yeah,
so
unfortunately,
that makes it 3-1.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, it's been quite a good race so far. But we have had we've got 4 cars that haven't made it to the end. The 43 decided to park it on lap 99. That was FTA Alcatraz Racing, the number 14 of Vitesse Racing on lap 55, and then the 446 of Flat Out Racing after Adam Craven's spinneroonies on the entrance to the pit lane. But then we also had the number 97, which had Adam Vertuka, Craig Beery and Logan Merritt due to join. Well, they didn't even, I think they might not have even made it onto the server, so we still have, folks, 26 out of 30 cars still running, and after 4 hours and 15 minutes, that's a pretty good strike rate, isn't it, Paul?
Yes, it is. It's pretty impressive, isn't it? You know, you have to doff your cap, don't you, to when it's that impressive. So
yes,
yeah. You know, I wished I could get to anywhere near that. Okay, Mateus Oquidon is in the pits.
Yeah, Kamikli are back in the pits as well. Volkan Isacek, who's just completed his second stint. So
yeah,
I think it's going to be down to either Levent Ipek or Atakan Asar who get behind the wheel of that car. So still quite a lot of this race to go. There is the race leader again.
So that means that the 900 Cam Sport car should start potentially gaining some positions as these pits start to take place for them, and others obviously you know, in 6th, 7th, and 8th, but depends when they all decide they need to pit as well, because they all pitted last time around a similar time. So I'd imagine they'll do the same. And like to your point, we don't know who's double stinting tyres either, do we?
Yeah, that's the key thing. I mean, if you are consistently running in a mid to three-quarter of the way up on a 154, like say our race leaders are doing, so is the 34 Genesis Esports Academy Blue Ferrari, which has got Christian Deploy behind the wheel. Good recovery from the 35 car, the Academy red car for Genesis Esports. Christian Venter behind the wheel of that one. They're now back up to P5. So it's only our top two who are 27.7 seconds adrift of each other. They have, as I said, they have been the tour de force this season, and they both are on the lead lap. And then you get down to 6, which is Sheldon Scott Muscat for Geeks Energy Sim Racing. P6, good effort by the 296 Ferrari crew. They're 2 laps and 2.5 seconds off our race leaders. So top 5 are, well, the bottom part of the top 5 from 3rd to 5th are a lap down plus any additional time. And then you've got from 2nd down to 20th. Sorry, not 2nd. You've got from 6th down to 15th.
All on the 2 laps behind the race leader, aren't they?
Yeah, they're still on the same lap as each other, as Adam Koshanowski going alongside the 546, and that's through Advan, who's going to get the lunge into turn number 14. It could be the 546, that's Flying Hellfish, that has got through, and that's the new Kids Turbo car. Who's behind the wheel of that one? It's Martin Wenzel. Rain is not impacting himself on anybody in this race at this moment because he's not in the car.
Our friends in the 993 are now in P8 as things stand. They're and I think they're closing the gap to Ibanez in the 178, slowly but surely. Looking good for them at the moment.
That gap is 2 seconds. Rafael Hull has just put in a 1 minute 55.
It's not even that now. It's just over a second according to my live timing.
Well, yeah. Well, he's just done 8/10 out of them on that last score.
Yeah.
So this is going to be very, very crucial. What happens over the next few minutes of this race, because we're going to come down to the wire. Tarek Adam is now halfway through what is going to be his 3rd turn behind the wheels. So I would hazard a guess that Cody Sherritt is going to bring the 33 home here at the Nürburgring. But then you've got to consider that Tarek, okay, looking at, he's done 35 minutes in the car. There's 1 hour 40 on the timer left to go in this race. So Tarek will probably be in the car for another, give or take, 29 minutes. That means that Cody will have to do a double stint, but it's going to be a late last stop if they decide to chance it.
Yeah, and sometimes you've got to take those chances, haven't you, to make gains, right? And that's sometimes that's how you get the rewards. That's how it should be, shouldn't it? Sometimes you got to push the envelope a little bit, and sometimes it works for you, and then you look like a hero. Other times it doesn't so much. Raphael Hull there get a little bit impeded by the back marker. Get out of the way now nicely. So that gap's opened up a little bit again. So they lost around about nearly a second, I think there. Unfortunately, I don't think the back marker did anything particularly wrong. I just think it was just a bit of bad luck catching them at that particular point. So Raphael now able to put the hammer back down. So this is his hammer time. And,
that was Matthew Randall in the 111 SWS Motorsport Ferrari just got through.
Yeah. There's a 720's got a yellow flag out. I don't know where they are on track.
They are coming through turn 12. So they are back up to some sort of speed. They've just been passed by another vehicle. Just trying to make out which number that is. That is more than likely going to be. That's the 900, I think.
Yeah, yeah. So they're coming up to the final chicane now. Yeah.
This is through into
Here
turn
we go.
11. Oh, lost the back end. An exit stage left. Do they miss the barrier? They do. By the width of the length of a left door frame.
Yes, yes. There was, I don't think even on that camera angle, I think you could tell there wasn't a lot of space left. So yeah.
It's definitely been quite interesting over the last few minutes since we came back to the racing action. But yeah, I have to give a shout out. I mean, 993, they've made up over 20 positions in this race.
Been fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I think if you had a driver of the day or a team of the day vote, I think for the moment it would go to them, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a.
Everybody loves an underdog story, don't they? Do you know what I mean?
I think also when a team has a really, really bad qualifying, but then their race pace is something completely different, because as we all know, folks, it's times in qualifying of a show, points to go when it goes to the racing. So this would be a great way for Flying Hellfish to really say to everybody, well, if there's another one of these, we're definitely ones to keep an eye on, because to make that kind of comeback is quite significant. Answer to Roshi's question. The battles are sort of strung out a little bit, but it's also about the case of which cars are going to get closer to each other. Well, I think the big thing is when we have Daniel Lindblom hasn't let Beakhouse from Final Drive Sim Racing get away that much. I think the gap between them is about 3.2 seconds, but it's this battle here. This is for 7th on the road. The gap is 9/10. So they're going to be making their way down into turn 6, the left-hander, and then into turn 7 at the right. But then one of the other things that doesn't strike me as does strike me as significant in some points, especially with rotating and carrying momentum through corners, are the cambers on the corners of this circuit.
Yeah, that's why I like some of these parts of this circuit, as you say, because of the camber in certain parts, and allows you, feels like you're just going, because of the cambers there, it feels like you're just going faster when you're not. But yeah, and I like I said right at the start of this broadcast, I am a big fan of Nürburgring, and I think a lot of people are. But then a lot of people, then the next line they'll normally go, it's really hard to overtake around here. But we've seen some good moves. We've also seen it. Yes, it is hard to overtake. It is one of those tracks. It is a technical track. But it is a favourite that's on the calendar. Another back marker then for Raphael to navigate.
That's the 104 that's been in the mire earlier on today.
Yes, and I saw had an off the track while we were doing the podcast as well. I think into the final corner, had a moment at some point as well. So yeah, I think they've had an entertaining race.
Yes, filled with trials and tribulations, to be completely honest with you, Paul. But it does go to show that you come into split one of this championship, and then you find out how difficult it really can be. Yes. So Ibanez is able to keep the 993 a little bit at bay. The gap's opened up ever so slightly, but we're still within sight, still within targeting range. I think if he just keeps that Ferrari, Raphael just keeps that Ferrari on the track, I think we'll continue to make inwards. Has clearly got some decent pace at the moment, but Ibanez has also found a bit of pace last time round. So both doing a 156.2. That's how close they are on pace. I mean, P6 is only what 7 seconds up the road from them at the moment. 8 seconds up the road. Sheldon Muscat. So they're like it'll just take a track.
a drive-through, from getting track limits, a contact with another car, 15-second penalty, and it just changes the landscape once more.
Yeah, it does. It really does, because you never can sometimes tell whether it's going to be one thing that's going to happen. Is something going to transpire? Are they going to get a drive-through for off track? Those dreaded track cuts, and we haven't seen that many. To be honest with you, Paul, I think we've only seen what, 2 or 3, maybe a couple more. Probably no more than about 5 over the course of the race.
Yeah. We don't necessarily know. We know they're going to be a track cut because we can look at the steward sheet and see they haven't given a drive-through. But yeah, we haven't seen that many. But like I said right at the start, there are places you can get drive-through, like here, running out wide. You can do it here, and then where, like I say, if we ride on, we could stay on board go through the right here, and if you run out wide on the left there, there are 2 places where you can very easily get track cuts. But the rest of the circuit, for me, it's quite a challenge to get track cuts, I think, for me personally. Others may disagree with that opinion, but the gap now between P8 and P7 down to just over half a second. So yeah, continuing to fight and give us a battle. I think it's the closest battle out on track at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It is very much the closest battle out on the circuit. So with just coming up to 90 minutes to go, who's your bets on, folks, for who is going to win this race? Of course, Genesis Esports have been the class of the field, the cream of the crop, so to speak. But yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see how this battle between Rafael Hull and also Daniel Ibanez. Now, this is for position, as I said, it's 7th on the road, so it's the 178 versus the 993, and well, Ibanez is going to pit about 7 minutes later than Rafael Hull at the moment, because Ibanez has been in the car for 46 minutes and Rafael Hull has been in the car for nearly 54.
Yeah, so some teams will have to be thinking about their pit stops soon to reset their stint timer or change drivers. But we've still got some teams still showing some real pace out there, hitting 154s, 155s, making certain inroads to the cars ahead. As we're going to replay here, this is the 502 behind one of the Genesis Esports cars. Oh, there we go. So just runs a little bit wide coming out of the second corner. As I touched on a moment ago, you can run wide out there very easily, get a track cut, but unfortunately that unsettled the car as they hit the AstroTurf. Back to this battle then, as we ride on board on the back of the McLaren, the 178. McLaren showing its grip coming out of the corner. Oh, look at that, flames coming out of the exhaust, love to see it, especially at night time, really emphasises that. Now we ride on board with Rafael in the Ferrari, up through the Schumacher S's, keeping it nice and tidy. There's a braking mark on the right hand side, the 100, you just want to kind of slam it down into, I can find you can either take it in second or you can take it in third, depends on the car. Oh, Ibanez has got a drive through. Oh no, just seen that pop up on the screen. So car in front that we were riding on board with Rafael. Unfortunately for Ibanez, that's a drive-through. That's number 4 track cut for the team. That's gonna hurt. Oh, that's he'd be. I don't know. We obviously don't know how many Daniel has got himself, or whether he picked up the car and there was already 3 in there, or whether he's got all 4 himself. But for those of you who aren't aware, once on the 4th one, you'll get given a drive-through. Has a little look at the 178 into T1. I think now you can kind of sort of just wait for them to pull into the pits. Really, I don't think you need to do anything rash. But he runs wide himself there. You've got to be careful. You don't want to be getting a track cut and ending up with the same penalty of a drive-through. But you don't need to push ridiculously hard. You've got the next car is nearly 9 seconds behind P9. And you know that within 3 laps they have to serve their drive-through once it's been given. So I wouldn't risk anything at this point. Just wait. Don't need to make a rash move. Don't need to put your nose in anywhere where it's not wanted, because they're going to at some point veer into the pit stop. So that is unfortunate for them. We've got just under an hour and a half remaining. It's a shame, really, because that's going to end this little battle that we've been following for a number of laps now.
Right, back with you, Paul. Sorry about that.
That's okay. That's all right.
So
Ibanez has got a drive-through, unfortunately, for them.
Oh, track limits?
Yes, it will be.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
It's been such a strong result for them as well on a racing team too. So you can only sort of feel sorry for them at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, it's just unfortunate, right? As they peel off now to clear that penalty. The next car behind is 7 seconds now. That gap's come down a couple of seconds while we've been watching, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Daniel was holding up Raphael, so now they've got a bit of clear track. 10, and that gap between them and Sheldon Muscat has opened up as well, now up to 10 seconds. So let's see what they can do, and whether they can bring that down and potentially bring them in to play for a top 6 finish.
That'd be quite a good end for Geeks Energy Sim Racing. I still remember when we, what was it, when they were racing the digital GT 500 and they did some colourful overtaking De La Roggia at Monza. But yeah, this is that's Christian Venter, one of the team in the Genesis Esports Academy. That's the number 35 car, which is the red car. And they've had, despite obviously the problem for I think it was Nicolas Manuel who had that big old hoofing crash earlier on, they've really sort of just brushed it aside and just got on with the job at hand. So as we keep our eyes on the number 35, there's Daniel Ibanez, who will have to serve that drive-through penalty very, very soon indeed. And that has cost them, I think he might, well, the thing is, the drive-through has not cleared according to the live, according to what we see on the timing tower. So let's have a look. Well, Ibanez actually did a mandatory stop, so he didn't serve the drive-through. So that's a bit odd, because now, yeah, so he pitted about a minute and a quarter ago. So that is quite interesting, whether they have decided to try and, well, looking at how many, well, that's their 5th pit stop they've done. But the drive-through hasn't cleared. If Ibanez went through, so what Ibanez is probably going to do now is to drive to the end of the, well, it's reset the timer anyway, which means that but Ibanez is going to serve it straight away. So they got the pit stop out of the way. We've got a yellow flag out on the circuit ever so briefly. Didn't really pick up which car that was, but Ibanez. So they've done the pit stop. They're now doing the drive-through. So Ibanez.
So they didn't clear it. I thought they were going to clear the drive-through, but they've done it that way around.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's quite unusual strategy, because if you've got a drive-through, the first thing the team will say to you, get yourself in the pits, clear that drive-through, and get, and you know, that is just really, really strange. Ibanez, this is his so Ibanez will probably, well, I don't know how much longer Ibanez is going to drive for, because all 3 drivers have taken stints. So Domingo Mateo, Manolo Garcia, and Ibanez have all done at least 1 time behind the wheel, but the driver that has done the least amount of time is Domingo Mateo. So whether or not, as Daniel Simmons getting a bit close to the 401, that was squeaky bum time for the Masters of Work Flying Hellfish car, and Simmons again round the outside. This is through the Mercedes arena. into turn 4, backs out of it, leaves it alone for the moment, and lives to fight another day. But I think Daniel Simmons nearly had my heart rate going up north of 160 right then.
Yeah, and we're now looking at Daniel Simmons for Cracked Racing in the 169, chasing down Wingham in the 401. Slowly but surely catching them up. Currently Wingham's a couple of seconds slower. He's doing 159s, as where Simmons is in the 157s.
Yeah, that McLaren seems to be, even though that car's had dramas as well. I mean, we saw James Holder having big strife up the inside through into turn 11. And, oh, well, that is the number 20 car that I've just spotted in the pits.
Yes.
Evan Bly has just gone in. So, and their last lap was a 2-minute 2.8. And Evan Bly was in the car for 62 minutes. So anyone that pits at the turn of the hour is going to be fine.
Yes.
If you pit north of, I would say, an hour and 3 minutes still to go, you are going to be on the absolute fringes. So if you pit with 65, if you pit with, let's say, 64 minutes to go, you're golden. Anything higher than 64 minutes, you could be very close to breaking the stint time, couldn't you? There.
Yeah, it could. I'm just looking down the pit stats, and the poor guys in the Porsche have been in the pits 10 times today. Yeah, that's quite an extensive number. They're in double digits. Some of that could be for drive-throughs, etc. But yeah, all the way from first to 10th have been in the pits 4th. So Daniel Ibanez then has cleared that drive-through. He's got Miles Dixon behind. Oh, that's worrying, isn't it? Because that's the man that's fast, still in the 154s. So
yeah.
But 17 seconds back. That's not an easy amount of time to find, is it?
It's not an easy amount of time to find, nor does it warrant the Jaws music burning a hole in my ears. And that's completely true. You know, like when someone's creeping up on them like a silent assassin in the middle of the night, you know, you kind of get a little bit worried. But we know with Miles Dixon, he's been a known quantity for multiple years, especially with Pulse Sim Sport.
Yeah.
And for him to be a new addition to Onid, that's a great signing for them to have. It's just, I think, you know, even the Onid Racing number 9 car, along with the Onid Cam Sport car, both have had their trials and tribulations today.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. You're always going to have trials and tribulations, aren't you, from time to time, right? And I think what was really good is, like, in the podcast, Gareth touched on it a little bit, didn't he? With their their second team is understanding what they can learn from, and I think he kind of alluded to that contact with the Porsche, that he felt they could have done something differently there, which kind of aligned with what I was saying, which was good to hear, because it kind of validated what I was trying to say. But but because sometimes if you put yourself, it's a bit like at the start of the race, right, when your tyres are cold and whatnot. Yeah, you know, if the door opens and it's there, then take it. But if you take the risk, then you're more likely, if you put yourself in those positions, like, it's like dangling a bit, you know, your hand in front of a shark with a bit of steak. You know, if you do that, you're likely going to get bitten, right? So if you put yourself in those kind of positions, and it's the same with sim racing. Yeah, and I think sometimes it takes a bit of patience, especially when dealing with back markers and things like that, because you've got different levels of experience, different levels of pace, and that's the thing that I've forgotten, is that I might brake at a certain point, but that car who's 2 seconds slower than me a lap is potentially going to brake a few meters earlier than me, and it's hard to prepare for that sometimes, and that can sometimes catch you out. even the best races can be caught out by things like that. So you
Yeah.
can do everything that you want, but but you can't prepare for every eventuality. But yeah, there you go. That's my view on it, Alex.
There's your 2 cents, well and truly implemented
It did,
on that
yeah.
conversation.
Sealed and delivered.
Your money or your life.
That's Adamant, isn't it? Is it Adamant?
It is indeed. It is
Yeah.
indeed. I'm showing me
My mum loves him. My mum loved him. Loved his music. That's how I know who that is, and I know the song. So stand and deliver, right?
That's the one.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Like me talking about Jody Scheckter earlier on when we were talking to Gareth from Genesis. Hey,
Yeah.
but but the thing is, I love his. I'm a bit of a motorsport historian. I love about the older days. But I've always come to embrace modern technology. Yes, if people say, well, how come you're a full-time commentator and you're doing this from home? Paul knows what my setup is like, don't you? I've shown you pictures on Discord DMs.
Yeah.
Let's just say that I have quite a few screens in my own right, but then Dan Hyde can blow that completely out of the water, can't he?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I had to count them. I have 4 screens here. One's a widescreen, which I use it like 2 screens. Because you need all the information, and you also need to be able to communicate with each other as well. So you've got Discord open here. You've got the feed that Dan's sharing, but also I have my own game feed because I want to have my own live time in. I want to be able to check on things, and then because Dan can't be everywhere with the feed, so I'll sometimes go and if I see a yellow flag, I'll go and look at it and then give people the detail of what's happening, and then Dan will decide whether it's warranting putting on a replay or not, because there's always stuff going on. You can't be everywhere at every moment, so you sometimes need multiple people to have a look at all the information that's available. So yeah, and it's great that you've been able to come from like the real world commentated into the sim. I'm happy with just doing the sim, because I know the likes of Paul Jeffrey now. He's currently out in Sydney doing commentating out there, and then he's going off to Bathurst shortly. So he's going to go to the mountain for the first time ever, which is just ticking off a life dream for him.
And then Macau.
And Macau. Like he's just going to go to some amazing places, but he's got to fly there. It's not easy to do, and I'm not one for travelling. Does he get a flag out for 5:02?
Oh, Fusion. Oh, again they've been in the mire.
Yeah. So here we go. Dan's on it. Look at that. The professional. No, is that the same spot where they did it before?
That's through that. Oh.
Was it?
Oh, they lost the back end. Oh, well held on the brakes though.
Yes.
And again behind the wheel, Adam Kochanowski is behind the wheel of that car.
But that started just past the Schumacher S's. Did they not lose it? Am I imagining?
Well, the back end stepped out a little bit before it.
Yeah.
I saw. So on that perspective, it hasn't been an easy one at all for.
No, it hasn't.
They were P5, P6 earlier on in the race, and now they're towards the bottom part of the top 20. It hasn't been an easy one for these guys, but you have to still applaud them.
So, okay, the 993's been in the pits, so they're now down in P11. We've got John Betton. I was just about to mention the BPR car. That's currently in the pits as well. An hour and 14 on the clock. So, according to your maths, they're going to need to come in again, aren't they? They're going to have to do maybe just
splash and dash.
Splash and dash. That was what I was looking for. My brain wouldn't give it to me. My brain wouldn't work. So thank you for stepping in.
Mouth tried to engage and brain went no.
Yes.
In other words, I need to find the words. Come on. It ain't working, mate. Sorry. It does happen to us. I mean, this is. I think this is. We've done two of the rounds in this endurance championship from start to finish, haven't we? I think, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
we have.
Yeah.
But that just goes to show that we love what we do.
We do. Yeah.
And it's
Do
always,
thoroughly enjoy it.
there's always plenty of banter between us anyway, isn't there, Paul? We always take
Yeah.
the mickey out of each other. It's always a good thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. It keeps us, keeps everybody entertained. I hope, not just ourselves. But I mean, that's one of the reasons why it's quite, like when Le Mans is on and through the night, you have the commentary on, and they'll just talk about everything. They'll talk about hairdressers, all sorts of stuff.
Biscuits,
Yeah,
cakes.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. How many sugars they have in their tea? Because sometimes racing doesn't necessarily deliver, especially in a 24-hour race. But we've been really fortunate today, around here, because if this was 20 odd cars or 26 cars around Spa or Suzuka, it'd be a little bit of a different story. But because it's Nürburgring, it's keeping the pack relatively close together, and there's something is always happening round this infamous track.
Yeah, because now John Betton from Breaking Point Racing, who at times haven't been hitting markers, and that is being completely 100% truthful. They've had some strife themselves. I think they thought that their name was going to give them a bit of luck. It's given them the other. I think it's it's gotten worse for Fusion Racing. They've got to drive through track limits. That's them out of the top 20. That's possibly. Let's have a look. That could put them under threat from the 401 of Flying Hellfish Masters at Work. Coming to a cinema near you. Sorry, I just had to do it. It does sound like a Hollywood film title, doesn't it?
It does. Yes, it does. Yeah. So Raphael now we're riding on board. He's on the back of the 178.
Oh, these two are going to be battling, banging down each other's doors again.
Well, yeah. Well, Ibanez.
Have we got a yellow out again? We have. Oh, it's the 666.
It's the 666. Yeah, it's the Porsche.
It's the Devil Porsche again. Now, where is this going to be?
On the side, it's down into turn 11. Yeah, they've got moving again now.
But
yeah.
I am going to say one thing. They've just got to learn to use the brakes.
Yes.
If you'd have stopped there and held it, fine. But rolling back onto a grassy part of the circuit, that's a sweep round the outside. Raphael Hull has just got through on Daniel Ibanez, through into the needle chicane, and takes back 9th place. That was a send and then some.
Yeah, because that was surprising to see them behind them, because Ibanez has had the drive-through and the pit stop. But I get that Raphael had to come in and do their pit stop.
Right, okay, we're coming to a replay now. This is the 111 of SWS Motorsport. That's coming through Advan. They're being flashed from behind by another car. Looks to be a McLaren just behind them. Oh, and they go gravel tracking. They've taken the Joker lap of the Nürburgring.
Yes, indeed, the Joker lap. Hold on, Dixon is all over the back of Ibanez now. They're side by side.
Here we go into turn 6. And he's got round the outside of it. He's got the apex now. That's brilliant. Nice one, Mo.
I wonder what made that happen, though. I mean, I didn't see him in the picture before. I don't know if Ibanez made a mistake or whether it's just your pace for Miles Dixon.
Well, considering this, Ibanez did a 1:59.6. Miles Dixon was 4.4 seconds quicker on the previous lap.
Wow. Wow, okay.
1:55.2. As Tariq Adam is now... Oh, that's 1 hour and 9 minutes and 25 seconds still to go. So Tariq Adam...
And Deployer in the pits, and Muscat as well.
So we'll wait for the... wait for it to update as to who is behind the wheel of the car. I'm going to have a look on the actual live timing that I've got. Tariq Adam is staying in, and he's done nearly 3 hours of wheel time.
It might update once he goes through the first sector timing beam. He wouldn't have gone through that yet, so that's how the game works.
Let's see.
But I think you are right. I think it is still Tariq Adam. Here we go.
SWS Motorsport again on a replay. This is they've got the BMW of Kamikli behind through turn 11. Oh, there's a little bit of a nerve from behind, and the SWS Motorsport car spins it off into the gravel.
Oh, the stewards might the stewards might not like that.
Yeah. Well, consider this. Levent Ipek is still in. Well, he's Levent Ipek started, and he's only halfway through. He's over halfway through his stint. So, could this be a really, really good strategy call from the 224 of Kamikli? They're behind Christian Deploy in the number 34 Genesis Esports Academy blue car, and well, I think Tarek Adam, he's got some back marker traffic to deal with, but he's out in front of the driver that now has taken the mantle of the 777 from Mits Racing, Dmitry Subenko in the 777. As Roshi, as soon as something happens with Mits Racing, is in chat quicker than you can say the word jump or casting a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah. I wonder where Miles Dixon. So he's only 2 seconds back now from Raphael, isn't he, in the 993? So
they're quite equal on pace. 155.0 for Miles, 155.3 for Raphael. So I don't think that gap's going to come down that quickly unless Hull makes a mistake or two. Considering the fact that Hull was battling over with Ibanez for quite a long time, who's now come out of the pit lane again. So yeah, that's the 7th pit stop for the Spanish racing team.
The 178.
Yeah.
That could also be a drive. That could also. That's the 7th visit to the pits, isn't it? Because they've obviously had a drive through as well. So they've recently been in twice. Yeah, that's kind of ruined. You've only got an hour left. That's kind of ruined the dream a little bit for them. Miles Dixon's got that gap down to a second already. I think he's gonna have that. He's gonna have that position. Last lap, there was a couple of there was quite a gap there.
1.7 seconds was the differential in terms of lap time delta. I'm sure that Johnny Ashley might be playing the Jaws music right about now, saying Miles is going to get another one, and it's a Ferrari in front of him.
Yeah,
and
we've
then,
go on.
And then Sheldon, Scott Muscat is only 11 seconds up the road from Raphael Hull.
Yeah, and yeah, be interested to see what Muscat will start doing once he's just on his outlap from the pits, I think, or might be on his first fast lap following their pit stop. What was I was going to say something and I completely forgotten what that is. Oh, Zebenko is now in the 777.
Yep. Yeah, so looks like Zebenko could be bringing that car home, but again, that's going to be another team that's going to be very, very close to actually pitting just before Genesis Esports. So with that final pit stop, they won't, if they decided, if they have decided to change tyres, because we don't know, folks, we don't know a dicky bird about what their strategy has been, what their fuel consumption has been. Have they decided to double stint tyres? That's quite crucial at this point, as Miles Dixon is swarming all over the back of Raphael Hull. Is up the inside. Is that Mits Racing in front of them? I think that is. It is. It's Zebenko in front of them, and Miles Dixon has just snatched 8th position. Well, that's how you take advantage of someone being in front and compromising the other vehicle alongside you. Nicely played there, Miles.
Yeah, nicely done. Making the most of the opportunity. There was you a couple of not long ago saying, "Oh, they're on similar pace." It just shows you how quickly it can change, right?
Right. Okay. Get this. Miles Dixon was 0.6 of a second slower in the same machine, in different machinery, to Tarek Adam. Tarek Adam 1 minute 54.1. Miles Dixon 1:54.7.
Yeah, well, imagine what you could do with a whole team of Miles Dixons, eh? John Betton's just set the fastest lap, I think, for their race in the 987, 154.5 on lap 148. Or their lap, the leader's done 151. So they're currently 2 laps down on the race leader.
Yeah, just going to have a little look back through the archives. Fastest lap of the race, and this was, folks. So we
Lap 5?
Well, it got better and better. The fastest lap of this race is a 1 minute.
Yeah.
595, and that was indicated at 14:46. So that was within the first
lap 5.
20 minutes of the race. Yeah, lap 5.
Yeah, lap 5. Yeah.
Because he went. He did. What was it?
Being close to it though. In the last lap, he just did a 153.7. So only 2 tenths off it.
Yeah. Well, the first lap he did was 153.9 flat, a 153.792, and then did the 153.595. But then, of course, the cat was put amongst the pigeons when we had all the rainfall early doors of the race. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting what is going to happen. What are the strategies? How are they going to play out over the next 62 minutes when we get towards the final hurrah for the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Simracing.GP, in what has been an absolutely brilliant calendar. And Dan Terry put Watkins Glen in the middle of a championship, not at the front of it next time, please. It's a Dan Terry favourite, isn't it, Paul?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and he loves setting up a race. He loves setting up a racing event with the low sunshine as well, with the sun coming down, and therefore you can't see where you're going because it's shimmering on the in-game windscreen, and you feel like you're blinded. So
yeah, well, we've got a battle here. This is for 14th and 15th, the 542 of Next Level Play Racing with Alexander Donsleek, and it's Nathan Smith Adams for Baller Racing Squad. They were showing really good pace earlier on with Chase, one of their drivers, who did an absolutely Herculean first opening stint. But folks, we're about to turn to the final hour out of 6 for round 6, the final round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Simracing.GP. Join myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Paul Glover after these short messages. So it's time for the final hour of this season of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Simracing.GP in the Eifel region of Germany at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. You joined myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Paul Glover. We've been with you since we started broadcasting, around about 5¼ hours to go. And Paul, we've got 1 hour remaining on the timer, and we concentrate back on this battle for 14th.
Yeah, 1 hour remaining. Like we said a little while ago, it just seems to go so quickly. We continue to have stories evolving throughout this race, and as we come into the closing hour, I can see that John Betton is only 2.5 seconds back from Morris in P10. So whether that new fastest lap of the race on lap 153, a 153.4 by Tariq Adam, unbelievable pace, just a cut above everyone else, now nearly 50 seconds ahead of Sabenko in the 777. Can Ipek catch up with the 34? Well, he's 7.5 seconds back. we've got Hull only 2.5 seconds back from Dixon, but we know that Dixon's got some real pace. That gap is to Muscat. It's 13.5 seconds there as well. Alex, can he bring that down? And we've got this battle of Nathan Smith Adams or Smythe Adams trying to catch up with Donsky. Donsleek. Yeah.
There we go.
on less than half a second. So there are stories evolving, and even Hoyer in the 502 is only 1.8 seconds back from the 169. So there's stories everywhere. How's it going to play out in the last 58 minutes?
Well, I can tell you this much. Now Zuagi for the 104, that's the DSP Esport Racing Team Ferrari, that is currently in pit lane, sitting in 24th position at this time. There are some teams that have just recently pitted. I did say that if you were within the final 64 minutes, you'd be absolutely fine. Guido Riphagen back behind the wheel of the number 20, that's the Infelix Racing Lamborghini. They're currently sitting in 16th position. The 401 car, the Ferrari, that is Flying Hellfish Masters at work. Got Jamie Hunt in for what looks to be their final stint. Car pitted 3 minutes ago. Looking down the order a little bit further, the 27 with Matt Pryor, that's the Wyvern Racing Aston Martin, pitted 5 minutes ago. Matt Pryor is going to take that to the checkered. Also the 111 SWS Motorsport have got Charlie Randall behind the wheel of the 111 Ferrari. And then the 666 pitted 3.5 minutes ago. That is the Mr. Racing Porsche with Sonny Pitchak bringing that car to the checkered. So it's going to be interesting when, well, it looks like, new pit stop has just been done with about 57 minutes left to go, which includes Daniel Hearn.
Yeah.
Also, Wenzel from New Kids Turbo has also pitted.
Yeah, so he's come in. Yeah.
Yeah. So the pit stops, folks, are going to start coming in thick and fast for those that have timed their final stint right. But as I alluded to earlier, the top 3 pitted. Okay, get this. Tarek Adam pitted 13 minutes ago. They need to do a later stop. So does Dmitry Zubenko, who pitted nearly 15 minutes ago. And then Henry Meyer for the Genesis Esports Academy Blue Ferrari pitted 12.5 minutes ago. So those 3 teams. Sheldon Muscat for Geeks Energy pitted 13 minutes ago. So they're going to have a very late stop. So will the number 28 Final Drive Sim Racing. They've got Graham Morris behind the wheel of that McLaren. Still be riding on board with Nathan Smythe Adams, the Baller Racing squad in the 109, flashing the headlights at Alexander Donsleek, going into Yokohama. They're going to take the title line, and they get through.
Nicely done. Yeah, kept the title line. We've seen a lot of good overtakes in T1 during this endurance event at the Nürburgring. I'm just seeing that John Betton's catching up with the likes of Graham Morris at the moment. It's got that gap now to under a second. Some cars are setting their personal best of the race. Sabenko just done. They're predicted to be doing their final. That's just gone. So, but Raphael Hull is caught up with Miles Dixon. I didn't see that coming.
Well, it was a 156.9 for Miles, 154.9 for Raphael Hull in the number 993. So battle for 7th really waging on at this moment.
I wonder if there was a back marker that had played a part with Miles. And he's got 2 back markers, I think, ahead of him as well, holding him up at the moment. So
the funny thing is that Miles and Raphael set exactly the same final sector time, 16.792, but it was 1.8 seconds that Miles lost in sector 2, so that's in the midpoint of the circuit, and that will be looking at where that will be.
I'm just got them on my other screen, and I can just sort of fortunately for Miles, Hull is got stuck behind one of the back markers, so that's giving him a bit of a breathing room, and as they're getting past the infamous, I think it's the 101 Ferrari that we've seen been involved in some instances that gets past them cleanly as well. But you can see Raphael stuck behind the 2 back markers now, though what was originally a hindrance for Miles has actually now become an advantage, because Raphael is struggling to get past. He's
Well, he has
passed
got
one of them.
Yeah, that's the 111 that he's just got past. SWS through into Advance. That was a nice negotiation there by Raphael Hull for Flying Hell for the team at Flying Hellfish. Now he's got to deal with the 104 in front.
It's the 104, so I thought it was 101, but you're right, it's 104.
Nicola Monti pulls to the right-hand side of the start-finish straight. Good anticipation there by the Italian driver. So Raphael Hull will send it towards the outside. And that now means that in front of Graham Morris has just pitted for Final Drive Sim Racing, so with 53 minutes on the timer, that's a good call there. Martin Wenzel now closing in on Alexander Donsleek in the 542, the next level. And that's a great move up the inside through turn 8. And it looked like Donsleek was standing still at the point of it happening. Brilliant stuff from Martin Wenzel.
Unbelievable. Okay, so I don't really know what's happened, but how has Henry Meyer got so close to Sabenko?
That's very well. He's actually he's a lap down. Let's not forget the first two.
Oh, it's the live timing that's got a little bit funky, right? Yeah.
So they're a lap down, but Henry Meyer for Genesis Esports number 34 Academy Blue Car have just gone to within 3.5 tenths of Dimitri Subenko, whereas the leaders at the moment, Tariq Adam on lap 157 has just put in a blinder of a milestone, 1 minute 53.7 as Donsleek pits it on the 51 minute and 50 second marker to go. But Tariq Adam is absolutely relishing these conditions. 16 degrees air, 16 degrees track. It's optimum, it's at perfect racing conditions, and with the colder air, folks, that naturally aspirated Lamborghini is absolutely breathing that cold air in.
Yeah, probably would be one of the reasons why they decided to go with the Lambo, as they knew that the air temperature would cool down, giving better performance for the Lamborghini as the race progressed on. So, but yes, unbelievable pace. You know, a little bit slower than their best lap, which he set on the lap 153. But just everyone else just can't compete. There's no one able to match that level of pace, which is just unbelievable.
Yeah, very much the case. Very much the case. It's definitely been a. I mean, the thing was, for those people wondering, when Paul and I were part of the commentary team for the ADAC Sim Racing Expo Professional Trophy last year, we had so many big hitters. You had the likes of Yaz Heat, Veloce, Williams Esports, Unicorns of Love, all battling away, and it was so difficult to see who was going to come out on top. And at the end of it all, it was Williams Esports, who have also successfully defended a professional trophy in 2 different respective race formats in 2 years, along with the digital GT 500. But to see a team like Genesis Esports come here and go, right, we've done our little bit of, our foundation work. We put the foundation concrete in, and it's set in stone. We've gone and we've competed against the very best. Now we're going to come to this and we're going to show you what we're made of. And you know what? Springboks have definitely done it in style.
Yes, indeed. It's not the only thing they've done recently in style, is it? They also did the Rugby World Cup as well, which I was really surprised that didn't get a mention during the podcast. But well done to them on another Rugby World Cup. The South Africans love their rugby
as much as they love their motorsport.
Indeed.
Miles has started stretching. Right, Ipex just pitted. So last pit stop for Chemically. I have to say, along with the 993 Flying Hellfish, you've got to doff your caps to Chemically. I never would thought that I would see a 6-hour endurance with cloud cover for the majority of it. Within the first hour and a half, we get rainfall. It stays damp. It doesn't go to fully wet. And Chemically as I mentioned a couple of times earlier on in the broadcast here, Paul, just got through it. Okay, they knew they were hemorrhaging time, but I think they were thinking, well, hang on, if we can't beat Genesis Esports, let's see if we can get a top 5 by the end of the race. And they have got a little bit of time, possibly. They're right at the end of the pit lane, which helps them too.
Yeah.
So that is going to be crucial for them. They're still stationary at the moment.
Yeah. The 35 is just going down the start straight now, and they're going to come just ahead of them, I think. But the 35 is going to have the momentum into T1. Oh, look how close that is.
Oh, up the now.
Oh,
that was a great defence.
yeah.
Well done, Kamikli. Well done, Atakan Akar. To get through, they timed it just about right. Martin Bensel closing in on Nathan Smythe-Adams for the Baller Racing squad. This is another positional gain that New Kids Turbo could have. Now, we did see they were in the mire for a few penalties earlier on in the race, but to really start showing some good performances. But now, Daniel Di Mateos Preto is closing in on Levent Ipek. Now, Ipek hasn't been without his...
I think it might be... Is it not a car in the car? Was he not in the car before, or is it switched over? There we go, it's a car. There we go, that's a car. Yeah.
So it has changed.
Yeah.
It did actually change, but then it switched back for some strange reason. But as you say, sometimes it can happen.
Yeah.
Where it doesn't always update. Look at the amount of... Look at the front windscreen. That's seen better days, of course.
It has indeed, yes. So now that the BMW's tyres are starting to warm up, we'll start to see the pace. And you saw that straight into T1, the amount of grip the Lamborghini had to back out of it because their tyres were warmer. They've been on the car a little bit. They've been able to put some laps on them and get them up, get the PSIs where they needed them.
Yeah.
And you just saw, and it did well to avoid that contact. It's just, go back to what I was saying earlier on, it's just those little moments that can sometimes catch you out. You do all of these preparations and doing laps after laps after laps, but the only way you get to learn about these things is racing against others. You know, you get people that are new to sim racing, and it, like, you know, I won't lie, can be infuriating when you get people that don't know how to be a backmarker, but at the same time they also need to learn how to be a backmarker, and to become a good backmarker, you don't just do it overnight. You have to learn the track and learn what the expectation is as well, and try not to put your car in challenging positions for the quicker car to get past you. So and that's one of those, you know, just the learns are going, oh blimey, yeah, I've got warmer tyres, and nearly re-ends the BMW. Fortunately it didn't end up that way, but so yeah, here's a battle then for the last 45 minutes for P4.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire, folks. 45 minutes on the timer still remains as we get down towards the business end of what has been a fantastic season. 6 rounds, one race at Watkins Glen. Then we headed over to the likes of Spa-Francorchamps, Mount Panorama, Valencia, Monza, and we capped things off here in Germany, as with the server time now being at 9:49 p.m. As still the battle for 4th place between Akar and De Matos Preto really gets towards fever pitch as they head through into turn number 12, and then they're going to light up the rear tyres, up the gearbox. You can see the amount of steering correction, even though you've got the in-cabin lights. They're going to be pushing at about 200 plus kilometers an hour. They're going to be hitting 250 kph heading into the braking zone for the Vidal Chicana at turn 14 and 15 before the right-hander here at turn 16. This is what it means, that even after 5¼ hours, the last 45 minutes still showcases how captivating endurance racing truly can be.
Well, this is it, because it's very hard to sometimes predict how the story is going to unfold, and I find myself watching more IMSA, more WEC these days, because it can, and also what I like about it is you can go and do things, go and do your shopping, and then come back and kind of catch up with the action and see how the story has unfolded, and yeah, definitely getting more and more into my endurance racing especially over the last sort of 12 months. And you know, IndyCar and F1 still have a place in my heart, but yeah, endurance racing is definitely evolving at the moment. I think it's a good time, and I think it's a popular series, especially in such a course as the CN8.
Dixon has just pitted.
Oh, okay. So that gives Raphael a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, also John Betten too, because he at the time when Miles pitted, he was 9.7 seconds behind. So that gives an opportunity for Miles to really, if they keep him in the car for the final stint, which I hope they do, he will be like a whirling dervish. He'll be absolutely flying around the circuit. He showed that multiple times over the last few moments that we've kept our eyes on him. But Martin Wenzel still trying to get close into T11 on the 109 of Nathan Smythe Adams, and the blazing, the Ballers Squad Racing team are really showcasing that even though this might be a one-off appearance, they definitely have arrived in the ACC sphere here, Paul. They really have showcased that, okay, they haven't had the best run of luck. They got off to a cracking start earlier on when we went green nearly 5 hours and 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and still having a solid race with 42 minutes left. And I think as we look, Martin Wenzel trying to make a move. We've seen previously he can make a move in T1. Tries to move left then right, and trying to distract the car ahead of Smythe Adams, but not to be fooled. And this car, the 216, has had some involvement in some incidents. But whilst we're watching this, I can see that the battle for P4 is also hotting up. That gap has come down a little bit as well. It's 0.4 as it is for this one, and for that one, and that's the other thing, right, Alex, is these different cars have got different characteristics. In sector one car will be quicker in sector 2 and in sector 3 and vice versa, and also certain drivers prefer certain sections of the track as well, and will be able to push the limits and get the best out of their car in sector 1, 2 or 3. And there's a yellow flag out for 720, or there was. That seems to have been rescinded now. That's Tyrone Standen currently driving that car. We're going to get a replay.
Yeah, and that's coming out of the right-hander through underneath the gantry over the top into the left. Oh, back end steps out to the right-hand side, and oh, that's a 180 and rolls back onto the grass and then points it in the right direction. So
we've seen that before, haven't we, with the 502, isn't it? Yeah, is it the 502 we've seen that with?
Yeah, we've seen the 502. We saw that with the 446 a little bit earlier on.
I think that's Lamborghini doing Lamborghini things.
Yeah.
Because I had something very similar happen to me on Friday night at Kota. So, yeah.
Yeah. So it's been.
Oh, it's got parts, hasn't it?
Fourth has changed. Fourth has changed. So.
Yes.
Very good performance there by Daniel de Matos Preto for the Genesis Esports Academy number 35. That's the red crew in the other of the Lamborghinis. So 2 Lamborghinis and a Ferrari make up the squad. 3 cars of which, and not a bad shout actually to give the Academy drivers a little bit more running time, and especially in a championship that has been quite very much ultra competitive, I would say.
Yeah. Ben Brown finds himself in P9 at the moment, so he's back in the car, in the Onid Cam Sport car. 22 seconds back from John Betten. Though Betten pitted 19 laps ago. They probably need to go in again, don't they, to make the end of this race, I'd say, especially when you think that Tariq Adam pitted 16 laps ago.
Yeah, he's going to be over. Actually, no. Yeah. No, hang on a second. It's just hit 35 minutes for John Betten. Oh, he's oh no, he's going to be over. He's going to be over by about 9 minutes.
Right. So he's going to have to pit again. So
He's going to have, yeah, he's going to have to pit again.
So that's going to give them P8.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not a bad result.
No, not at all.
I think they all feel they deserve to be higher up after their couple of taps round. But all things considered, I think that's a decent. They should be happy with that.
Oh, I definitely agree with you on that front. Definitely agree. It just goes to show that the resilience of sim racing drivers knows no boundaries. And yes, okay, they will be mentally and physically tired after this final hurrah for the Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by Simracing.GP. But okay, they might be sweating, they might be exhausted, they might need a nice couple of cold beverages down their neck afterwards, whether it be alcoholic or non-alcoholic, depending on their preference, of course, and of course their age. Will be very well earned today.
Yeah. Any other battles out there? We got that.
Oh,
we got
Matt!
battle.
Hang on! I've just seen a new fastest lap by a team done for themselves. Matt Pryor for Wyvern Racing has just set a 1 minute 56.455 in the 22nd placed Aston Martin. Nice work there, Matt. Well done.
Yeah, well done getting the fast lap of the race for your team. He might even be going faster on this one as well, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think they've got the battle for 30.
He did. He went 4/10 quicker.
Yeah, there you go.
156.0. Nice one.
It's like I've got a lap predictor in front of me.
You
yeah.
have, Paul.
I have, yes.
Cheeky.
Yeah. And he's already on a faster one, so let's
right, we've got a replay coming up now. This is one of the Flying Hellfish cars. This is Jamie Hunt in the Masters at Work car. Now this is coming down the start-finish stretch, heading into turn one. One wheel on the grass. Oh, that was close to the barriers right there. Oh dearie me, Jamie, you need to check your underwear right now.
Yeah, don't want to be doing that again. Luckily, no one was in T1 as that happened, because there would have been a considerable amount of damage to another car and their own as well. But as you say, they were very close to hitting the barrier, but unfortunately didn't actually make contact.
And got a little bit of a heart rate elevation in the process.
Yeah. And that was Code Brown, wasn't it, that one?
Oh, that had Code Brown and Clean Up on Aisle 3 written all over it.
Indeed. Nathan Smith Adams is starting to be dropped by Martin Ventel ever so slightly. I mean, it's minuscule, but he's still able to see him and try to hone in on his target. A car is again still sticking with Daniel Dematros Petrol. They're the closest battles out on track at the moment. Oh, and Matt Pryor as well, which we looked at. He just set another. Yeah, he's just done it again. No,
well, another 156 though, low 156.
Yeah.
And he's closed that gap down to the 969 of Blue Team's Aston Martin, piloted by Antonio Crescenzo at the minute. So that is the battle for P21 on the road, but Atakan Assar has still kept in very much striking distance of Dematros Preto for the number 35 Genesis Esports Academy red car. So this is going to go right down to the wire. Now, looking at stint times, the top three, Tarek Adam, 34.5 minutes. Sabenko, 36 minutes. Henry Meyer, 34 minutes. At this moment, if they were to go across the line as the last driver and have not taken a pit stop, they will cop a penalty, which is normally, if I remember correctly, 130 seconds if you exceed the stint time, if I remember correctly, or something like that.
Yes. So they will come. They got plenty of time. They can, but they also know the cars behind have got to do the same. So no real threat there, is there?
Well, it's Dematros Preto that's done 46 minutes in the car. We're riding on board on the 224 Kamikli BMW, getting very close through turn number 8. The Lamborghini starts to stretch its legs as they exit out of the corner and they put the hammer down.
Nicely riding the curbs there through the Michael Schumacher S's. Slightly different lines for each car. Car taking a slightly tighter line. Nicely both. There's a place there you can do track cuts as well, actually, on the right. Going up the hill there on the left, and you run a little bit too wide on the right over that curb. We've not seen too many track cuts, have we? We've seen maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, as the server hits 10:01 p.m. on the local time, so the night time has been very much set in for about the last the last hour and 27 minutes. So 33 to go, and Akar still trying to close in on D'Amatos Preto for that 4th place. They still have to, well, D'Amatos Preto will lose 4th position because you look at when Saar took the car, he could go to the end. So effectively, Kamikli are on course for a 4th place finish.
Yeah, decent, isn't it? Like, decent 4th place, but the car wants to take that away and seems to have had a bit of pace again, and he's on the rear wing of that Lambo once more.
He was 10th quicker on the previous lap too. It's 154.867. No, he was 3 tenths quicker. 154.867 for D'Amatos Preto. Saar put in a 154.565, so made up 3 tenths. He made up the majority of the time in the opening sector and went quicker by about a tenth in sector 2. So this is getting a bit very, very close here with just under 32 minutes to go as they come out of turn 8 and now head up the hill through turns 9 and 10 at the Schumacher S's. And Saar is definitely putting the pressure on D'Amatos Preto, who will have to pit. Now, D'Amatos Preto has just elapsed 49 minutes in the car. Still 31.5 minutes to go. So I would say probably if they get D'Amatos Preto in about the next 3 to 4 laps, that will put him at probably around about sort of 58, 60 minutes behind the wheel of the car, and then they can go full push for the remainder and see how much time they actually lose in that last pit stop. But also one of the big things is if they stay on the same set of tyres, they won't have to put so much fuel in though.
Yes, true. They could just do a splash and dash, couldn't they? To some degree.
Yeah.
Obviously, it won't be a proper splash and dash, but if you don't take tyres, then you'll shorten the amount of time you're stationary in your pit stop. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a car's got 4th place, isn't he? Really?
Yeah. Also, one of the things I love about night time: flames spitting from the back of exhausts.
Yes, we were on board with one of the McLarens earlier. I think while you stepped away for a moment, and I commented on the flames kind of popping out the back. They do always look good at night time, and the brakes as well. I like the glowing red discs as well of the brakes.
Yeah. Gap between these two still about half a second. As folks, it's 30 minutes to go. Who's your bets on for winning the race? Who's your bets on for what is going to happen in the next 30 minutes? Will it stay as it is? Will there be a couple of changes in the offing? Well, keep me
any more drive-throughs to be awarded by the game?
Yes. that was just completely nonchalant how I just said that. Yes, because it normally does happen. It is at that point where the team will have concentrated so hard on this race and they'll just go, right, just careful, you got 3 track cuts, we don't want a 4th because otherwise that's going to cost us points. Right, we've got a replay coming up. This is New Kids Turbo in the 216. Now this is coming out of turn number 8. What's going to happen here?
Martin Vettel at the wheel.
Oh, clips the gravel coming out of the and this is through into the Schumacher S's. Oh, he's lost it big time. That's going to hit the barriers. Oh, front right only. He was lucky with that one. Very lucky.
Yeah, I think it scrubbed a lot of speed off before it hit the barrier, so that could have been a hella worse, as the kids would say.
Oh dear me. Paul Glover trying to be down with the kids. I try and I just get laughed at.
You and me both, my friend. You and me both. Especially by my teenager niece, who, you know. But yeah. The car then just sort of, he knows that, well, I'm sure they do know that he's just got to stay there and the position will be his. So again, it's kind of like, you don't need to risk anything. And Tariq Adam as leading the way with an 80-second lead.
Yeah. Rosh is saying 777 goes P1 due to slightly rear bump to Adam. Don't start saying stuff like that, please. I know you want Mitts Racing to win, but let the natural progression of the race go through. Right. Okay, pit stop has been engaged by the 993. Raphael Hull, after nearly 52 minutes, brings the 993 flying Hellfish car into pit lane for what's going to be the final time. So, looking at the stint times, Alessio Ardito has done, what is that? That is 1 hour 58 minutes. Raphael Hull has done 1 hour 55 minutes. Angela Scott has done the least amount of time, so maybe they're going to give it over to Angela to bring the car home. Angela's only done 1 hour and 31 minutes out of the total driving time. Yeah.
So I don't think they've got any worries from behind. I think they'll.
Oh no! Oh no! D'Amatos Preto just got caught out. Akar was out of the way. There was an incident through into turn 1, and that. So let's have a look. This is the replay. So that is. Oh, don't tell me that's Miles. That's Andy Thorpe.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That is going to be the. Oh, that's one of the Ferraris, and then all of a sudden, D'Amatos Preto has had no way to respond to that.
The 224 pushes the Lambo round.
Well, I think they both got caught out on that one.
Yeah, it did a little bit.
Yeah.
Whether it's how the stewards will view that. Whether a car should have waited rather than push a competitor out of the way. Again, you know, we're just looking at it from the outside. We're not, you know, looking at inputs. Well, that's what the stewards will, of course, look at, and whether they feel like they might just give them a warning if they feel like it's not, what's the word I'm looking for? Something that's respectful. Doesn't meet their driving standards.
Yeah, common courtesy, I think is the
common courtesy. Yeah. So.
But the thing is, in the night, and especially when an incident happens at that point in the circuit, D'Amatos Preto had nowhere to go, and the thing is, in these kind of conditions, okay, yeah, you'll probably have like your vehicle tracker around you on ACC on your heads-up display, but there are some times when even if you're behind the car in front, even you might get caught out. So a car, I think, saw it all happening, but may have been completely unsighted himself going back into the back of D'Amatos Preto. It could be considered that the two in front were the one that caused the chain reaction. D'Amatos Preto and Assar got caught up in the crossfire on that one, I think.
Yeah, no, indeed, yeah. So it would be good to get a replay of the onboard. Yeah, so yeah. The 224 would be good to get an onboard with them. I think you're right. I think they probably couldn't see the what was happening ahead because they were right behind the Lambo. That might account for what we saw with the. And I think they might have been a little bit more lucky because they were a little bit more lucky. What am I saying? They were luckier. Because they were able then to kind of navigate as where the Lambo they were chasing was right up against the car that spun.
Yeah, that's the key sort of differentiating factor that will have to be looked at on that.
I'm sure our director's working on that, and we'll get us a replay of. I think that's what we need, because like outside we're not going to. Here we go. Right, so down into T1, we drop down.
So there's the contact initially.
No, it's there. I think it's
there.
Look.
Oh yeah,
He was
yeah.
he was blindsided, wasn't he?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
It was, as I said, it was a concertina effect. You know, you get that domino effect with the two cars in front, they battle away, they tangle, and the two cars behind, like, right, brace. That's exactly what's just happened. So that is a real shame for De Matos Preto, who is at the 57.5-minute marker. So this is on board with him. The 9 gets turned around.
Yeah.
So it was the Ferrari that initiated the contact with Andy Thorpe and then turned him around. De Matos Preto and Assar had absolutely nowhere to go, because obviously going down into Yokohama there is a dip. It's a bit like La Source at Spa-Francorchamps. There is a very deceptive dip, and when you have got roll cages and other bits and pieces like the A-pillars around, sometimes it is a little bit more difficult, and especially in these dark conditions. So De Matos Preto and Assar had no fault in that incident. It was the contact between the Ferrari and the number 9 of Onid Racing, and I know for a fact, I'm waiting for it, is there going to be a mention of anything in the chat on Twitch?
Not yet. There isn't, but you can feel it. You can feel it coming. And this is what I was saying, right? Here we go. Here's the contact between the two cars that we witnessed. So the 9 is slightly ahead. Yeah, look, gets tagged.
Oh.
Yeah, and then gets pushed around again. And now we're going to see, there we go, the BMW going round.
Okay, well, Assar's probably got a track limit on that, but that's probably the least of his worries. It's all like, yeah, I need to get out of this. And just went left hand, full down. But it's a real shame for De Matos Preto, because it was really getting interesting in that battle, and now
it was.
They are 2.8 seconds apart. So 21 minutes on the timer. Tarek Adam, 48 minutes in the car. Dimitri Zubenko, 49.5 minutes. Now we're going to see on board from Andy Thorpe from Onid Racing. So into T1. Bang, there's the first touch. And then there's the second.
Yeah.
And then De Matos Preto just had nowhere to go, and Assar went, oh, I better get out of Dodge quickly. But good recovery by Andy Thorne to get that car pointing in the right direction again.
Yeah, I think that's all you really could do there. But isn't that amazing, right? Because we saw it live and we saw one thing, but then you go right on board and it tells you a completely different story, doesn't it?
Yeah. Sheldon Muscat from Geeks Energy has just pitted with 20 minutes to go. So.
Oh yes. Yeah.
So I think the next. So Adam, Zubenko, Maya, De Matos Preto will be pitting within the next, I'd say, next couple of laps. De Matos Preto has just done 31 laps on this stint. There will be some damage sustained to that Lamborghini, but I think they might just decide, well, let's get the car in the pit lane now. Roshi says, where is Lauper? Well, that's the 216. That's got Martin Wenzel behind the wheel.
P14 currently.
Yeah, 14th, and has been dropped by the Baller Racing Squad 109 of Nathan Smythe Adams in the McLaren. So that battle has come to a premature end, which was a real shame. And there is Wenzel. So there you go, Roshi. A little bit of New Kids Turbo ASMR for you. But you know what I'm noticing here? The battles between 4th and 6th here, Paul, have started to really get intense again. De Matos Preto is quicker than Assar in the 224.
Yeah, but he's going to have to pit. He's going to have to pit, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's going to kind of put an end to that battle, because he pitted 33 laps ago. That car. which is a shame.
You know what? You know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm thinking here. Imagine this. Right, there's no pit stop window, folks. There's no pit stop window on this. So Genesis Esports could keep Tarek Adam out for another 10 minutes, get him back out in front of Subenko. It probably might end up pitting. If Mitz Racing pit, then what will happen? I think Genesis will just cover them off and just go, yeah, we'll pit at the same time. We'll pit on the same lap. And that would be a fitting way just to sort of go, well, we're not going to catch them. They're going to get a 5th win of the season out of 6. And the consistency says it all. Kalevala for the refresher edition Cracks Racing McLaren has just come into the pits with 18 to go. So the final few pit stops are coming in. But Martin Jensel makes his way through into turn number 8. It's all about who's going to blink first. So Damatos Preto at the minute in the number 35. Just trying to see where that car is currently. And it's just coming through the final corner. That's going to be close in terms of the stint time. Because that car really does need to pit very, very soon indeed. And has just pitted with 17 minutes and 20 seconds to go on the clock. So after, I think that was 33 laps that car was out on the circuit for. So Damatos Preto, yeah, 33 laps, 63 minutes. Nathan Smythe Adams has just come into the pit lane as well. And there is the 109 from the Boulder Racing squad. Good efforts by them earlier on in the race. It hasn't really panned out as probably they would have liked. John Betton is still out on circuit. 57 minutes into the stint as we are very fast approaching the last quarter of an hour. In a better run for Breaking Point Racing in the 987 Ferrari 296 GT3. Also have had their fair share of dramas in this race, but they are closing. John Betton is closing on Sheldon Muscat, but the problem is, even if he overtakes him in the next 5 minutes, he's still going to have to pit that thing, as we are down to 16 and a quarter minutes to go. There are going to be quite a few thank yous to a lot of people that have made this happen over the last 6 rounds, when we kick-started things off a little bit earlier on this year when the Moza Racing Endurance Championship got underway at Watkins Glen on the 4th of June, and here we are 5 months later on Bonfire Night, Guy Fawkes Night, the 5th of November 2023, and still the battles wage on into the deep of the night here at the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, established back in 1984. So next year will celebrate its 40th anniversary. This circuit will do very much the same as Karting Genk will celebrate its 40th anniversary. The karting home of a certain 3-time Formula 1 world champion Max Verstappen. No F1 spoilers in chat, please. I haven't watched anything yet. So that just goes to show how much... oh, someone's weaving a bit from side to side. Now, that was Sheldon Muscat, was it possibly? And that is a Ferrari ahead of this one. So they're coming through out of what will be turn 12. Now the run down to T13 through Advan at over 200 plus kilometers an hour. I think that 140 miles per hour as they clip the inside apex. The run down to turns 14 and 15. And Paul, we're into the last few moments. Who do you think is going to blink out of the top 3 first?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd imagine it'll be Subenko as he pitted a lap earlier than the rest.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point there. There is Dimitri Subenko. As sometimes, you say that.
Sometimes you don't have to overthink it. You just look at the stats. Just look at the stats in front of you, and you're like, yes, yeah.
Well, it's quite funny. I don't know whether your psychic powers have been going into overdrive, apart from that race predictor in front of you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anymore. But as you said, Dimitri Subenko, there he is on the screen as you said his name. Nice work there, Dan Hyde. Well done.
Yes, I think they'll be. Well, though to be fair, I think Tariq's not far behind on the but because they're 92 seconds ahead, when Subenka goes round, he would have pitted 31 laps because they're currently 30 laps ago each when they last pitted. So yeah, but Dimitri Subenka is a little bit ahead on that schedule wise. But yeah, so I see Preto's been in, Muscat's been in as well. Raphael will be due in relatively soon, I'd imagine. Pitted 35 laps ago.
Yeah, he will be in very, very shortly.
Yeah,
but actually, Raphael Hill actually pitted 14 minutes ago, 14 and a half minutes ago. So he's bringing it to the checkered for the.
Okay. Maybe he just did a drive through the pits.
Oh, who was that flashing at Dimitri Zubenko that just got past them? Yeah, someone was like saying, "Oi, Lambo, get out of me way." Well, that was a Ferrari, I think, of some description.
Oi, you're too slow for me. Get out.
Hey, yeah, you're not a prancing horse. Get out of my pub.
Yeah, my pub. Yeah, no. So I'm showing on my thing here that Raphael pitted 35 laps ago. So I wonder if they've just gone through the pits to reset the stint timer.
He did 27 laps. He's done 35 in total.
Normally that's accurate. So I don't quite know.
Well, yeah, because the thing is that they needed to reset the stint time anyway.
Yeah.
Ben Brown is going to make it, no problems at all.
Yeah.
Graham Morris is going to make it, no problems at all. Andy Thorpe, no problems. But 178 Hispano Racing Team. Domingo Mateo has been out on track for 56 minutes, and there are still 11 minutes and 40 to go. Those guys are tight on their final pit stop. Martin Wenzel will make it, no problem at all. Vladimir Dulepov for the 542 Next Level Play racing car, they will be fine. Guido Riphagen for the number 20 in Felix Racing Lamborghini, no problems there. Let's have a look. Martin Hoyer, he's fine. Jamie Hunt, he's fine. Matt Pryor, not a problem there at all. Tyrone Standard for the 720, the Hasta La Vista Lamborghini. And as I say that, here is the number 20 of Infelix Racing coming out of Advan. Now this is going to be going into the chicane, hard on the brakes, and loses the back end going into the pit lane entrance and hits the barriers.
What are they doing now?
Watch the rejoin, and he waited, held his brakes. Good man, well done. But that was a hard old hit. So this car here, I think Hispano Racing Team might be saying there was Madre de Dios, which is oh my god right now, because Mateo is going to be over by, get this, Paul, 2 minutes. 2 minutes on stint time.
That's nothing, is it, really?
There's nothing, but it's a penalty coming their way as we are in the final 10 minutes. Ben Brown for the Cam Sports Swan Song here. They are now running a genuine P8. That's where Daniel Hearn got the crew up to a little bit earlier on in the race before all the dramas started happening for owning Cam Sport. But great to see that they're going to finish the Cam Sports Swan Song on a high here in the final round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Simracing.GP. Big thank you and much love to Moza for their support of being the title sponsor of the Endurance Championship and also partnering up with us for the SGP podcast, which we've had 6 fantastic episodes so far, and hopefully long may that continue. But yeah, it's the 178. I mean, the 178 are currently 12th. That is going to hit them big time because that's going to drop them outside of the top 14 by the checkered.
Yeah. And also, whilst you mentioned Moza, don't forget you've got the Moza Challenge as well. You can sign up for to win some fantastic prizes as well. So not only got the Endurance Championship, but there's also the Moza Challenge as well, which I think takes place on the weekends. But you can check out. Yep.
Yeah.
So,
And then also all the work that we at Simracing.GP are currently doing with Intel UK. Of course, we did the Rivals, the 3
Yeah.
races in a week, as that's the 104 going off. Ah, right. Henry Meyer has just pitted with 8 minutes 45.
Oh, they were the
to go.
first one. We got it wrong. Well, I got it wrong. There you go.
Well,
Are
it
they
was
just going to drive through, I wonder?
more than likely, because they'll have enough fuel to bring it to the checkered.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, I think. Yeah, there they go. And they leave. And they're underway.
Nice little timely pit stop there.
So get a flag out for the 666.
That's been a running. You know what? If there was a running meme, the 666 Porsche would be that for this round of the championship.
I also
I said that with a straight face, and you started giggling.
I also think I saw briefly a yellow flag for the 401, which is currently driven by Jamie Hunt.
Oh, it was like. You held your brakes that time. Thank goodness for that. Oh, you saw the other car coming the other way and went, "No brakes!"
Oh yeah. So oh blimey, that was close, wasn't it?
And the 178 is now in. They finally decided to bring that car in. Well done. So that means that the 178 is not going to be in 12th for much longer, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
No, Ventil's going to get past, and so I think it's Smythe Adams. The 542 won't reach them. They're a minute back. So but yeah, nearly there. 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Yep, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's been a lot of racing.
Yeah,
over the course of the past.
I heard you say you're gonna watch the Formula 1 after this, are you?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got it recorded as well. So yeah. No spoilers, please.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Yes. Otherwise, there'll be comments needing to be deleted off of the Twitch.
Yes. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I have a special set of skills, kind of, you know.
Is that your Jedi mind trick? Is it?
No, have you not seen the film with Liam Neeson? I have a special set of skills. Where they kidnap his daughter. I forget what the name of the film is.
Taken.
Taken. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. I have a.
See, we're talking about Liam Neeson related to Star Wars. Then. Yes,
kind of. Yeah. No, it is. Yeah. I have a.
I will find you.
I will find you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to look at how old that film is. It'll probably scare me.
Well, I think there was a sequel to it as well, if I remember correctly.
It was, yeah. I never saw the sequel. I don't think the reviews. Look, once you've done it once, do you have to repeat it again? I don't know.
But
anyway,
interesting point here made on Switch by Doom McCorn for 666 drivers really don't have much time in the car or competitive racing. Well, you know what I will say is shout out to them for giving it a shot in a 6-hour enduro. Okay, yes, there have been some people in chat, and I'm not going to name drop anybody, but there have been some people in chat talking about the 666. At the end of the day, think of it this way, folks. The sim racing community is for everybody, no matter their skill level, no matter what they decide to drive, what platform they're on. So we have to give them their due that they've come in and they are going to make it to the checkered. Okay, they're going to be probably what, 15, 16 laps down on the eventual race winners as we head into the final 5 minutes.
But they've stuck it out.
They've toughed it out, and they've got to this far. So you have to give them kudos for that, don't you?
You do. Yeah. Of course you do. No one likes a quitter.
No. They never do. They never do.
No.
So, right, now looking at... So, at least the main thing is that the majority of every team has now done what will be their final pit stop, because Tarek Adam is now in the pits for Genesis Esports, the number 33, that are on course to taking their 5th win out of 6 this season. It's been a great display. They haven't even... Well, the funny thing is, there's been no Cody Sherritt in the car all the way through the race. Let's look at that one as a little statistic. So 2 drivers between them have got the car to the checkered, and they've done it by a clear country mile.
Yeah,
So,
they have. Absolutely blitzed the opposition, haven't they?
Yeah, so the 33 will very shortly exit out of pit lane and make its way back onto the circuit as we have 3 minutes and 37 seconds of what has been a fantastic 6-round Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by Simracing.GP. A big thank you to everyone that has supported, that has watched every single minute of the streams that we've done since early June this year. We've been to the United States, we've been to the Ardennes Forest, we've been to New South Wales and the mountain at Mount Panorama, we've been to Spain, we've been to the Temple of Speed at Monza, and we've capped everything off here at the Green Hell in Germany. There is what is going to be a car and a team that has done a very, very sterling job. Consistency has been pretty good for them, and a big effort, as Real Tim Bob says, big effort from everyone, and that includes everyone behind the scenes here at Simracing.GP and everyone that has made this happen. A big thank you to everybody. I'll be doing some name checking a little bit later on once we've hit the checkered, but our race leaders now are making their way through turn 8, as we are going to be next time around on lap 183. Cody the Goat driving on a controller. Well, I haven't seen his name. I haven't seen his name unless it might be the load shedding that Gareth experienced earlier. Big thank you to Gareth for being our final guest on the Simracing.GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. So yeah, and it is Cody that's going to bring it home for the team. The younger brother of current Ferrari esports and former Lamborghini esports driver Jordan Sherritt, as he makes his way through into the chicane for the penultimate time, as we now will start the 184th and final lap of not just the race, but Paul, quite a surreal moment. It's the last lap of the season.
Of the series, yeah. Unbelievable, we're finally here, right? Like you say, we started all those months ago, back in the summer. A month around about a month between each round, and this is it. This is the penultimate lap of the series, and we've seen some great racing. We've seen we've had some great moments on commentary. We've had some great guests on the podcast, and I'd like to echo what you just said about everybody from behind the scenes helping out, the stewarding, those who, the likes of Dan, who sorts out all the imaging for, Dan Terry sorts out for Dan, who does the broadcasting and things like that as well, and yourself, and we've had the likes of Cammy helping out with commentary.
Yep. Adam Ely, John
Ely, John L as well.
Even Dan Terry got involved in it as well, didn't
he? Yeah, he did at one point.
The opening round of the season at Watkins Glen.
Yes.
But we are 35 seconds away, and here is your race leader. It's going to be 5 from 6 here in the 2023 Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Simracing.GP. It's come down to this seminal moment where only one team will become the inaugural champions, as Cody Sherritt, the South African, the younger brother of Jordan for Genesis Esports, makes his way through Advan for the final time. 3 more corners to go. Turns 14 and 15, and as he exits out of the chicane, the timer strikes 0. That is it. Your inaugural Moza Racing Endurance Championship champions. It's Genesis Esports, the pairing, the trio of Tarek Adam, Luke Addison and Cody Sherritt bring it across the line. 5 wins from 6, and they take the title, and with it get those Moza Racing goodies that we were going to give to the top 3 drivers. You know what? They fought valiantly all the way through the 5-month, 6-round calendar. Give it up for your runners-up this season, Dmitry Zubenko, also Rino Kutz and Jos Parek, as Zubenko brings the number 777 MITS Racing Lamborghini Huracan through into turn 11 for the final time. The number 35 Genesis Esports Academy red car Lamborghini crosses the line in 5th. Sheldon Muscat brings it home for Geeks Energy in 6th. New Kids Turbo Martin Wenzel brings it home in 12th, with Matteo in the 178. but Henry Meyer will make it a 1-3 as Sabenko will cross the line very, very shortly indeed. Meyer puts the pedal to the metal in the Ferrari out of the final corner. He will take third place as Barney the Flag Marshal getting very, very busy on the start-finish straight. And Sabenko across the line, flashes the lights, and they finish as runners-up. So, we wait for the last few drivers to come across the line, but after 6 hours, what a way to cap off a season, Paul Glover. Genesis Esports, and I know for a fact that Gareth and the team in South Africa will be absolutely overjoyed. And shout out to their two respective other teams, Christian Deploy, Henry Meyer and Giovanni Porzio in the number 34 Academy Blue Ferrari, and then the 35 car, which did have a couple of dramas in its own right, with Daniel de Matos Preto, Nicolas Manuel and Christian Venter bringing that car home in 5th. But that is what a way to finish under the lights at the Nürburgring Grand Prix after 6 rounds. Mate, I can't believe it's all over.
Oh, unbelievable. I didn't want to draw your attention to it, but I was keeping close eye on the Beton versus Brown in the Oni Camsport car battle where the gap was coming down, and then I suddenly looked again and it was 4 seconds. And I've just had a look through the replay, and I think Beton was pushing that hard as they've gone through the Schumacher S's and they've got into the left-hander. He just lost the rear end of the car and just threw the opportunity away to potentially grab 8th position off the Oni car. But the Oni team should be also very proud of that. They've had a very challenging race today. A couple of spins that weren't down to their own error, somebody else's. But should be really proud about what they've achieved, and all the teams that, from first to last. If you've been here for the whole season, then absolutely fantastic job. And even those that just, made the odd appearance here and there, there's been some fantastic racing. It's been an absolute pleasure being involved in the championship, the Moza Racing Endurance Championship at Simracing.GP. Been an absolute pleasure commentating with yourself once again, Alex, and hope everybody has enjoyed the race today.
Indeed. Well, let me just run through the finishing order as it stood after 184 laps, which in total distance measured 1,883 miles, rounded up ever so slightly, because it was 1,882 miles, 0.98. So we'll round it up to an even 1,883. So it's the 33 of Genesis Esports picking up their 5th win and thereby take the crown as Moza Racing Endurance champions. MITS Racing takes 2nd, then it was the Genesis Esports Academy Blue Ferrari that picked up 3rd. Great run and also great strategy from Kamikli in the 224 BMW. And then the final of the 3 Genesis Esports cars, the Academy Red Lamborghini, picking up 5th. Then Geeks Energy Sim Racing takes 6th ahead of the 993 from way back down on the grid. They finish 7th. That was Flying Hellfish. Then the Cam Sports Swan Song is at an end. Ben Brown brings the 900 Lamborghini of Onid Cam Sport across the line to finish P8. Ahead of Breaking Point Racing, looks to be their best finish of the season for the 987 Ferrari. Then the 28 of Final Drive Sim Racing round out the top 10. A few thank yous. A big thank you to the people behind the scenes, Dan Terry, Mark Benson and Gareth Ronda, who have done an absolutely sterling job in helping with regards to the stewarding and a lot more behind the scenes. Have to give a shout out to Cadan Computers' Daniel Hyde for broadcasting every single round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Simracing.GP, and of course, the Simracing.GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing. We have to thank our guests over the past 6 episodes. Alice from Kuna Simulazioni, SimStaff's Josh Martin, Matt Bencliffe from Alpine Esports. Cammy Sturch also was one of our guests, and Diego for Formula student. And last but by certainly no means least, the man who's going to be very, very happy, even with the load shedding in South Africa, Gareth Hawkins from Genesis Esports. On behalf of our commentary team over the course of the 6 rounds with Dan Terry, John Earl, Adam Ely, Cammy Sturch, Paul Glover, and myself, Alex Goldschmidt, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for your support as always, and hopefully it might be another endurance championship on the calendar very soon here on Simracing.GP. Until next time, thanks for watching. Keep it pinned. See you again soon. Good night.
last. Opens. Keep middle of a jump. 45 right. Extra long tightens 4. 30.